Excellent. We'd like to thank everyone from the Overton Park Conservancy for coming today. And I don't know if you have not seen this, but we have change at the top at the Overton Park Conservancy, and I would like to turn the presentation over to Tina and Casey, and if y'all would name and address for the record, and then begin with your presentation. Thank you.
There we go. Technology. Great. Thank you. I'm Tina Sullivan, Overton Park Conservancy, 1950 Poplar Avenue, 38104. And to my right is Casey Murley. She is our new Executive Director of Overton Park Conservancy. And we want to thank you for the opportunity to come share some success stories about one of the Memphis Park System's most popular parks, I might add. Overton Park.
We'd like to thank you for your service, though, and the time that you've been there. You've done a great job, and we really appreciate what you've done.
Thank you. It has been such a privilege to serve the people of Memphis in this way. I've learned a lot, and we've established some wonderful relationships and some great momentum, and I'm excited to see what comes next, the growth that comes next.
Let the record show that the birthday girl, Councilwoman Walker, is here today. If you have any questions about whether it's a birthday, you can ask her.
Happy birthday, Councilman Walker. Good morning.
Good morning.
So Overton Park Conservancy's vision is to cultivate a beautiful, safe, and welcoming park that draws our diverse community together. The park is free and open 365 days a year, and we serve Memphians from every zip code, as you see from this map, thanks to the Memphis Parks team. The Conservancy's partnership with the city of Memphis allows us to match public and private dollars to increase the impact in Overton Park tenfold. So the light blue lines on this slide represent the city's investment in Overton Park, and the remainder is what the Conservancy raises each year to improve and operate Overton Park. Thanks to your exceptional Memphis Parks team, the city has been investing more in parks in recent years, especially compared to our peer cities, although the investment in Overton Park has remained relatively flat, even as our costs to operate the park have increased year over year due to increase in costs of doing business, but also a dramatic increase in visitorship. We continue to remain steadfast in our commitment to providing a high-quality park experience at our Central Park, and we include in that high-quality park experience some dynamic programming that is designed to connect people to nature, to support their whole health. That includes mental, physical, and social health, and to hold space for self-expression, which is a nod to both the activism history of Overton Park and also the arts and music legacy that you'll see in Overton Park, including our park partners. And now I'm going to turn it over to Casey.
All right, thank you, Casey. Thank you, Tina. Again, I'm Casey Murley, 1951 Poplar Avenue, day 23 on the job as the new executive director of the Conservancy. So thank you for having us today. The last time we were here a few weeks ago, we were joined with our park partners in Overton Park, the Brooks Museum, the Shell, the Zoo, and the Metal Museum, and we gave a presentation about how we all work together and about the increased communication and the collaboration that we all have. We shared with you about a really exciting program that we did this year with Carpenter Art Garden, in which we brought students and they spent a day with each of the partners learning about their programming and learning about their mission and experiencing each organization's unique programming. And we all meet monthly to discuss different security issues or any large events that we're having in the park. But overall, we are all working together because Overton Park is in a time of historic growth right now. Across the city core and around the park's perimeters, a building boom is bringing new visitors to Overton Park. And as for the Conservancy, as Tina mentioned, we manage as we say, the front lawn, but really it's all the free and open spaces in the park for the public. Since 2018, the Conservancy has been working to get feedback from the community, voices from every zip code in Shelby County about how Overton Park fits in their lives and their vision for its potential. Now we're excited to be implementing the Overton Park Comprehensive Plan, a plan for Overton Park's future. In the next few slides, I'm going to go a little bit deeper into share with you some of the highlights, and we invite each of you to join us in the park for a tour to walk through and see the space, and we can dig deeper into the plan together. Over the next decade, Overton Park Conservancy intends to invest an estimated $35 million to revitalize Overton Park. This looks like capital improvement projects to the park's aging infrastructure, growing our mission through programming, and ensuring all visitors can move to and through the park through improved accessibility. And it includes strengthening the Conservancy's business model and capacity to keep up with the growing visitor base. The capital improvements are broken into 3 phases. The first being the renovation of the Overton Park 9 golf course and the Abe Goodman Clubhouse, and that has already been completed. Phase 2 is the east side of the park, along East Parkway. Here, we aren't changing the footprint. We're not moving dirt around or building new structures per se. We're just revitalizing one of the park's most popular spaces. Family reunions and church groups have used this area for decades, and they continue to use this space for gathering. We intend to restore the historic pavilion that you see here, which is one of the oldest remaining original structures in the park. We'll build a completely new ADA accessible nature-based playground. If you've ever been to that playground, you know that it is loved and it needs some love. We want to expand the picnic areas, those iconic concrete picnic tables that kids run all over on top of, and improve the walking trails around there.
You're going to keep those concrete tables and just update them?
We intend to. They're some of the most solid structures in the park.
Cool.
We know that if you've ever driven by this area on a Sunday afternoon, this is one of the best examples of a thriving urban park, and it just needs and deserves some love. Here you see what we refer to as the heart of the park. This is maybe if you're standing at Veterans Plaza or the soon-to-be Metal Museum is behind you and you're looking out onto the Greensward, the zoo is on your left. This third phase refers to, as I said, the heart of the park. It includes the Greensward, Rainbow Lake, and Rainbow Lake Playground, and the dog park. Our plan for this area includes a tree-lined walking trail, as you see here, around the Greensward that connects with Veterans Plaza and adds new seating and picnic areas. We also hope to naturalize Rainbow Lake that you can see in the distance, which is currently lined with concrete and causes constant maintenance challenges. Naturalizing the lake will not only create
What does that mean?
Well, we have to do some more studies to figure that out, but basically we would remove the concrete under, it's a 5-foot deep concrete on the bottom, and we would make it a natural lake. So we'll have to do some studies to figure out what that would mean, but it would provide new wildlife habitat. It would also mitigate some of the flooding issues that we frequently experience in that area.
So as you do that, and you can come back and explain to us when you figure it out exactly. Does that mean the lake goes up and down and level? Are we going to continue to support it, I guess, with extra water when it's dry? And are we going to be able to drain it when we're worried about flooding? How does that work?
Well, currently, a lot of water from in the park drains towards Lick Creek, but then drains around Rainbow Lake. There's a berm there that prevents natural recharge. So similar to how Shelby Farms Park redesigned Hyde Lake, we hope to reshape some of the landform to include drainage into the lake so that we no longer have to pump from the aquifer. We do that infrequently. It's not a common thing. It's only in the prolonged drought years, but because the lake is currently dysfunctional, it's basically a really hot concrete puddle full of algae, and a natural ecosystem will allow it to recharge itself.
Thank you.
We also intend to replace the current restroom. It's a small pavilion area with a new Four Seasons pavilion that would provide space for interactive nature-based learning, serving as an open-air outdoor classroom. Programming within the space would be flexible enough for all ages and could be rented, generating revenue for the Conservancy without making the park feel commercialized. Finally here, what remains an exciting and still somewhat unknown opportunity for us is the southeast corner of the park at Poplar and East Parkway. Until just recently, this area has been the city's general services area since the 1930s, I believe. We've split this area with the Memphis Zoo as part of the Greensward parking solution. The zoo will occupy the northern half where there are buildings. The Conservancy will manage the southern portion to become new public parkland, which is just something that cities, it's a very unique opportunity to add new parkland in the middle of an urban core. Here we envision pop-up activations, maybe some seasonal attractions. There's some beautiful greenhouses in that area. But because most people have never been to this area, much less really even know it exists, we first want to invite people over and test new ideas to then develop a shared community vision for what is possible here. In closing, we need more safe, welcoming public spaces where people can connect in person. High quality, well-maintained parks, trails, libraries, and community centers. Investing in them is good for public health, it's good for public safety, and it's good for civic pride. This vision for Overton Park is the people's campaign for the people's park. We must make strategic investments now to ensure the park's longevity and sustainability for the next century. We invite you to join us in this effort to preserve the city's Central Park for generations to come. And I just want to say again, we do hope that each of you will join us for a walk in the park soon to dive deeper into this plan. The heat is breaking, and now is a perfect time to get out there and spend some time outdoors. Thank you for all that you do for this beautiful city of ours, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for that presentation. Let the record show that Councilwoman White is also present. And council members, do we have any questions? Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say for the record, thank you, Tina, for everything that you've done. Good to see you. I'd love to take a walk soon.
Good.
And just appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
And Dr. Warren, thank you. You know, Overton Park, I love the park. I was on the show board for forever. I want to thank him because he pretty much lives there, you know, and he is my vessel for information, and I appreciate that, Dr. Warren.
I actually do spend a fair amount of time in the park.
You do?
And I haven't been lately because I had my knee replaced, but it is happening again soon, so I'm almost where I can walk through there. It's very interesting. If you've never spent time walking the trails in the woods at Overton Park, you can go into that area and, you know, unless there's a major football game or something, once you're in the middle, you are in the woods. It's a very relaxing thing, and if you look, there are a lot of studies out that show being out in nature like that is very healthy for your mental state. So I would recommend all of us after each meeting spend about an hour in the woods, and then we'll be much better off. All right, with seeing there's no further business.
I did.
Councilwoman Walker.
Yes, thank you for the presentation.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and congratulations. Once upon a time, I spent ongoing time at the Abe Goodman Golf House, so I'm glad that to hear about that. And finally, I will be at the Shell on Saturday celebrating the 33rd anniversary of my 30th birthday with the Barcades. Thank you.
Councilwoman Walker, tomorrow is the George Cates Chili Dog Open Golf Tournament. And so we invite you to come take a look at the golf clubhouse renovation in person. The social hour begins at 5:30. So you are all invited to come take a look and have some wine and celebrate the renovation. It's in honor of George Cates, who founded the Conservancy, and it is his birthday tomorrow. So
Okay.
you're good.
Thank you.
George Cates, great man.
Yes, thank you. It's in his memory.
Chili dogs and wine. What time does that start?
And Diet Cokes.
Okay, perfect.
5:30.
And Glenn Morangi.
I think you had him at the Chili Dog. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. We are now adjourned.
Thank you.
I'd like to call the Public Works and Solid Waste and General Services Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Most definitely. Councilman Ford, Councilwoman White, Councilman Walker,
Present.
Councilman Spinoza, Dr. Warren.
Vice Chair Warren, I am here. We have 5 items on our agenda. Colleagues, item number 1 is a discussion on road closure, executed strategy after 90 days. All councilor districts requested by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. She's not here, so let's delay that and see if she gets here a little bit later.
She just back.
Uh,
But she's in the back.
She's in the, okay. Okay, then we'll go ahead and we'll proceed with it then. Okay, we'll do that. All right, let's come ahead. We'll go ahead and start. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, I hear you're in the back, so you can be listening and come this way if you'd like. Name and address for the record, and please go right ahead.
Good morning. Joyce Leotis, Interim Director for Public Works, 125 North Main. We're doing number 1, right?
Yes, Director, go right ahead.
We closed Levi Road for 90 days because there was a lot of illegal dumping going on in that area. And I think Councilwoman Cooper Sutton just wanted to discuss what we would do after the 90 days.
How's that work so far as closing and stopping the dumping? And they're not just driving around to dump. What's going on?
Right, we have some pictures, Director Below.
Perfect.
To share.
Let the record show Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is here.
We have some before and after pictures.
Perfect.
That will show you how it is that we structured the closure of it. This is
Do you have a
pretty-
map to show us sort of where that is in the city proper? Okay, good.
This is pretty much how it is constantly at Levi, and we're always constantly cleaning it, whether it's us or solid waste or public service corps. And so we put up these Jersey barriers to prevent that from happening.
So they're not dumping right by the Jersey barriers thing because that's too obvious. We're not having that problem.
We've had a couple of people that we've picked up on a camera, but it hasn't been anything to the extent of what we've had.
And the people you picked up on camera, you've been able to find them later?
We've been able to,
You've been able to find them later?
yes, sir. I mean, we identified them in the pictures, and we've presented that file to MPD.
Perfect.
Yes, sir.
And do we have any follow-up on whether MPD has picked them up or done anything about arrest?
We have not heard anything back from them from that because it just happened in the last few days.
Okay, great. Keep us informed and in the loop with that because I'm sure Councilwoman Cooper Sutton wants to know about that. Are there any questions on this issue from council members? Any comment? Councilman Ford.
Thank you. That part of Levi's over there from Neely?
Sir?
Where is this part of Levi?
It's right.
From Neely Road. Right? From Neely Road, going back where we got Wilbur Ball, where they tore down where you got the park.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I've been complaining about that for 2, 3, 4 years. Okay, it's about time. Okay?
Good job.
But I'm not through. A lot of y'all ain't gonna like me today. I've been finding out a lot of different things in which I'm very, very upset about, okay? You know, when you look at this, I want you to take care of that, but I want you to go down there to Boxtown. You got email back from who?
Sharon Baker.
Okay.
And Chief
Light, gas, and water. You know, I got a message. Somebody in the office ended up saying Boxtown wasn't even part of them. Okay? I'm kind of tired. you know, there's a lot of people that got positions that's using money for self, okay? Kind of tired of that. I got documents and everything else on a lot of people. That's why I said I'm getting ready to call everybody out, okay? That's why I can't get nothing done in my district. North Memphis can't get nothing done. You can't get trash picked up. You can't get this. We can't get some of these things because you know what? All of these people that said they're doing something for the city, they ain't doing nothing but lying in their pocket. I'm kind of tired of it. I had a meeting down in Boxtown, Shelby Drive. I really want it cleaned up this week. From Weaver Road all the way, Swanee Road, everything else. Meeting wasn't about, y'all. But when I went down that hill, I couldn't get there because everything was in the street, all the trees and everything else was lined. I had to tell all these people that were there, and it was packed. And I'm sorry. I don't want to go back and tell people I'm sorry anymore. But it was insulting. I couldn't hardly make it down the street. But they said they're not part of Memphis anymore. And you know what? I might be a little black today again. But it was insulting. And like I said, it was packed. And the time that we had it, it's when people didn't run off the road because I run over everything. It was terrible. And like I said, I had to tell the people, please forgive me for letting this be like this. I'm talking about all the way Dart Road, all those streets. All these streets, and hey, y'all can go to all of them that y'all said that wasn't part of Memphis. They've been part of Memphis before Memphis was even Memphis, okay? Just they have. Just like this, you know? Overdue, 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 okay? But like I said, I'm kind of tired, Chair. All these people, and then they go get these consultants and all the rest, and you know what they're doing? All they're doing is, hey, putting stuff on paper to hide things and lining their pockets. Okay? Time out for that today. That's why we can't grow. It's very insulting, this city. You know, we look at a lot of different things, and I know my district, 3, North Memphis. I know all of those. Now, East Memphis, they ain't gonna let that happen, because they're gonna be on your ass. Okay? That just ain't gonna happen out there. But then you don't care about my area. These council members, Councilwoman Sutton, Councilwoman Walker understand where I'm coming from. But like I said, I got information on so many different people, and it's kind of disturbing that we spend all this money given to different people that's supposed to help, but they're faking it, okay? But I need y'all to do that, okay? And I promised them this week that I have some trucks down there, and I'm gonna be going to see if them trucks down there, because if not, I'm gonna raise some holy hell, okay? Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure administration is going to want to get that information from you.
Oh, they got
And let the record show that Councilman Smiley is here and Councilwoman JSW has arrived. All right. No further discussion on this item. Next item is the discussion on solid waste fees. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Walker. Do you still want to delay this for a few minutes?
No, I'm ready.
Okay, very good. Madam Chair. We're on item number 2.
All right, can we get your name and address for the record, and we may proceed?
Okay.
Item
Philip
number-
Davis, Solid Waste Director.
Malika Stewart-Smith, Solid Waste Fees Manager.
Okay. And for the public, we are discussing the solid waste fees, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Walker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for coming today. This is in response to one of our constituents reaching out, and we've processed this via email. And I just have some questions, and I'm just still not satisfied. And then just out of the blue, a similar situation occurred on Friday, and we spoke about that briefly. So to bring my colleagues up to speed and those who are watching, so you have here a letter from a Reginald Dyer, homeowner who resides at 1111 Blanchard. And he's with us today. He's in the back. Can you just raise your hand, and thank you for coming. So to get to the, because I can't read all of this, but people are being assessed fees for trees that have been cut and they've been left at curbside. And then because they're not the right size, they're getting assessed fees. And when they don't pay the fee by a certain date, it's added to the property tax. And we just had a property tax hike. I did support that. We just had a solid waste fee hike. I did support that. MLGW just a little before me. And then most recently, we got the TVA. So we're just, the citizens are just really being overwhelmed with these fees. And so my question is, I would like can we do better? I judge that the process, the communications is flawed. People are being assessed these fees, but based on the yellow sticker, they're still not clear on what they're being assessed for. They go back, they make the branches smaller, and they're still being assessed a fee. And even with Mr. Dyer in the back, he said he would be willing to pay a portion of it, but not all of it, because he and I agree that the communication was flawed in terms of how he was assessed, why he was assessed, and how he was assessed and why he was assessed. And he also stated in the communication that he was told that we don't have to communicate with you. And I'm not comfortable with that. And he had called and left messages and didn't get calls returned. So I'll just pause right here. And if you can speak to that process, because I judge that it needs some tweaking, that is flawed. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So the process you're referring to is the solid waste code violation process. That process, it's been in place well before my time here, so at least 15, 20 years. So the ordinance identifies not many, but a few different types of waste when they're presented at the curb that are violations of the city ordinance. The ordinance actually directs the solid waste division to not collect it if it meets those criteria. Oversized tree debris, so tree debris that's greater than 13 inches in diameter, limbs that are over 5 feet in length, we are prohibited by the ordinance from collection. Contractor debris, that is any contractor debris. That can be construction demolition debris from a remodel, that can be yard waste from a contractor that is cutting grass, nurserymen, tree services. All that debris is prohibited. The division is prohibited by ordinance from collection. So when those items are identified, we do have a tagging process. So there's a large yellow tag. It's maybe 15 inches by 5 inches, says important notice on one side, and then it has the series of different violations that may have been identified, and we check one. And then at the bottom, it has a contact name, the supervisor generally, and a contact number to reach out to. That process has been in place. That tag has been explained to me by law division that serves as legal notice to the property owner, who is the ultimate person responsible under the ordinance and under state law for any disposal that's taking place on their property.
Let me ask you this.
Yes,
Once
ma'am.
it's tagged, do they still have the opportunity to correct it so that it can be?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So the ordinance allows 5 days. We allow 5 business days for removal. And then after 5 business days, if it's not removed by the property owner, we schedule it for removal and then invoice the property owner. Now that invoice will be for a combination of time and volume of debris. So it's $100 an hour for the employees that are removing that, and then $175 per load. So that's about a 20 cubic yard dump truck load for the disposal cost. So that covers our labor, equipment, and disposal cost components.
Is there any way that you could give us that list in reader-friendly language so that we can send out to constituents?
Certainly, and as we discussed Friday, I've gotten with the chief communications about trying to do another push about information, and this is we haven't. I guess we needed going into this fee increase. We saw this this debris. People taking advantage of the system, whether it be tree services. I've had a tree service come and do work at my house and offer me 2 different prices. One price for leaving it there for the city to get, one price for him to haul it away. Told him, don't make that offer to me because he's required by the city ordinance to haul it away. Contractors that are doing work at people's houses, they're basically what they're doing is stealing service. And this is slowing up, it gums up the collection system for bulk waste for the folks that are doing right. Because when we show up at a house and there's a bunch of illegal debris that's been placed at the curb, that slows up somebody that's 20 houses down getting their debris collected because we filled up the truck picking up something that we're actually directed by ordinance not to collect. So what we've done in this fee increase, we also allocated 18, one per route, well, I guess one per zone, 18 environmental enforcement officers that we're going to be ramping up as soon as we get the cars in to put them in, and they'll be out there identifying, trying to change that behavior, that bad behavior that where folks are trying to steal service from the collection system. But yes, we can get that information to you, and I would appreciate any help in communicating the right way to present waste to the curb.
Thank you for your question, Madam Chair, and your response. And so when you said $100 per hour, is that $100 per person per hour?
Yes, ma'am.
That shows up to the site, to the address. And you mentioned something about people taking advantage of the system, and you mentioned that on Friday in our conversation. And so I know we started. I don't want to take up a lot of time with this. I'm gonna follow up with you on this offline, but I did have a couple of things as far as the constituents are concerned. There was a lady who was trying to get in touch with me on Friday. She wanted to speak to me, and when I got a chance to return her call, I could not reach her. I could not reach her because she was on her way down here. She was a senior citizen. She got someone to bring her down here because it was her understanding that as of today, she was going to be, her property taxes were going to be assessed an additional $1,000 because of some tree limbs at her property. And I spoke with you, and you said that there was a miscommunication. But this lady was really upset, and my heart goes out to her because she thought her only recourse was to try to come down here and find this lady named Pearl Walker to plead her case. And, of course, I wasn't here. But how many people are out there like the lady who came down here Friday and Mr. Dyer in the back who are being assessed simply because they didn't have the information. They're not clear on the information. And as stated in his communication, he was told that we didn't have to communicate with him. And he did leave messages for individuals as he was trying to sort through this before he came to me about it. And so I just wanted to make that point. And you also referenced about people taking advantage of the system. I don't disagree with that, but we still have to do better. And I want to follow up with you as it relates to the ordinance, the communication piece, assessing these fees. And when you say people taking advantage. So it has been brought to my attention that there was an individual who was assessed $945. He called your office and in good old-fashioned terms acted a fool and talked about who he knew and who he was going to call, and his $945 fee got reduced to $400. So to me, that's taking advantage of as well. So I want to follow up with you about that as well. So if we're going to extend grace to some, then we need to extend the grace to all. And if all it took was him calling the office acting a fool, then should that be my recommendation moving forward to the constituents? Just call the office and act a fool?
No, ma'am. I mean, they do. They do quite often. But I can look into that particular situation for you. But we do have an appeal process. There is an appeal process where we ask them to put in writing their rationale for why they think that the bill was either unreasonable or done in error. Sometimes the address is wrong, and the wrong address has been assessed the fee. So that we've made mistakes before, and we're quick to correct them when we can.
Well, if we can continue to follow up with this, I don't want it to be said that my committee took the whole schedule off for today.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your explanation.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you. The third item is a resolution to accept additional grant funds in the amount of $2,633,550 from TDOT for Surface Transportation Block Grant, Harbor Avenue repaving project number PW04118, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Please.
Second.
All right. Councilman Ford has moved. It has been properly seconded by Councilman Warren, who from the administration will be speaking on this item. If you'll give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, council members. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we have for you today is a resolution to accept and appropriate additional grant funding from the state to basically redo a full depth repair along Harbor Avenue. This is in President's Island. It's going to be between Pier and Riverside, so that entire stretch of Harbor Avenue. It's not a typical resurfacing project. It's similar to the work that we did over at South Parkway, where we actually had to do a full depth repair simply because of the heavy traffic load that is in that area. And so with that, we ask for your approval to accept and appropriate these funds.
All right, and I see that there is a request for same night minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. The fourth item is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds in CIP project GS 24107, contingencies totaling $4,239.39 for damage suffered at 281 East Parkway North, increasing allocations by said amount and appropriating these funds in contract construction, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. I need a motion and a second. It has been moved by Ford and seconded by Councilman Warren, who from the administration will be speaking from this item. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
Good morning, Council. Melvin Jameson, Interim Director, General Services.
Gerald Spencer, Senior Administrator, General Service, Property Maintenance.
All right, this resolution is for insurance proceeds to be moved to the General Services contingency line 20 GS 24107. What took place here was a tree collapsed and fell on a building over at the 281 Parkway, the old property maintenance site, which is currently being used by the Memphis Zoo. The cost of the total rebuild was $104,239.39. Out of that, the deductible was $100,000, and the proceeds of $4,239 $1,039 is what we're asking to be moved to that contingency line.
Okay. To
Thank
be
you.
able to cover that damage.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Can I get a,
So moved.
all right, any ayes? Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The fifth item is a resolution approving a ground lease for 777 Firestone, also known as the former Manassas High School, parcel ID 039050-00001, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103, District 7, Super District 8. There is a request for same night minutes. Can I have a motion and a
moved.
second? Moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Councilman Warren. Who from the administration will be speaking on this item? If you'll give us your name and address for the record, and you may proceed.
I'm Carlton Osborne, manager of real estate, 125 North Main. And we're here today and good morning, council.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're here today to have you to accept and approve a ground lease for the hospitality hub to operate on this particular grounds, 777 Firestone. They have definitely, or they plan to provide services for homeless individuals and build facilities that will train and house these individuals. We do have, to help to explain this further, we have Jared Bingham from the Hospitality Hub along with Casey Shannon, who's the attorney. But we're asking for your approval for a 25-year lease with the option of 5 years afterwards
Is that school still in operation?
No, the school is demolished. It's just
open lot.
a vacant lot.
The new Manassas school?
No, it's the old
Oh, okay.
Manassas site.
Oh, okay. All right, Councilman Warren?
Thank you for the upgrade. I just wanted to bring council members up to speed. This is for homeless families, and what they're going to be doing is constructing, I think, facilities to allow for us to place these homeless families. And it sort of is a offshoot of the meetings that we've been having with all of the organizations that are housing or trying to house our homeless. And we've noticed a huge uptick in homeless families as the CARES Act money is running out. And this is a way to get those families not just housed temporarily, but to build facilities that will let us address the issues that have caused the homelessness to occur, and place people in permanent housing. And so they'll be constructing small facilities, independent facilities for each family that comes in. And that's the purpose. And then in addition to that, there'll be services offered. So it's not just temporary housing, it's placement for people to be housed permanently. And if I said that incorrectly, I'll give Reverend Bingham to let us know. But I wanted to bring y'all up to date. That's what this is for. Thank you very much.
Let the record reflect that Dr. Councilwoman Easter Thomas has arrived. That sounds like a fantastic project. Councilwoman Sutton?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm excited to hear about this, but I do not want to see it come like a hub and we don't find placement for these families, jobs and opportunities. The key word is opportunities. And I'm excited about it moving forward because homelessness is my past life and still my present, dealing with that here in Memphis. And it's such a huge increase has happened over the years. Churches, opening up their doors, the Room in the Inn and different places like that can't house families. There are certain places, they just got to have men or they just got to have women, and limited places where they can take their children and do it as a family. So I hope there's an opportunity also for men as well, because they are parents, they're taking care. I know we focus a lot on women, but I would like to make sure that it is a broad, when you say families, that every family here in Memphis that runs into a barrier or into a hard time, that we are able to provide this great need that Dr. Warren and you all have. So I'm hoping to see something great come out of this, just not another place where we put people, but give them opportunities. I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Echoing what Councilman Warren said earlier, Jared, so happy to see you. Also, Mr. Osborne, thank you so much for your diligence. This is going to be a super great project. And just to put into perspective where it is, it's the old Manassas High School site. It's right across from one of the biggest churches in the New Chicago, North Memphis area, Grace Baptist Church with Pastor King, and they have already been briefed on the project, and they are also just ready and open for when the folks get there that are receiving the services to accept and receive and support them with open arms through their ministry. Their church also does development, works with the CRA, so they're highly in tune with what's going on in the area, and they're just ready to make it all wholesome and encompassing for everyone that's going to be able to come on this site. And just to remind us, I guess you already did, but just to remind, this was formerly slated for another piece in my district, that's Scenic Hills, which had some negative views about it. But the thing about it is that we need to be able to offer services no matter what the issues and the pushbacks are. This is a population that can't be ignored in our city, and we have to be doing everything that we can, including with what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton said about offering the services and the supports and the wraparound so that they can move upward and transition forward, which is what the hub does a lot of anyway. If you haven't visited, I encourage you to take a visit and a tour. But I'm just excited. Not only is it going to be halfway free for us with this lease, but it's activating a site in an area that has people in there residential, but just needs a kick and a push forward of what's possible in that Firestone area. So I'm glad that this is going to be the first step towards that and bringing in a revibrancy of the community. So I'm just very, very ecstatic, and definitely a resounding yes. Did you talk about the timeline? Can you talk about the timeline if you have that?
Thank you, Councilwoman. Jared Bingham, 1502 Harbert Avenue. So we have a clean phase one. This is the next big step, the acquisition of property, and then the Archimania team that was in charge of the renderings and engineering and land use for the former site is ready to start tomorrow on positioning this site. So at the same time that we're pushing towards breaking ground this calendar year, that might be a stretch, but we will construct the studios on a timetable to be ready to be positioned on the site as soon as it's prepped sometime early next year. We don't expect occupancy for the full site until the whole thing is complete, but we should be able to activate the site and begin showing notable progress by the first part of next year.
All right, we're excited. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that
All right, it is 8:51. I call the Budget and Audit Committee to order, council members. Come on. There we go. All right. We have 5 items on the agenda. Regala, you know what to do.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman White. Chair Smiley.
All right.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Item number 1, update from Finance Division on FY. Is Carlisle on the way?
Yes.
Okay, we'll skip 1. Let's go to item number 2.
Okay, well, the team for item number 2 is not up here yet. They are en route. They're preparing the bond issuance documents, so they'll be here by 9.
Can we, I know, can we go to 5?
Yeah. 5. I'm pretty sure we can. Hold on for a second.
I know Carlisle wants to be here for 1. Because if not, we're going to go to 1.
Sure.
All right, number 5 or 1?
5 will be fine.
All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Item number 5, resolution requesting quarterly updates from each division and department of the city of Memphis on CIP and operating stats. All council district sponsored by Councilman Spinoza.
Hey, so we're just getting right to the good stuff. We're going straight.
Absolutely, brother.
I'm just kidding. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Walter.
Hey, good morning, sir.
Yeah, excited to have this on the agenda today. I think it's something we've all talked about. Taking the lead, quite frankly, from MLGW committee. So I guess everyone may have the slide in front of you, but I look forward to you all, I look forward to the vote. Hope everybody supports it. And I look forward to all of us just having this information every quarter. It'll
Yes,
answer
sir.
a lot of questions for us and transparency and all that good stuff. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any other council members wishing to speak on this item? So for those of you who are trying to figure out what's happening, Councilor Spinoza putting forth the resolution basically requesting quarterly updates from each division and department of the city of Memphis on CIP and operating status. Any council member wishing to speak, or we are all going to vote in support? I may be leaning, getting people to lean one way. A couple of quick comments. I think I saw Cooper Sutton hand first, and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm excited about this. We talked about this at the beginning of the year. More accountability and more oversight, no more surprises like we got last year in budget for a new starter. Chief and I did mention this, and when I saw this resolution, kudos to Councilman Spinoza. He was reading our minds, and I'm excited about it. And so looking forward to all the reporting, where we are, where we need to be, and how to move forward to make sure that the taxpayer dollars are being spent.
Absolutely. If it pleases the chair, I could give you some color on this issue. All right.
Yes.
The only thing I want to say, my name is Walter Person, CFO, 125 North Main. I identify myself properly. I just want to note that in terms of our bond document requirements, just as a point of reference, we are required for most bond covenant agreements to provide reports to this body within 45 days after the close of a quarter. So I said that to say that most of the time, I won't say all the time, historically we have met that standard. We typically do provide that. Now, I will say that in the prior year, there was one time I remember us meeting or missing that standard of 45 days afterwards. That was much to my chagrin. And I kind of affirmed not to let it happen again. So far, it has not happened again. So I fully support this as in terms of legislative action. I just wanted to let you know that we do try to meet that standard, if not only for you, just to maintain our bond rating.
Thank you. That's good that you all do that every 45 days, but this will help to promote consistency. I think this is a fantastic idea, and I just wanted to ask to be added as a co-sponsor.
Without objection. Yeah. And look, this is a great idea. Councilman Spinoza sent this last week, and I had a chance to peek at it. And here's the deal, like with everything, we'll start the process and we'll tweak it and massage it and perfect it down the road. And if some things work and others don't, it's a process. Yeah. So great. Colleagues, any other questions or comments on the resolution from Councilman Spinoza and his co-sponsor? Anybody else want to be added as co-sponsor? Sure. We'll get it on. We'll circulate and make sure we got that right with your staff. All those in favor of sending this down with a positive recommendation, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item passes. All right, colleagues, back up to the top of the agenda. An update from the Finance Division on the fiscal year 25 budget, all council districts. I hope all of you received documents over the last couple of weeks and had an opportunity to look at them. And with that, I will turn this over to Chief Person.
Okay, thank you again. To the chairman's point, we have provided, I believe you all produced your own appropriation statements, but we have provided, I think, some financial documents in Excel at the division level and in aggregate, as well as additional accompanying documents, which I hope you all have received that relate to the request that is before you. What I've done is tried to prepare at a very high level a presentation aid to walk you through some of the requests we received to make sure that we met the standard. Do you all have a physical or hard copy of this document? Okay.
Yeah, sorry. So, guys, I'm sorry. I thought you all had documents loaded on your computer. You're supposed to. And that's not the administration's problem. That's our screw up. I'm just going to be honest about that. That's one of the things I learned. You got to take ownership of that. So today, you will have all the appropriation statements loaded onto your laptops and given a USB thumb drive for you to go through. That's on us. We have the ability to pull that, and we just didn't get it on. So I'll take blame for that. That's my fault. As far as the presentation, though, looks like it's getting passed out now. But going forward, just so that since we have a little bit of extra time, as we do these updates, and I want to make a note that we didn't have this opportunity last time, but another appreciation for this administration's finance division. We didn't have access directly through Oracle to pull appropriation statements. We do now. This administration has granted us that privilege, and so I appreciate that. So every 2 to 3 weeks before we sit down, we will try and pull the latest closed out finals so that you will have time to sit down. I'm sorry that didn't happen last time. This is a process, but I will take the responsibility, so you can blame me. Because I do want you guys to have the appropriate time to go through and ask questions, just like in budget season. So we're going to try and replicate that model going forward, because I know it's a lot of information and it's a lot of numbers and people have jobs and all that good stuff. So my apologies for that. We've had that info, so I'm sorry. Anyway, let's proceed. I apologize. My bad. My bad.
So thank you. With that being said, what we were tasked with is to, in fairly quick order, give you an update on a preliminary basis of our year-end closeout, just to let you know what major deviations or variations we saw from the budgeting process the year prior. We were asked for an update on CIP projects, as well as having certain key division heads available to comment on particular CIP projects. We were asked for a timeline as well as the status of the formalized budget books, and also to be prepared to entertain any questions. So that's what this agenda does its best to track now. Moving right into page 3, we'll start with the general fund overview. This is FY24 and recap. Tried to highlight those sections where we saw significant variation and provide commentary on that. And we'll start with revenues in general. And we see here that licenses and permits, as well as fines and forfeitures, had some significant variation. licenses and permits, the variation was driven in large part by, I would say, a pretty significant decline in auto registration fee performance toward the end of the fiscal year, which was interesting. We had been tracking fairly well, and this year we started off tracking fairly well at a little over 1.1 million per month. And in the waning months of last year, we dropped down below $1 million, and that drove this variation that you see, the $1.6 million in license and permits variation. Fines and forfeitures, there were some differences in adjudication of traffic tickets and claims, which also drove a decline in court fees. And we've been experiencing a decline in court fees for several years now. But one of the things that I know came up out of that was an issue, and I can't speak necessarily for the judicial process, around the enforcement of the seatbelt ordinance. I know at one point I had learned, at least anecdotally, that they had stopped enforcing that as aggressively as they had in the past. So I think that in part drove a decline in fines and fees and forfeitures. Moving in, we look at transfers in. Big part of transfers in was affected by the state assessed property ratio. If you all recollect, last year, we talked a lot about the state assessed property ratio, and by way of reference, one of the things that we face here in this city, we assess properties every 4 years. The state requires that properties that fall under the aegis of the state assessed property ratio be assessed annually. So after a couple of years, the state does what is called an equalization ratio. In this case, the equalization ratio for last year as well as this year is right at 74.5, 74.6%. So that was a roughly 26% reduction in the amount of revenues we received. And how that hit the transfers in is we received a fairly significant portion of transfer in from MLG&W for their property. MLG&W property is considered state assessed property. And so that was roughly an $8 million decline. In the case of, yes, sir.
Because I don't understand you up and down.
So,
why are they doing
okay.
that?
Yeah, hey, Jeff. So the question just for the public, the question was the pilot ratio. I'm going to do it super quick and not technical, just because we've got so much to cover. At the end of the day, the state sets a ratio that basically says, hey, this is the value of your publicly owned property that doesn't pay property taxes. And the pilot is a way for basically a public entity to pass through what would be its agreed upon property tax to us. The state has to set a ratio for how they do that. And this last year, they lowered that ratio, which cost us about $12 million. Mm-hmm. So we get a transfer in, so we're $12 million short than we normally would have been. And it happens every time there's a reappraisal in order to balance out the relationship between the publicly owned property and the adjoining or surrounding privately owned property. Very simply explained. That helps.
So that means the surrounding property is worth less than...
It balances it out.
Well, no, sir. What it's trying to do is not really necessarily it's worth less. It's just that if you think about it, if your property is assessed today and it's $100,000 and then it's assessed 4 years from now at $150,000, you've experienced appreciation. You won't have to pay taxes on that appreciation until it's reassessed at that $150,000 rate. However, if it's state assessed, you'll have to pay taxes on each appreciating year. So from $100,000, it may appreciate to $110,000, then to $125,000, then $135,000. If it's reassessed annually, you'll pay that escalating rate. So it tries to balance the impact to, say, state assessed properties versus those properties that fall under an every 4-year assessment rate. Just to make it fair. That's where the term equalization comes from, is you don't want someone to be unfairly penalized because they own a state assessed property.
Thank you.
Does that help a little bit?
That does help.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very frustrating. And this and the state's discount rate have been punitive to us.
Okay. The rest of it is coming from engineering and public works. When we see an engineering and public works, we have to look at our accounting process. And we are right now in the throes of what is called our adjustment period. We are preparing for our annual comprehensive financial report and our audit, which is also underway for the financial statement documents that we'll be producing at the end of the year. As a result of that, we had not posted engineering and public work transfer in from Fund 245. So the rest of that gap is basically a timing issue. So I wanted to make sure that's clear because we are presenting so early in the year. We look at the expenses going down a little bit. We look at personnel services. Personnel services, this is where it gets a little thorny. Most of you remember that at the very last meeting of the fiscal year last year, we came to this body and asked for an adjustment for police. Well, that's where that shows up because police was going to be unable to meet their final payroll. So you see the impact of police as an adjustment that was granted by you all at the very last meeting. And of course, we all remember the adjustment that we asked for fire, for issues that arose in the first quarter of FY24 that were eventually addressed. So the 16.9 million is the gap that resulted from those adjustments. Grants and subsidies. Grants and subsidies suffered some fairly significant shocks as well. One, of course, MATA, the $20 million operating cash flow loan, was not repaid in the fiscal year, which was the agreement. So we had to recognize that as an expense versus an accounts receivable. So that went on to this as you see here. And pensioners insurance. Historically, we have always under budgeted pensioners insurance. We made some adjustments this year. So that was part of the reason for the increase in expenses. But the result was roughly a $10 million miss in pensioners insurance, which resulted in $30 million.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to ask you to do this because it is what it is, but it's also complex. But I also think it is one of those things for the body and the public, kind of like the ADC, that goes under the radar, but is significant and has been kind of like, well, I call it goodwill, but kind of like attrition. It's not a faux number. I mean, there's a real cash expense to it, but will you walk through the historical philosophy, what it is, the historical philosophy, and how your team has decided to treat it? I think that's important.
Right. Well, what happens, we house this expense in grants and subsidies, and we provide OPEB expenses or other post-employment benefits to our pensioners. And we pay a fee to another fund, a fiduciary fund, for that privilege that we provide to our pensioners. Well, as a result of that, what we do is we try to estimate it each year on the front end, what that expense will be, and then we adjust it on the back end to make up for arrears. Well, what we've done in previous years, we've estimated that amount to be roughly $8-9 million. And for a long time, that $8 or $9 million of expense to provide for other post-employment benefits was enough. What we've seen in the last, at least during my tenure, last 3 to 4 years, is it hadn't been anywhere near enough. We missed by about $6 million my first year, and we made the adjustments at the end of the year, 7 the second. Now we're up to 10 million. So this year we've actually budgeted, I believe, 16 or 17 million to adjust for what we're seeing as realistic experience for those benefits like healthcare and other things that we provide to some extent for our pensioners. So that is where that adjustment comes from, and that's why it's such a big miss, and we try to make amends for that.
Again, it's greatly appreciated by this body because when those adjustments come down in the end of the year, it's the council that gets jammed up, and so I appreciate that. I just wanted that on the record. Yes, sir.
Real quick, Mr. Chair, and that's the point, and thank you so much, Walter, of the slide that we're talking about, right? So we can kind of see this. I don't want the millions of people watching around the world, Memphians, but seriously, from a transparency standpoint, this is the type of stuff we could see coming and ask those questions. So, I mean, I see MATA on there. I see, it's like going back and looking at the budget stuff.
Yeah, all back to that painful reality, right?
We were all going through that budget together for the first time, and here we go. We're making progress, and I think the public will appreciate it. I know we will as a body, so thank you.
Looking at the FY24 adopted budget and then the actual, it's about, I guess, like a $46 million variance. Ideally, well, two questions. One, historically, and then ideally, what should that variance typically look like?
Well, just I would say empirically, we like to be within 5, no more than 10% variation in budgeting. I mean, no budget is perfect. It's kind of like models. Yeah. Well, budget chairman wants 0, and I'll continue to strive for that goal. No,
Is this in line with what typically is, or way off, or what?
No, ma'am. This year has been an aberration. This is, or at least FY24. It's been FY24 was bad. Yeah. I mean, in terms, well, I mean, there was a lot of things that went on. I mean, of course, we had, as you see there, we had already budgeted for almost $12 million of fund balance. That's where you see the 11,692. So we started out the gate knowing that we were going to be using fund balance. And then we looked at all the things that kind of popped up along the way, the missed opportunities, the oopses, as they were called, and other things that came up. So as a result, we ended up where we ended up.
I'd say for a large operating business this size, I mean, you have to think of it in terms of percentages missed and then hard dollars, right? So you hear 46 million and you're like, oh my God, that is a lot of money. It is a lot of money. And then you're like, well, it's a $3 billion company. You're like, oh, okay. But I would say for us, for the budget committee standpoint, we'd like to be in a range of somewhere between 2 to 3 would be absolutely optimal. 4 to 5 is probably the expected target of variance from budgeted to actual. And there are triggers that this body, and to Councilman Spinoza's point, there are triggers that this body can pull in coordination with the administration as we go through the mid-year to say, we feel like the ship is starting to get off course from where the budget was and to the actual, and make tough choices. Hey.
And it could be so on course.
Exactly. That's right. You got it. Way to put a pot. Thank you, Councilman.
Sorry, I didn't interrupt.
No, that's good. We're having different days today. I like where your positive outlook is. I know. That's why I love.
We can't hear you down here. Mike, please. Chair, to that point that you just made, I think it's worthy that we're having this conversation and that this body do consider some triggers that happen, say, sooner than 12 hours before we have to finalize the budget. I'm thinking about the $15 million that happened with police overtime. If we are getting outside of that 4 or 5% range, I would appreciate it being alerted to the body well before the last minute. And so I believe what Councilman Spinoza is doing. I believe what Chief Person's doing today is part of that process. But I think it needs to be like headlined, hey, we are over. Because we're watching it with MATA, right? How do you end up getting $60 million in the hole? At some point, you were 30. At some point, you were 5. Like, you've got to have triggers that alert people before it gets that deep. And so, I think that's something for us to think about, maybe putting in a resolution that we absolutely have reports out when we reach past your threshold.
Sure. I think this body, this committee in particular, would be happy to have any member present, and I think that's important for fiscal oversight. I will have Chief Person expand on what if he wants to, the current law between Black Line, Red Line, and how they are able to move money before they have to come to the body. Now, obviously, last fiscal year, money was moved without the body's consent, or expenses were incurred. And I think that for me is the real thing. Is it's not just the alerting, it's the mechanism and the stick. To be honest, the question is this body going to pursue any action? No, probably not at this point. It's time to look to the future, but to stop it from happening again. So in the interest of time, thank you, Councilwoman. I think that's a great point, and we need to have that discussion. I've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue, and then I want to try and get back and just keep chopping wood through this.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
My question is, have we gone through the entire budget and looked at all the areas that we've under budget historically, and are we at a place where we have a baseline that's accurate that we can move forward from, and then set those 5% variance measures in place? So that we can stay within those and get those throughout the year, those checks throughout the year and quarterly things that we're asking for. But I want to make sure that we have gone through the entire government, local government, and looked at every area to see where there has been a historical under budgeting and right-sized, come to us with all of that. So are we at that point to where every area that has historically been under budgeted, we've right-sized at this point?
Councilwoman, yes. If you recollected all the joy that we all had during the budget process, we turned over every stone, and I commend this body for doing that. You all held us extremely accountable, more accountable than probably I'd seen in previous years. But as a result, we went through every service center, every legal level, every division, looking for risk and exposures. Pensioners insurance is actually one example of that. I can show you years prior of pensioners insurance where it stayed at that same level. I can show you most recently overtime, attrition. If you remember some of the discussions we had around attrition, and I mean those were almost wars in the sense of should it fall, what's the balancing act? But that was part of the rigor of making sure that we came before this body, as well as the citizens, with more accurate information. Now, what I'm not going to say to you is that we are exactly perfect. I would love to be at zero, as the budget chairman said, but I don't think we're at zero issues. I think we'll still have issues. But in terms of those fundamental gaps or systematic under budgeting elements, I think we've dealt with that effectively.
Okay. And we're at that baseline where we can put those measures, because it does make sense to put those measures in place when we're still not at a true baseline. So
yes, ma'am, we are. And I'd go further to say that back in January when I came before you as an interim, I talked to you a lot about having an online system that allowed this body as well as the public to start looking at our performance in real time. And I'd like to say, I wanted to say, because I'm eager, that here it is today, but I can't say that because we're still in kind of a beta test mode. But we do have a living, breathing online system that we're still testing now that should be rolled out within the next few weeks.
Oh, awesome.
So
Okay,
that
thank you.
this
I
body
got you.
as well as the public will be able to see it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great question.
Thank you for your work, too.
All right, let's keep chopping wood here.
All right. All right, moving on. Inventory. The inventory is up, not a huge amount, but I wanted to point this out because one of the things that happened, if you recollect back in January, we had a fairly significant weather event which affected our inventory in many respects. And unfortunately, it was significant, but not significant enough to warrant FEMA and TEMA reimbursement. So we faced additional expense for that, as well as just inflationary pressure for a variety of products and services that we provide. Expense recovery. This was a bit of a shock to us. We've historically received about $21 million in State Street aid, and State Street aid, just to explain, is a reimbursement based on the state's view of driven miles in our municipality as well as across the state in terms of an allocation back to us. Typically, it's around 21 million. This year, it came in at almost 20.5, 20.4. And so we had a $600,000 miss there. So we're not sure why it was lower this year. You could suggest maybe it was an estimate of lower miles driven. I don't really know. I'm in the process of talking with the state to try to get more clarity on that. Moving on to transfers out. This was another issue that we brought to this body, and we learned later that we do have a restricted fund that addresses this, but nevertheless, last year, the shortfall agreement between the city and the Grizzlies was not budgeted for, so we ended up taking about a $2 million hit to address that issue.
And we'll be paying that through the end. We'll be paying that on an annual basis. And any member that wants to see the resoluting document, what staff can get that to you. It was voted on and agreed upon with the county as well. It's a joint document. And we'll be paying that through the end of the lease on an annual basis. It's a flat. It'll be that number every year.
Right. We share it 50% between us and the county. It's a contractual based agreement. So, and Budget Chairman is absolutely right. And then finally, getting to miscellaneous expense, the 1.2 there is the result of a settlement with the Tennessee Department of Transportation. There were several roads that we were contracted to work on, but due to bandwidth and other concerns, we didn't get those roads finalized in the right time frame. And so we were required to reimburse the state. So this is the first of 3 expected installments. The overall amount's about 1.1, and then there are about 100 other thousand of miscellaneous expenses in this category.
And we're going to probably have a conversation about that when we get to, I think, in next meeting in Public Works. Because I think that was a Public Works issue, or in that division, in that committee. Is that accurate?
Engineering, but yes,
engineering,
sir.
sorry, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
But it all meets under Public Works' committee, so I think we'll probably talk about that, if that's. I want to stick a pin in it. Let's stick a pin in it, because I know I think it's in Councilman Ford and Councilman Walker's district in Super 8, if that reminds. But I think if we get off on this tangent, we'll get off on the budget and more on the project. But the project deserves to have its time to talk to be spoken about. I think the appropriate place would be in Public Works next meeting, if that's okay. Great. All right. But yes. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Capital Improvement Program. Now I'll transition into our capital improvement program and provide some insight on how that's performing so far this year. And I believe this is the section where we've actually asked several, which I think I have several here, of the division heads to be available to comment on any questions you may have related to their ongoing capital improvement projects.
Before we move on, I guess I'll just take it forward and ask you guys, has everybody had the opportunity to sit down with engineering? I'll use engineering and parks probably in particular, because those seem to be the divisions in my experience where members need to have the most face time with those directors. Has everybody had that opportunity? And okay, all right, I just want to make sure on the cover lines in particular, because I know that is critically important. Does anybody have any questions for any specific directors or concerns about any specific projects that are going forward that they'd like to talk about or want an update on? All right, great. Let's keep moving.
Okay. The divisions are in alphabetical order, and I won't belabor this as much as I did operating, but what I tried to do here is just give you a quick snapshot of a much more voluminous document, which you received earlier in the month. And this is, of course, just a basic pivot table that shows you the amount of the grant or award for this year, the total amount that's appropriated so far, any expenditures that have happened year to date, and of course, by this being so early in the fiscal year, that will match up right now with the period to date expenditures, and then the sum of encumbrance balances, which lets you see available funding that's available for each of these projects. At the bottom, and this is where I'll focus most of my attention, I'll talk about these elements at a very high level to let you know kind of key points that you want to consider. Like for engineering, 01, 067, which you can match up at the top with the Highway Safety Improvement Program cover line. It says division start using funds and state projects are highlighted throughout the year. I think there are 6 projects that are highlighted throughout the year for that particular cover line. And what we do is match that with federal grant money to get those funds or draw those funds down for highway safety improvement.
Yeah, and I'd say a pro tip for me, at least what I've done on the past years, is all the presentations that we get throughout the budget season, I usually rip the fluff off. Sorry. I'll rip the fluff off and I'll keep the pertinent projects that were proposed. And usually I'll go back and say, hey, this is what was proposed, and then try and marry the two together throughout the year. So, and then at the end of that fiscal year, I'll toss them just as kind of it's because there's so much going on to that point when you get all these cover lines, say, hey, this is how they said they were going to spend $1 million. Did we actually go that way? So just again, a little veterans tip.
All right. And the rest of these are more or less cover lines, and those are placeholders to hold money until that money is allocated to projects down the road. So you see 24-100, all funding is transferred out, 200, 300, and 24-400, the funding is transferred out, which ideally is what you'd like to see in Q1 if possible. That means that they have plans and those projects should be underway.
Yeah, we're gonna move forward because I'm not sure. But since Antonio is here as the COO, Antonio, do you want to touch on any major capital improvement projects? I mean, obviously we got things like the Coke facility, and just if you could talk on a few of the major projects that are ongoing and kind of where they are to wrap up. If you want me to get kind of specific, I can, but it's really the big dollar items that have been kind of, that are coming towards the conclusion is really what I'm talking about.
Okay, so Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis, 125 North Main. So let's talk about the project that's outside, the City Hall Civic Plaza. Right now, you guys have seen the work that's being done on the west side and the south side of the location. Right now, that waterproofing project is projected to end or complete for those sides in December. And then we'll continue on to the east side, which is the front of the building. And then there's going to be some demo to the beds on the, northwest side of the location, where we would go back just with a flat surface. That will help us waterproof those particular areas. There's still a substructure in the garage that we'll have to move through, but that will be a subsequent phase. What we will do is return with landscaping to beautify City Hall in and around from west side, south side, east side. And then, of course, the north side, we can return with, if there is a sole desire to return with the flags, or if we have something else that we like to design and move forward with. But this allows us to at least complete that part or that portion of the project. With respect to Coke, I think I'll ask for a definitive date from Director Jameson. But I think that we are just about complete with respect to Coke, and that should be completed later this year, and we'll be able to have the fire apparatus shop there. That's fire maintenance. We'll have turf and agriculture, and then of course you'll have another what we call heavy shops or large shop for larger vehicles. See, give them a date.
Yes, at Coke, we will be moving in
Logan's going to finish the round. We're going to finish the whole. All right. Let me do this real quickly. I've got one more question on a project, and then I got the group. Good with police, thank you. Public Works, Holmes Road, South 3rd, and Horn Lake. Where is? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So Holmes Road from Horn Lake East to Tulane, basically, or where the railroad is, that is 90% complete in terms of design. We are moving into the right-of-way acquisition of it. And when I say right-of-way acquisition, I'm not really thinking about having to acquire any property. It's really just easements necessary for any of the construction that may take place. Once we complete our right-of-way procedure on that, we'll go into our bid process. This is 100%, at this point at least, the idea is to 100% using city dollars for it. So we're not looking for additional grants or anything like that from the state. So what does that mean to us? That means that we can pretty much implement it as soon as the funding is available for that work. So we anticipate, if everything works well, that we could potentially bid the project out maybe first quarter of 25.
What's our bid timeline typically? I can't remember.
Typically within 4 to 6 weeks.
And if there are no appeals?
And there's no appeals or what have you. So if everything works well and all the gears work together, I think we can pretty much execute on that fairly quickly.
I'm not going to
46 weeks.
I'm not going to box you in hard because I understand there are some other players and the appeals process and all that can create problems. But when you say fairly quickly, is it your anticipation that if, conservatively speaking, let's just say there is appeal, let's just toss that in there to add some time. Is this a project that you feel like can actually get underway in the calendar year of 25?
Yes.
Okay. And then what's the anticipated construction timeline?
So we're thinking potentially, 120 to 180 days for completion.
You good?
Yeah, that's all right with me as long as, hey, that money don't get moved somewhere else now.
Yes, sir. I understand.
Today,
I know that project's been around. Yes, sir.
Let me just say that today ain't gonna be a good day for me, y'all, okay? Because I'm calling people out today, okay? Way, way, way behind. And all these people that are having a good time off of the city money is over today. Because I might have to call a few names out today. Okay? I'm very serious. Very, very serious. I've been, they put matter on me. No, as chair, they put it on me. Y'all won't believe what's going on. It's hell. Not only matter, but a few other things that I'm finding out about these people that are working and doing things for the city and lining their damn pocket. A lot of different organizations, and I had her to pull every one that they have. I'm pulling everybody today. I want my millions back. I'm very serious. That's why I say ain't nobody gonna like me. I don't care. I really and truly don't care. But I'm gonna make sure before I leave here, and I ain't planning on being here too much longer, but hell, I ain't leaving until this is finished. So y'all gonna be looking at me in the face and get pissed the hell off. I really don't care. And I'm not talking about the council, because I want y'all to be behind all of this, because like I said, I'm gonna bring it all to you. Written down paper, and this is what people have done to us. Okay? I mean, it's a shame. But everybody has really kind of lived off of us, and we have got nothing from it, okay? We're going deeper, deeper, deeper in the hole. I'm not talking about everybody. The ones that I'm talking about, they know. So beware of me. I'm very serious. We got some good ones, but we have some bad people. Not only that, some of our directors and everybody that we have, some of the people that you have working under, you know, I'm tired of you lining this up, okay, for their benefits, okay? I got records of all that. I'm pulling it all. And y'all would be surprised how many millions and millions. Whereas earlier today, they told me Boxtown wasn't even part of Memphis. Okay. I was insulted so bad. Okay. Really, hey, but that was told from inside the city. Okay. They're not even part. Okay. That's what I said. It's a lot of things coming up, and like I said, but I'm pulling everything, and I just want everybody to beware of me, y'all. Okay? I'm trying to leave here, but I'll be damned if I leave here until I finish. You know, I want to go now. I could have retired, don't like to even get up, come down here. I'm just being honest with y'all. I'm being honest. You know, they said 7:30. You know, I get up at 4 every morning. But you know, when you get ready to come down here, by the time I pull in the lot, hell, I'm sick. That happened to me with my family. Every time I pulled up in the lot, I was sick. I went to the doctor, and the doctor told me one thing. He said, you might need to change some things. And you know what I did? I left. And I started feeling good. My health improved. Okay?
Watch out for those family businesses.
Well, you know, and that's city business. And, you know, you get down here in shocks. You see some things, and then you just say, I don't believe it. And then things that you ask for don't make no difference because ain't nobody going to want to change it. But hell, it makes it worse. You know, I asked for one thing, and nothing has changed, and everybody's complained and complained and complained. But shucks, it didn't, hey, nothing has changed. They need to change it. I hope they change it before I leave here. Because like I said, maybe they need to leave here. I'm gonna be quiet, but hey, like I said,
yes, sir.
The day is not a good day.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your comments, Councilman. All right, I know, Councilman Logan, you're in the queue, but I think did you want to have last remarks? Or?
Well, no.
Go ahead, yeah. And then I've got Dr. Warren after you.
What I wanted to ask, and you may have to help me along with the question, but along the way in different divisions or departments, there are areas that are affected by state formulas or national formulas or markers or all of this, but I've noticed in a lot of departments and divisions, there are areas that are impacted by those different formulas on how much money we get back, how much our return is, and all of that. Is there someone, or what division or department handles that process and looking at it and talking to the lobbyists about how those affect us? Because it's millions and millions of dollars that could go either way with just a change of one number annually or whenever there's a review, and knowing when those markers are changing. Say I know one area is in HCD, and then there's some with Edge on those little formulas they have, and all of those matter. And those are ways that I'm seeing that our budgets are impacted tremendously. So we need to be having someone that's laser focused on looking at those and when they're going to change and how that's going to impact us, and baking that into the budget process, and letting us know those types of things that are coming down the pike, not after they happen, or, you know, we need to have that conversation quarterly as well, or annually, or before the budget comes, looking at all those formulas and how we can circumvent that, or, you know, how we can address that on our end, whether it's with our lobbyists or if we need to put somebody else in place. kind of like when we talked about someone that's solely focused on grants and federal dollars and money and energy and, you know, those types of things that we don't normally look at. I know my colleague, Councilwoman Walker, is always talking about that as it relates to energy. But I really want to have that conversation, and you all can explain those areas to us and where we are on it, especially the money we get back from HCD, from the government on the you know, those grants or those entitlements and stuff like that. We really come out on a bad way compared to other areas in the state. It makes no sense for us to be impacted like that when other areas in the state get way more money than we do. So that's where I am on that. If you could speak to that.
Yeah. Councilwoman, I appreciate that question. And to answer your question pretty broadly, it touches almost every division. Then it touches us in ways that we wouldn't expect it to touch us. I'll give you the most recent example that is pretty stark. If you look at the money that we received for ARPA several years back, we received $161 million. But I think the federal government used a housing scheme.
They used this community development block grant formula, which was created in 1940.
Yeah. And so this is a 1940s grant. And you look at our population, which is around 600,000. You look at Detroit's current population.
Yeah.
I think Detroit received 4 or 5 times as much just on that alone. So they were close to almost $1 billion. They were over $750 million.
Louisville received.
Who's advocating for us? Who is going to bat for us? So specifically, I appreciate.
No, but
I've
spoken to every congressman, United States senator, the governor about the community development block grant funding since I took this office. It is the most. It grew from $1 billion to $10 billion over 40 years and never changed the formula, which takes into the post-World War II housing stock, which is why it's an issue. It's a very complicated problem. Here's the real rub. Is one of three things has to happen. You better have enough juice on the Capitol Hill or the right chairman of the right committee, or you've got to convince Congress to grow the pie so that when you change the formula, Detroit doesn't lose any money or Louisville doesn't lose any money. Because other than that, it's a zero-sum game. And this goes back to the juice. If you change the formula, there has to be a winner and there has to be a loser. The losers are not going to give up any funding. And so it is at a political stalemate on the CDBG program. And by the way, almost every legislator in Congress knows that the formula is broken, but they're not willing to change it because no one is going to give up $500 million. And when you look at what Ashley has to do in HCD, or you talk to someone like Rashawn Austin or Dr. Robinson, they will walk you through how one of the reasons that we are 30 to 40,000 units of affordable housing short is specifically that formula.
So that is we're dealing with a lot of things that's not impacting the real issue. And so I want us to start talking about and putting together, solutions. We got to, if it's going to make sense, so what are you all doing and how are we supposed to help as well as legislators? How do we come together to put a plan in? And I hear what you're saying. That's almost an impossible lift. But I'd like to know what we're actually doing, because we're not going to just lie down and say, okay, oh, well. Right. What we have to do something internally to cushion that, as well as fight for our city. What is Detroit doing that we're not doing? Like, why is it Detroit? Or why is it the other city? Why can't it be Memphis? Memphis is the largest Black city in America. We should have some consideration. So we got to have somebody fighting for us every day when it comes to these formulas and making some noise, writing some letters, getting on a national platform. What are we doing to fight for our city?
Okay. So let's drill down from the lowest level up high, and I'll do it really quick. With respect to the divisions, they have individuals there when we apply for grants to explain the match. And if the formulary or the formula is inconsistent with current standard, then we communicate with our intergovernment relations office. And that
Who is that? Who's over that office?
So that's Mr. Haley Simmons and Ms. Lydia Holmes.
Can they come back and talk to us about that at the next meeting? I don't want an in-depth conversation about it. That's a side note. Go ahead and get through. I'm going to interrupt.
And so, just so you know as well, This is not new to the administration. Each administration has had this office, and then they contract federal lobbyists as well as state lobbyists to communicate and to lobby on our behalf.
Our federal and state lobbyists, do they give you all a report on what they're doing and how they're winning and all that kind of? Do we get that report?
We do get that.
Can y'all forward that to us?
I mean, yes, ma'am. And so one of the things that's been missing is, you're right, is the communication back to the body. One of the things that I think you got to consider as well is, I do believe that you all have a lobbyist as well, and we collectively
at the state level, though.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
And so we collectively put together a legislative agenda in which we ask on behalf of the city of Memphis, along with Shelby County, to lobby these particular issues. So I think what you're asking and what you're saying is correct. One, it needs to be a more public conversation. That's first.
Robust.
But then second of all, we have to be on the same page, because again, excuse me, if you all have a lobbyist and we have a lobbyist, we should be aligned with respect to asking for the change in these formulas.
Oh, most definitely. But we just have a state lobbyist, so I don't know where that,
Yeah.
Huh? We do? Who is our? No, I meant the council. I'm talking about the council, because you're asking, you're saying we have a lobbyist and y'all have a lobbyist. What I'm saying is our lobbyist is at the state level. We don't have a federal lobbyist like you all do, but I do agree that every lobbyist should have that as one of their top priorities for us getting some more revenue. Once you right size, we got to next get all the money that's due us. So
no, I get that, and what I mean by we is, we have to stop looking at each other as separate. We have a lobbyist. Now, what has happened is the council has decided to get their lobbyists at the state in the administration. We need to coordinate so that our efforts are more impactful as we move forward.
Absolutely.
And so again, the lobbyists that the administration has under contract, they lobby on behalf of the city. And so, again, it's just the report that needs to come back to you all as to where we're going and how that's being impacted.
And don't get me wrong, I totally agree with you, but I was just making for clarity's sake, for public consumption, that the city council hasn't hired a federal lobbyist. We have a state one. You all have contracted a federal lobbyist.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
together, I do agree that they both should come together and all of us say the same thing. And I would like at the next meeting to have a clear and robust discussion of where we are on this, if that's okay, Chairman, in the Budget Committee. I know you may know all the ins and outs about it, but I think we need to know.
Happy to do it. I think it's important. And the one thing is I would say, yes, we will do that. What would be very helpful is if members, because we're going to go back-to-back weeks, so I guess it may be tougher. But I think the thing that I always, yes, ma'am. I think the thing that I just to level set some expectations for members is, and the reason it always sounds like the administration is dancing around is because you guys know this. I mean, every time a law or a funding package out of the federal government or state government comes, there's some formula, and sometimes they use one and just kind of apply it, and other times they come up with others. And there are so many of them. I sat on TASER in a meeting last week or 2 weeks ago and listened to 3 or 4 different state funding programs for the same thing that use different platforms and formulas. And that's one of the things they're trying to figure out is how do you make it easier on the post-grant? I guess what I'm getting at is if there is a specific division, like let's just take, and I know it's all divisions because every dollar helps, but like if it's parks and there's all this park funding out there, and one of the hardest things I think the city doesn't get out there, and why the reporting actually will help you all, the administration, is that yes, there are grants that we do not apply for because we don't have the 20% match that we can give, and it's frustrating for us because then the council will hear that we didn't apply for a $5 million grant, and it's because we didn't have $1 million that year to put into it. And so I think that's important to stipulate, and there's so many of those programs. Maybe you and I can get together and figure out how we distill it down into a meaningful conversation and with the administration to pick up kind of maybe the bigger ticket items like community development block grant and
housing is one that's very important, and because we're so short on the stock. So I think housing is a great one to really drive into as far as the first one, because I hear you saying, where do you even begin? Because they're everywhere, but housing is important right now.
Do you want to giggle? Do you really want to giggle? You just made the case for consolidation. I'm not kidding. The county government, we got 134 million. They got 161 million. The city could have had combined in one government entity over $300 million. But but I'm just giving you an example of like when these things start to come in, you'll start to understand why, like our structure, like there are things that we can work on our side to help the formula, and then there's the lobbying side. But this is why I like that the discussion's coming. I think we just have to figure out infrastructure, housing, transportation, some of those bigger hitter items, because
that's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Now,
well,
when you said that, and I hear what you're saying about consolidation, but in the interim, even though we haven't had consolidation, we have a commission, county commission, and a city council that all kind of somewhat feel the same way and think alike. When we have these retreats where we both get together, this should be the conversation on how do we use those individual dollars collectively, even before we, outside of a consolidation. We are where we are. They got the money, we got the money, we all in the same area. How do we have a shared pathway forward while even, before we get to the consolidation. But I hear what you're saying, but we got to make it work where we are right now. And if they got 161 and we got however much we got, let's sit down and talk about what is the plan, the overall plan, because we all share the same space.
Amen.
So I agree with that, but I definitely want to add that to the budget committee if you would,
I'd be
Chairman,
happy to.
beginning at the next meeting.
Yeah, and I'd love to meet with you and Chief Adams to talk about those things. And by the way, any member that has something specific, email us, and we will work it in. We may take a couple meetings to work through, but we'll definitely do it.
One other thing, if you would, that I want to put out here so we can talk about, and I did, I mentioned it, the stadium. Where are we on the stadium transfer?
Can I intervene on that?
Would that be budget?
I'm okay to do that, but what I'd like to do is can we come back to that once we get through the budget stuff today and add that to new business?
Okay.
If we've got time left over, and if not, we'll bring it back. Because I've got a few questions too.
All righty. On the so we're gonna bring it back.
Yeah, well, no. Let's put a pin in it for right now, and we'll bring it back. If we've got time at the end of budget, we'll bring it up, and if not, we'll bring it back. I've got Councilman Warren and then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton in the queue, and then we're going to move on to the bonds, bond refinancing updates, and then into the resolution, and then if we've got time, Councilwoman Logan's inquiry about the stadium. Councilman Warren, Dr. Warren.
Mine's pretty quick. It's for Mr. Jameson, and it can be a nod of the head. I understand you're saying at the end of October we're going to be ready with COAT. Does that mean we're exiting the southeast corner of Overton Park and they're going to be moving forward with what they're planning with the zoo and the park after October 1st?
Councilman Warren, I can tell you they're out of North Parkway. They've been out for months. They vacated that space.
So the trucks that I've seen there, I mean,
those may
trucks?
belong to the zoo, but as far as operations, they vacated that quite some time ago, sir.
Excellent. Okay. And I guess one of the things I think we need to look at as we're moving forward when it comes to housing is what can we do to make sure that instead of taking abandoned properties that are within city limits and turning them over to the county for sale, can we take whatever agreement we have with the county trustee and negate that agreement and sell it ourselves and get control of that property within the city so we can take our blighted properties and somehow be able to use them, control them? So let's look at that. I don't want to answer now.
Yes, sir.
I just want you to put that in your head. That's something I think we need to be moving toward because I think it's going to help us. I'm sure there's an agreement. There's a way to get out of an agreement. And then if we do that, then we'll be in control of that. And I think that may get us where we need to be as far as housing.
But I just don't want a little bit of misinformation to be out. I do want to make sure that we're clear. So the county has foreclosure authority. I mean, so that they can foreclose on property. However, we've always worked with the county to get a donation of the property back to our inventory if we knew we had an imminent sale. And they've been very cooperative with us. There may be opportunities that they may have to redevelop the area or the property, so they may keep it, and then we have competing interests. But
do we not have foreclosure?
No, sir, we don't.
Okay.
We don't. Only the county does.
And that's by state law?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It does sound like another. Yeah.
Will consolidation help supervision?
We do have lien authority, and of course, any taxes or fees or fines that are attached to the property, we can recoup from the sale. But as far as taking that property, that goes first. But I just want to make sure that we're all clear. We do have a good relationship with the county, and then we are able to get donations, in which we've done so in the past.
I'd like to just touch on one last
sorry, I was
thing
pulled
before
out.
no problem, before we move completely away from this section, because it addresses a question that was asked as we prepared this document. We move forward real quickly to the last page. If you look here, hopefully it'll update your screen here shortly. There was a question about the formalized budget book for FY25, and it's available. So if my technology will work, which is not working, you can click on a link, and that link is available to you. It'll take you right to the budget book. So this is a combined budget book. It has both the city operating budget as well as the capital improvement program budget for FY25. It's available to the public. It's available to you with this link. I can walk through a couple of quick sections so you can see it. You can download sections of it, or you can download the whole document at your leisure. It will come to your email account. Have the mirror there. This is the capital improvement plan.
As much fun as this is, I'm going to keep it, but I hear you.
Okay.
I was out of the room. I think that, let me ask the pertinent question that maybe Councilman Warren was getting at on the zoo. Who currently owns the property? Is it ready and available for occupancy under the agreement between the OPC and the zoo, or whoever the pertinent parties? Is it ready for them? I think is the question you're really getting at, Jeff. Is that fair?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, have they started moving in?
I think that's where he's really getting at.
Earlier today
we're moved
when they were
out.
here, but
Where are we in their ability to take possession?
Some level of occupancy, yes, but full improvement of the property that it's used for the intended purpose long term, no. I think there's some construction and there's some items that they need to take care of and moving forward.
Who is the they?
The zoo.
All right, let's use no more pronouns.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No more. Gotcha. The zoo. Okay. Yeah. I refer back to the original proper noun, which is the zoo.
So Overton Park Conservancy is still planning on doing their construction there, because you're talking about a $35 million fundraising campaign.
That's probably for OPC to answer.
In our first
Okay. All right, Jeff, if you don't mind, can I put a pin in this one? And this actually seems like a lot of moving pieces that may need to come back to your committee. Because I just started phase 3. So let's, in the interest of the day, I'd actually like to hear an update on that. Let's move on. I'm sorry. Let's move on to, I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. And then let's move on after she's completed her inquiries and comments to the bond update. Councilwoman, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. What I would like to do is, I think I'm going to do what you suggested for Councilwoman Logan, because the questions that I have, I want to make sure that it's appropriate to be asked before I go too deep down in what I want to know, okay? So I'll just hold it for right now. I'm positive.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All right, colleagues. Again, I just specific to FY24 and how we move forward, I apologize that you didn't have the appropriation statements. We'll rectify that going forward, that you have ample time and have the opportunity to work through that. It is a process. We will get better. If something was not in the presentation, or you think there's a better way that we can do it, there is no pride and ownership of the process. Please, we'll take all constructive criticism to make it better for you and for the public. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Walker, let's talk debt. And real quick, Chief Person, I will take a moment of privilege and just say thank you so much. What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. But I do want to say, I'll say this, and Antonio and Chief Adams and Chief Financial Officer Person have said this over and over again. And look, it's kind of like me. You're sitting there and you're saying, well, this is not how it went the last few years. But I appreciate the desire of wanting to be more transparent, wanting to provide more information to the council, wanting to say it's us, it's not a we and you. Obviously, we have responsibilities by the charter that are separate and require us to not necessarily be adverse, but have those responsibilities. But I just really appreciate the partnership that we've had so far. And I'm just telling you, it's just making everything so much better. It certainly makes me want to get down here, and get to work on these things. So I just continually want to thank both of you guys. All right. 50 cent discount by the Fed. You priced in on that yet?
Yes, all that's been taken into consideration in the market.
All right, colleagues, I'm going to read these in. We're going to take items 3 and 4 together. They are reports. There is no action. This is required. Item number 3 is a report on debt obligation for the issuance of the $135,345,000 general improvement refunding bond series 2024A, all council districts. And item number 4, a report on debt obligation for the issuance of the $85,290,000 general improvement refunding bond series 2024B, all council districts.
All right, I will go quickly with these presentations. We'll start with the 24A bonds. Again, par amount, $135 million in change. Again, I'm looking at the first page of the information that was handed to you. Towards the middle to the right, TIC at 3.64%. At the bottom to the left, you'll see that the bonds were sold via a competitive sale. For these bonds, B of A Securities submitted the winning bid to the city with the lowest TIC. Bottom in the middle, the bonds closed on August 7th of this year. Going to the second page, at the top, you'll see that the bonds were issued to pay off outstanding commercial paper. And then towards the bottom, again, B of A Securities submitted the winning bid, and a total cost of issuance, including underwriter's discount, $695,000 in change. And then let's skip the next 3 pages and go to the last page, which has the bond debt service. You see the debt service on the 2024A bonds. The bonds mature in fiscal year 2044. And then looking at the last page, we have the MWBE analysis. Again, the fees at the top is where the city had an opportunity to select the MWBE firm. Fees at the top total $410,000 in change. Of that amount, 69.4% was paid to MWBE, 68.8% paid to an MBE, and 99.4% paid to a firm with local presence. Towards the bottom, where we did not have any opportunity to select the MWBE firm, fees totaled $285,000 in change. And overall, MWBE participation was 40.9%, MBE participation 40.5%, and local participation 58.6%. And that's the report on the 24As. Let's turn to the 24Bs. Again, looking at the first sheet, par amount $85,290,000. Towards the middle to the right, TIC was at 4.129%, And at the bottom, the bonds were sold via negotiated sale. The city selected Siebert Williams Shank & Co., which is a minority firm, to serve as the lead underwriter on the transaction. The bonds closed August 14th of this year. Going to the second page, at the top to the right, you'll see the bonds were issued to refund for savings, the series 2012A, 2014A, 2014B, 2015C, and the 2016 GO bonds. And at the bottom, total cost of issuance, including underwriter's discount, $586,000 and change. And again, you see that Siebert Williams Shank & Co. was the lead underwriter on the transaction. Let's skip the next 2 pages and then go to the debt service on the bonds. You see that these bonds, the 24B bonds, mature in fiscal year 2045. You got the principal and interest payments there. And then the next page shows the savings analysis. The first column being the debt service on the old bonds, the 14, the 15, the 12, and the 16. The column to the right of that is the debt service on these bonds. Column to the right of that shows the savings or the difference in debt service on an aggregate basis or gross basis, $9.9 million in savings over the life of the bonds. On a PV basis, savings is about $6.7 million. And then the final page has the MWBE analysis. In this instance, the underwriting team, their fees are at the top, whereas on the 24A bonds, the fees were at the bottom. And that is because we selected the underwriter. And we had the opportunity to select the MWBE firm as the lead, and we did. So these fees total $459,000, of which 74% went to an MWBE firm, 73.5% went to an MBE firm, and 71.6% went to a firm with local participation. Towards the bottom, got another $127,000 in fees where we did not have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm. And overall, MWBE participation, 57.9%, MBE participation, 57.5%, local participation, 56%. And that concludes my report.
Questions, comments? See you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 2. This is about to get read in. Resolution approving the use of $2,500,000 from compounded interest earned on the proceeds of Accelerate Memphis bonds to fund the traffic engineering camera mesh project GA07011. All council districts sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same night minutes. Moved by Spurgeon Washington, seconded by Canale. Administration, let's talk about the project and then the justification for the same night minutes request.
Okay, so the $2.5 million that has been requested for the camera mesh project came out of the initial efforts of the mayor during his campaign as well as his first few months in office. One of his primary pillars was public safety. And to that end, he had focused heavily on building out a camera network that would allow for the integration of the camera system with FUSIS and others that you heard about to create a safer environment for our citizens. One of the key investment components was this $2.5 million to get the project started. During the course of the budget process, we initially, I think we thought it had been budgeted for, but it had not been quite budgeted for. And so in the process, we did allocate $2.5 million in accumulated interest to fund this project. These cabs or the appreciation bonds that were part of Accelerate Memphis generated revenues which would be considered for capital improvement, and this does meet the requirement for capital improvement in that regard. All right, speaking of same night minutes, the project is kind of waiting to get underway for implementation, and it is a phased project, so that was one of the reasons for the request for same night.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pull the same night minutes, but only because we have a 1 week gap, and it just doesn't seem like it's super necessary. So I'd rather just give people time to, in case anybody has questions or comments. I got it. I mean, it's not huge, but we got 7 days. Any objection to that? it puts it on public notice.
I don't think a week will hurt us. I just want everyone to understand this is a part of this really is a traffic re-engineering project. So what we're going to do is upgrade a lot of our traffic signals. And I think there was a lot of conversation a couple of weeks ago, if you recall, there was that really horrific traffic accident that happened on out in East Memphis. And so they were asking for better camera footage. And what this will do, this project, and what the mayor wants to do is upgrade the traffic signal system, place cameras there so that we can then help with respect to that. So again, it's a more robust opportunity for us to place cameras within the city to help us, one, control traffic, our traffic, but then also work as a public safety tool.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody's supportive of that. I think, and again, I just went on this whole about trust. I think more it's, look, let's do this.
No fight from us. We understand.
Yeah, no. I got it. I think, again, just people may have more questions or comments or interest. They may want to go ride around and see it. They may want to talk to MPD. They may want to talk to whatever. So, they may want to talk to Mr. Keene about the whole project. But what I'm willing to do, we can do one of two things, unless there's an objection. I'm happy to move it down without same 9 minutes and let them have a vote. They can ratify it in the minutes the following week, or we can have it on next week's agenda and the administration can ask next week that night if the body's comfortable, the body can then move so they can vote on it next week and they can have it with same 9 minutes and ratify it next week. But I just think giving everybody a week is probably just appropriate. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take off the same 9 minutes. We are going to put it on a vote to move it for the 8th with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor of doing so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item passes. Is there any other business before? Oh, yes. We have some additional time. So we actually have till 11, but in the sake of trying to move the day forward, let's take till 10:30 and let's dive in really quickly. If there's a quick update on, unless the administration's not prepared, but Councilwoman Logan, if you'd like to take the floor and restate your question.
I'm not looking for very detailed technical. I just need to know where we are on the project as a whole, high level overview. Have we already finalized the transfer? Where we are on the funds and the renovations. I was out there at the Classic and I noticed they had torn down that part and I was like, okay, we're on the move. But yeah, and a whole big while. But I want to know, where we are on the whole project and particularly the transfer.
The transfer is not quite complete. One of the things that is being worked through are some of the operational agreements that flow from the transfer and operation of the stadium to the university. So that again is not, there's not an obstacle, but they have to understand some of the operational items. Excuse me, such as like our beverage contract. Are they going to accept the beverage contract or are they going to go with a new beverage contract? And so those things have to be negotiated and worked through. I understand some may say, well, why didn't they consider that? But there are a lot of details that you don't necessarily anticipate or consider when you're transferring. But quite honestly, the major details or major issues with respect to the transfer have been worked through. It's just those minor details that they are moving through, and we anticipate that we will close on that soon.
So are those things non-negotiables for them that could, if we don't work out the way they want to work out, that it could below the transfer?
I think we've moved beyond the non-negotiables. So we've agreed on those major principal items.
So are we looking at that transfer to happen very soon if we've worked through all of those things?
Yes, ma'am. I'm hesitant about giving you a date because as soon as I give you a date,
I wasn't asking for a date, but I'm saying if we work through all of them, it seemed like we don't have anything to wait on. They should go ahead. Where are we on the financials of the money that we receive from the state in terms of the renovations? Where are we on those?
Yes, ma'am. We're right, as we pay this latest round of expenditures, we're right about $92 million.
how much, what was the total? We got 120?
Well, there was 120 that was allocated to Simmons Bank Liberty Stadium, and then there was 230 that was allocated to the FedEx Forum project.
Okay, so how much of the renovations have we completed as it relates to the monies we have available for, or are we responsible for that? I know, does us transferring it put it on? Once we transfer, all the expenses and expenditures will be on them, but before we transfer, it's on us, right?
So let's take a step back, just briefly. When the project was being designed and conceptualized, the university participated with the administration. So the current design and construction plan, along with the architects and the construction contractor, was all solidified and selected jointly with the city and the university. Then the transfer idea came to fruition, and we moved forward with that. With that being said, we needed to move forward with the project. Right now, as I understand, there has been demo work on the east side of the stadium, and that is in anticipation for them to start construction. But where we are from a percentage standpoint, I can get more details and update you on that. But I can say to you that notwithstanding, the same iteration of construction and design would have occurred if the stadium was in our hands, not to be transferred, or if it was transferred to the university's hands. So we are moving forward with the original plan. And
I guess what I'm asking is, who's responsible for the money? Like, if because we haven't signed it, who's responsible for the cost of the construction at this point?
We still jointly move forward and pay bills for the construction because it is still in our hands. We have not transferred the money, nor have we transferred the stadium. Once that occurs, then the university will get what was agreed upon as far as their transfer minus whatever bills we had to pay. And we are communicating with the university to let them know, here are the bills, here's what we have to pay, and here's your remaining balance. And so they would get that.
So you know how we have cost overruns and you have things you didn't foresee and all that kind of different stuff. If we don't have enough money to pay for the entire project while it's in our hand, who's responsible for paying for it at this point?
So that's a real open-ended and speculative question.
Well, not necessarily, because we've had that before.
The best that I can provide now is the university understands and is actively participating in the construction process and in the construction project management. We do have Director Walker that participates on our side as well to let us know if there is, to your point, that cost overrun. That is not our responsibility at this point. And I understand why we, a lot of people say, well, yeah, it is. No, it's not at this point, because we have agreed to transfer the stadium and the project along with the proceeds to this. So
when you say agreed, you mean verbally or in writing?
Well, we do have most of them in writing. There are some details that are not. And so what I don't want to do is get too far in the detail and mess up. I
want it at a high level,
yeah.
But I definitely want to make sure that, and we can talk offline, I just want to make sure we're going to get that transfer done so it won't be anything on us.
I understand.
It'll be on them.
I understand. I understand.
Because just, because things happen in terms of this market that we're in. We have seen where you all have had to come back because of overruns, and it's just understandable. But I think things simple like this will keep us from getting caught up in, oops, we didn't, we haven't, and then they were like, well, no, I ain't trying to pay that much money. Well, that ain't what we agreed on, and that ain't how much you got from the state. So things like that, let's just go ahead and say, hey, you either, like my grandma used to say, you either gonna do it or get off the pot. But let's, I just wanted to have that update because there's so many things going on, and you guys do an amazing job. We all have to help, keep things moving along, and we'll hear something from you all and be like, okay, we worked it all out, then move on. Then a year later, we're like, well, we didn't never sign the paper. And so I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would say too, just not to belabor the point, but do keep in mind that the university, its boosters, its administration are trying to raise a significant amount of money on their own. So they have contracts and expectations with their donors to make this. They are equally financially motivated to ensure that this project happens, which I understand is outside of the day-to-day of a project management, but from a financial recourse standpoint, they are feeling just as much pressure for what that's worth, which is a good thing because it keeps them
Which is
accountable.
good, so that's why I was thinking everybody is all up for it. Go on and sign the papers. Let's go and do this. So we can rah behind you and give you the support you need at that point when it's on your dollar and dime and in writing. So I'm glad that we're, doing this if it's healthy for the city and everybody gonna be excited and we're gonna be that college town as well. But let's go ahead and finalize so it won't be on us because we can't afford to add anything else to our budget. All right, thank you.
I'll take the Coliseum for $1 and just knock it down for you if you want me to. That's right. I'm going to get in trouble. He's going to be like, how's he going to do that? Yes, ma'am, Councilwoman.
Chair, before we close out this committee, on Councilman Spinoza's resolution, I have a friendly amendment to his slide in relation to the variance.
Councilwoman, is that a motion to reconsider item number 5?
It is, please.
May I have a second to reconsider? That's been seconded. Item number 5, a resolution requesting quarterly updates from each division and department of the city of Memphis on CIP and operating status all council districts is on the floor for discussion and or amendments. Councilwoman Green.
Chair, on the example slide that we were given in relation to our discussions around a significant variance, I would like a line added to that slide that just says the variance percentage to date. That way, with each item, we're updated whether we're falling within that 4 to 5%, or hopefully less.
Councilman Green, thank you. That motion's been on the floor. Is there an objection from the sponsor or is accepted as a friendly amendment?
No objection. Totally accepted and appreciate it.
Thank you. That amendment has been accepted. I'll move this to be sent down with a positive recommendation as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair is an aye. This item will go down with positive recommendation as amended. Colleagues, any other business before the Budget Committee? Seeing none, I have been informed that the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee will be convening at 10:45. That is
September 24th, 2024. I hereby call the Economic Development Committee to order. Miss Alicia Green, other Miss Green, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Chair Green. Councilman Canale.
All right, and I'm present and I observe a quorum. We have one item on the agenda. Item number 1 is a resolution requesting the Memphis Center City Revenue Finance Corporation to issue its economic development revenue bond in the principal amount not to exceed $16 million. I want to make sure that's right in the caption. And to loan the proceeds thereof to the city of Memphis, Tennessee for the purpose of funding a portion of the project and for the other purposes set forth herein, consenting to the terms regarding the issuance, sale, and delivery of the Economic Development Revenue Bond, and authorizing the city of Memphis, Tennessee to accept such borrowing from the Memphis City Center Revenue Finance Corporation for the purposes set forth herein, authorizing the preparation, execution, and delivery of a trust, indenture, a loan agreement, a bond purchasing documents with respect to the financing, and authorizing certain other matters and all necessary actions with respect to the foregoing. District 7 and Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. I'm pretty sure that was the longest caption ever. I think I do. Okay. We have a motion by Canale, second by Ford. Is there anyone here from the administration to speak on this item?
Yes, Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, City of Memphis. So we have a brief presentation. I was hoping that Chief Adams and Chief Person would be here to talk more in details about the project, but I know a little bit. Yeah, I noticed that. All right, thank you. I appreciate your confidence. All right, so let's go get started with the presentation. Let's see, how do I go set it? Yeah, that's it. All right. You know what? If you would. No, I sit over here. You work that far. We're going to get it together, y'all. Right. All right, so we got two problems that we're trying to address with the issuance of these bonds. The first problem is 100 North Main project. So the city committed $10 million of Accelerate Memphis bond proceeds towards the project for parking infrastructure improvements. The Accelerate Memphis bonds are GO bond proceeds, which means that they're secured by the city's full faith and credit and taxing authority. And those GO bonds have very restrictive uses regarding the proceeds of which. The developer, working with finance and bond counsel, was not able to identify a sufficient amount of projects for 100 North Main that could be funded using GO bond proceeds. So that's the problem.
So I think to clarify, Councilman Warren, there are certain restrictions for the GO bonds and what they can be issued for and certain projects, if I'm hearing you correctly. And when they went through the list of projects that needed to be completed, they did not qualify legally or technically under the GO bond terms.
You said it much better than I did.
Was that any clearer? Okay.
That is correct. Usually with GO bond proceeds, the state's constitution says that it got to be owned by the city, and this project is not owned by the city and got to be for public use. In the case of this project, it's owned by the developers, and although the use is considered to be public, the fact that it's not owned by a governmental entity means that we can't use GO bond proceeds for the project. The solution is the city could issue debt secured by non-property tax revenue through CCRC to fund the city's $10 million commitment. And these bond proceeds, because they're not GO bond proceeds and not secured by the city's taxing authority, they have fewer restrictions than the GO bond proceeds does. The second problem that we're trying to address with the issuance of these bonds is AutoZone Park. In 2020, thank you. In 2020, Major League Baseball established its Professional Development League, or PDL, which created standards for all of the minor league ballparks. AutoZone Park received a list of the following improvements that needs to be made to it in order for the park to be compliant with PDL standards. The first one is enhanced safety netting. Second one is improved field LED lighting. And the third one is improvements to the batting cage area. And again, these renovations must be completed prior to opening day, so that we're on a very tight schedule to get the renovations completed. And because although the city owns the park, the Redbirds operate it, so any improvements made to the park would be done to the benefit of the Redbirds, which is not a governmental entity, and therefore we cannot use CO bond proceeds for this project either. The solution, just like the other one, we can issue debt secured by the city's non-property tax revenue through CCRC to pay for the renovations. Next slide. So the resolution that you have before you for your consideration does a couple of things. One, it authorizes CCRC to issue on behalf of the city its Economic Development Bond Series 2024B in an amount not exceeding $16 million. And the bond proceeds will be used to, one, provide $10 million of funding for 100 North Main, $5 million of funding for AutoZone Park improvements, and pay for the cost of issuance associated with the bonds. And the bonds should be sold via a direct placement to Webster Bank. The city sent out an RFP for quotes, and Webster Bank had the lowest TIC for the city. The bond resolution also approves the forms of the following document: a trust indenture which set forth the terms of the 24B bond, a bond purchase agreement which provides the terms of the sale of bonds to Webster Bank, and then the actual 2024B bond, which obligates CCRC to make debt service payments to Webster Bank, and a loan agreement which provides that the city will make loan payments in amount equal to the debt service on the bonds to CCRC, and the city will use non-property tax revenue to make those debt service payments. Next slide, we have an estimated source and usage of funds. Right now we're expecting we're going to issue about $15.2 million in bonds. Again, 10 for 100 North Main, 5 for AutoZone Park. It got a little over $200,000 in issuance costs. The next slide. Presently, we're thinking we're going to close the transaction around October 30th. The bonds have a final maturity and on October 1, 2029, and a term just under 5 years. And in today's market, we're looking at a TIC of 3.85%. The next slide has the annual debt service on the bonds. It's just under $3 million per year. And then finally, we get to the MWBE participation, estimated participation. Again, fees at the top, where we have an opportunity to select a local firm or MWBE firm, got $114,000. Only $37,000 of which is MWBE, that's 32.5%. And then local participation, $100,000. Fees at the bottom, where we don't have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm. We got the Regents Bank trustee, we got MCCRC, their fee, and their Regents Council fee, all totaling just $89,000. So total $203,000 in change. MWB participation 18.2%, local 93.4%. We made it.
That was maybe longer than the caption, but not by much. For the record, I just want to say that Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, and Councilman Carlisle have arrived, as well as our esteemed mayor. Thank you for joining us. I know you're trying to be sneaky in the back, but we see you. I just wanted, one, to level set for some of my new colleagues. I am familiar with the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation through my work on the county side, and just to make sure that everybody knows what that is. So I don't know if you or Chief Adams want to explain what the CCFRC is for the council members and what they do, the current board makeup.
Okay, so the Center City Revenue Finance Corporation is an entity that provides support for downtown and to some extent midtown, between the parkways type of development. They sponsor all types of projects. They have the ability within their auspices, especially in their industrial development board, to provide for pilots. They also have the ability to issue some debt. They have the ability to foster development on a variety of different fronts. With, I believe they have both city and county appointees with certain ones that are appointed by the city, certain ones that are appointed by the county, and then some that are jointly appointed, I believe, if it's still the same structure as it was years and years ago when I was on it. But they are very instrumental in helping with downtown and between the parkways types of development projects. They differ from EDGE in that capacity.
And this resolution, this issuance of bond for these two projects has been reviewed by said board.
Not yet. We will go to, we will present resolution to their board on October the 8th.
Okay. Can you also speak to, we've had some, I guess, conversations in this room and throughout our budget time, and then since then about our bond rating and what this impact could be on our bond rating issuing this $16 million?
Thank you for that question. Currently, our aggregate bond rating from two rating agencies has only changed in the outlook format. We maintain the same rating that we had, which was AA. We've just changed outlook. We were at a neutral outlook, and we've moved to a negative outlook for two. One maintained the neutral outlook. So in a large part, that was driven by several factors. One was the extraordinarily large amount of fund balance we used last year as a result of some of the challenges that we discussed earlier this morning. The other aspect came from a standpoint, and this was a bigger issue across our overall debt portfolio, is that most of the bond rating agencies are using now what they call a broad or universal rating platform. So they're looking at the overall indebtedness of the municipality as a whole. So that would include MLG&W, that includes our revenue bonds, that includes what's within the city, as opposed to looking at the entities as separate. So you start to see a lot of homogenization or blending of the view of debt capacity. So I said all that to say that if you look at our overall debt portfolio, this $16 million won't have a big impact in the grand scheme of things, because we're at, I think the city has $1.4 billion in debt. MLG&W add-on, we're over $2 billion in debt from a broad standpoint. So you talk about $16 million relative to that.
And can you give me an estimate of the number that changed our outlook from positive to negative? How many millions that was?
Well, it wasn't necessarily as much millions. It was more or less kind of the impact of the use of fund balance.
So just using, but how much of fund balance did we use?
Altogether, $74.5 million.
Okay.
Of course, we did have some positive impacts. If we look back at the budget hearing, like for instance, use of money was well ahead of budget expectations. And then we did get a prior year adjustment that helped us out a lot as well.
I only ask these things because we're looking at this $16 million, but I know there is another one coming down the pipeline. If we start adding up, I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind, as you reminded us multiple times during budget hearings, to look at our bond rating and our outlook and making sure that we're keeping that positive. So as we add debt, I want us to be mindful of that.
Understood. Yes, ma'am.
I have right now just one councilman in the queue, Councilman Warren.
Can you tell me where the non-property tax revenue occurs? What is that non-property tax revenue that MCCRFC has, or is that what we're going to pay them with?
Exactly. That's what we're going to pay them with.
And what is that?
When we look at the revenue in the debt service fund, I think we got about $176 million in revenues, and that includes property tax revenues of around, I'm speaking of numbers from FY 2024, property tax revenues around $120 million. Then we got restricted revenues of around another $20 million.
We have this says non-property tax
Yes.
revenue. That's what we're securing it with, right?
That's correct. So that's what's not included of the 176. So we got about $142 million or so. That's not included. Everything else was include sales tax revenues, subsidy payments we get from the federal governments, as well as other payments. You know, $1 million here, $1 million there, add up to around $32 million that we got in non-property tax revenue last year. And so we can use any of those funds, anything except for property tax revenues, as well as restricted revenues such as TDZ revenues. All of that can be used, as well as the fund balance. In FY 2024, we got an estimated committed fund balance of about $42 million. So when we look at the debt service fund, all the expenditures exceed the revenue that's flowing in on an annual basis by about $5 or $6 million. So each year we're going to use about $5 million of the debt service fund to pay the debt service for the next couple of years. But then we get to what we refer to as the promised land when we get to the debt cliff, where debt service decreases by about $46 million. So we'll have an extra $40 million or so coming into the debt service fund.
So this is the first hit on that. That's what it looks like, right?
Yes, yes. And now I mentioned that we got a reserve fund balance of about $44 million or something like that.
It used to be about 90, right?
Not during my time at
Like
the city.
it's in the 85. I mean, it
could have been.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
could have been
before last year.
I think if I were to look at, so if memory serves me correctly, I think last year fund balance may have been in the about $50 million or
Mr.
so.
Person, what was our fund balance before?
Oh, you may be speaking about the general fund balance. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I'm speaking about the debt service fund balance.
Okay,
We
okay.
got a separate fund balance for the debt service fund.
I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was confusing those two.
Yes, sir. Not a problem. So I believe we do have sufficient capacity using non-ad revenues to pay not only the debt service on this project, but also the project that was mentioned
So
briefly.
this is the fund balance in our bond program that we
Yes,
keep. So we got
yes.
$45 million in that.
That is correct. Yes.
I feel a lot better knowing that.
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I heard that you are on the CCRF, so I don't know what this organization is. And could you explain a little bit more? I think you said something, but I kind of zoned out a minute on something else. Could you explain to me who they are and what they do?
Want to do it again, Chief?
So CCRFC stands for Center City Revenue Finance Corporation. And they have a variety of entities that exist under they're part of the DMC, or the Downtown Memphis Corporation. So this particular entity serves along with, basically as their industrial development board. And the industrial development board allows for them to issue pilots, to provide debt financing, to provide other types of financing for entities, if memory serves me correctly, and again, I hadn't been on that board in over 10 years, but within the parkways. So the focus is typically downtown, but you can go, I think the border is actually North Parkway, South Parkway, and East Parkway. And anything within that zone, they're allowed to take pretty much the same level of actions and activities on that you would see with the Edge Industrial Development Board. And in that capacity, they can provide debt, which is what's happening here. They can provide pilots. They can serve other ways to foster development, growth, and expansion within that geographic footprint.
Did that answer your question,
Yeah,
Councilwoman?
so there's another question I have. Was 100 North Main purchased with CCFR, whatever that abbreviation, those things, those letters there?
No, I believe it was purchased by a private group of investors.
Here in Memphis?
Yes, ma'am. some from Memphis.
The
or at least
mayor,
majority
the
from
mayor's
Memphis.
dying to jump in on this one.
I will definitely give him.
So,
he was the head
you
of
know,
DMC,
my,
so
yeah,
I will
my
definitely give him
concern
the
is
mic.
making
I will
sure
move.
that,
I always let him speak if he wants to.
you know, it's always, you know, we always paint a real good picture of this and that, and the taxpayers and the tax dollars on all these projects, and all this money comes up to all these entities and all these organizations and all these boards that we don't know, we don't see, they don't come before us. You do an excellent job. Thank you. Appreciate it. Excellent job. But what we can't do is continue to do business like we do business. I understand the bonds, I understand the interest, you know, and I understand what we're trying to do. But all these private investors that do not put money back into our city, and we're not seeing not $1, and it becomes the taxpayers, on the taxpayers' shoulders of what's happening. We giggle and we laugh and we talk about all this stuff, but it does not produce an opportunity for us to get out of the mess that we're in, because we keep doing business the same way with the same people and getting the same results. Now, you might not like what I say, and I really don't care. I'm 9 months into this, and I know all of y'all are in this same sandbox playing together. And it's really ha 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 ha, but then ha 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 when it's on the backs of the poor people and majority black city. I understand the DMC, I understand all that, and that's your baby, that's your mayor, you know, all of that. But these pilots and the interest-free loans that we're getting, and our bonds being used, and debt, and, you know, and agreeing to how much money here's this is where are we moving the needle in this city, and where are these communities going to benefit from this? When are we going to see some relief in our black and brown communities? We need to see some relief. All of this. I said this at the beginning of the year. And it's the same people coming through these doors, doing the same thing. Ha, 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 ha. I don't sit on one board, and I'm glad I don't, because you probably wouldn't want me on your boards, because I probably can see through the shenanigans that we do all the time to us. I deal with a predominantly poor black communities. 315,000, they're poor, and Super District 8 gets nothing. They see nothing. Councilman Ford just said he's coming and he's going to rip this apart because it's time. But where is it benefiting? It's the same people in the same position. You're going to talk, man. I'm going to give you, I respect that. I'm going to give you your opportunity. But it's just time out for it. You come in here suited and booted. And the people are sick and tired of this. These are text messages, emails I'm getting from the people trying to find out, the same freaking developers. You won't even go outside and look to invite other people into our city so we can see growth. Because you got small-minded people doing business in the same box, and everybody else's pockets being filled with the same funding, with the same people. And that's not right. That is not right. The word of God says the poor would always be among us. And the least you've done it to him, to them, you've done it to him. And it's unacceptable. It's so unacceptable. And it's heart-wrenching to see the state of our city. And you say all the time, we speak positive over our city. Yes, we are. But you're going to keep doing business the same way? Make it make sense. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor, if you want to address the question about the ownership and purchase of 100 North Main.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for your comments, Councilwoman. I just wanted to add a little bit of context with regards to who actually purchased it. It was the Downtown Mobility Authority that actually purchased 100 North Main for $10 million back in 2021. There was a competitive RFP that went out, and we had 11 responses from all over the country. We landed on a local team that was led by Billy Orgel and Kevin Woods. They partnered with the team that came in second place, which was from Kansas City, a new developer to our community. And so they were the ones that have the ownership of the property. The city committed $10 million from Accelerate Memphis to support the redevelopment of the project. It was committed to that property
But what we found through this process is that $10 million from Accelerate Memphis can't legally be invested into that property because of the way the bonds are secured. So this is simply replacing the city's already pledged commitment to the project.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that context. And this may be a question for you or Chief Adams or Chief Person, I'm not sure. Since we had originally committed that, it was GO bond, so we had not put it out yet. So we don't have $10 million sitting around somewhere.
We do.
We do?
We do.
Okay, so there's $10 million from Accelerate Memphis that is now uncommitted.
Correct.
Okay. Just to clarify that. I have a couple more people in the queue and I want to get through this. Councilman Canale.
Hey, Mayor. How are you?
All right.
Thank you for being here. Chief Person, after the 74 that was spent out of the unassigned, what's our balance?
The current unassigned fund balance is right at $116 million.
We had 190 in that?
In total fund balance, we had right at 190.
We did?
We did not have it in unassigned fund balance. The reason unassigned fund balance is so strong right now is a couple of things. We got a lot of favorable headwinds that came in with our use of money. We made about $22 million on investments in short-term securities over the last year, and we had budgeted for about $7 million. So that gave us about a $15 million bonus. We got about $20 million in retrieved funds from FEMA for storm damage from years before, so they gave us about 35 additional dollars that are not recurring dollars, but they flow into our unassigned fund balance.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate that context, especially in light of the budget. Yeah, don't walk away. In light of the budget presentation that you gave us earlier with some of the other unexpected downturns, that's, I like to see the positive as well. And I know some of those, for example, like car registration fees and things like that, we've implemented new fee schedules, so hopefully they will improve in the next year as well. Next in the queue, I have Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. Before I ask the first question, to your point, when you all come with those quarterly reports, can you also, just like you shared this morning as to her point, can you also include monies that have come in or unexpected monies that we've gained from all of that other stuff to kind of balance it out so it won't seem so bad?
No.
And, what we'll, because a lot of times we're like, well, where did that money come from?
Well, no, in Councilwoman, we didn't get that far in the presentation.
Oh,
it was
okay.
like in subsequent pages, but we kind of started
veered off.
kind of freestyling it a little
I'm
bit.
glad we came back
but
to
it,
that.
it did talk to it.
Okay.
It spoke to that. If
All
you
right.
look back in that document that I presented.
Sounds good. And hopefully moving forward, well, we'll talk about that later. But my question was about the, how do you expand the boundaries? Well, CCRFC, DMC, they're all, they have boundaries that were set forth in when it started. The EDGE has, similar purposes, I'll say it like that. So, and most of all of that is for downtown. So from parkways to the river, is that what was said?
Well, no, EDGE has a much broader mandate, and you have to forgive me because I'm not an expert like some here. EDGE, I believe, can cover all of Shelby County.
Okay, so therefore,
whereas, but downtown Memphis Commission and CCRC is fairly confined.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it's a little broader than downtown, but it's not just as expansive as EDGE.
So, to Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, as well as some of us that have said, I'd like to also see the work that's being done to support bringing in business and economic development in the communities and outlying areas. We know, and I have no problem with some, having, I think it's good that we have DMC and CCRFC to make certain that our front door is kept, modern and progressive and all of that. But we have to have someone that is just as aggressive and robust programming for bringing economic development to the communities as well. So is that the only entity that we have for that, or specific entity? Is that EDGE? The EDGE board? Anybody can answer it if you don't feel comfortable. And I do see Ms. Massey, is it Dr. Massey? Dr. Massey in the back as well, or Mayor Young, actually, if you would. I just want to know what dedicated entities are working on bringing economic development to the communities, as well as, I think we've talked, and I know I've talked to Director Cash about some type of program that can help develop young developers, African-American developers, and partnering them with primes, and they may be a sub, but having a structured pathway forward to help them scale up or to be able to do these things, as well as helping them in those areas that they may not have the knowledge and the access where other developers have, so that they can begin these projects in our communities or in the communities that they're, related to. So if someone could speak to that, I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah, so the programs that you referenced for economic development citywide would be EDGE, as you mentioned. We also have the Community Redevelopment Agency, that's CRA. They really only act in the areas where they have what they call TIFs, and so that's uptown. I think there's one by the University of Memphis.
There's one in Raleigh.
South Memphis and Raleigh.
Well.
That's an EDGE TIF in Raleigh.
Okay, hold on. That's the EDGE TIF.
Yeah, that's an EDGE TIF.
All
and
right.
then we have Housing and Community Development, which is the entity by which we as a city really do the bulk of our community development work. You also have entities like G-Work in Whitehaven that is building itself up to be similar to what Downtown Memphis Commission is. And I would just point out one thing on Downtown Memphis Commission that makes it different is that it is what they call a business improvement district, and that means that every commercial property pays an additional assessment on top of their property taxes, and that's what makes it different and unique. And as communities look to wanting to form a similar entity, it really comes down to having that sustainable revenue stream. That's something I've talked a lot to G-Work about.
So, who would be the entity that would begin to develop a program that could identify, just say using the anchors that we use in Memphis 3.0, those corridors, those business corridors, who would be the entity that would begin to identify organizations in those communities and helping them to form a G-Work or whatever it was you said earlier, and get to a point, even if it's a certain amount, $25, it don't matter, $100,000, $2,500, whatever it could happen, to provide those pots of funding for outlying areas. So I guess when I'm asking the think tanks that are there to think about those things for downtown, what can we put in place to have those same conversations, dialogue, vision casting sessions for the community, but knowing that they have to put skin in the game as well, because some of them already just don't have the tools and the resources to know how do we form those just like they form them down there. But we have to have that going on simultaneously as we do downtown. So who would be the best entity to help with that?
I would say EDGE, as well as Housing and Community Development.
EDGE and HCD. And they're
entities.
both very helpful, but it could be, and doing all they can to assist communities, but it could be that communities don't know the questions to ask and who to go to. So if we could have a specific way forward, and then we could begin to identify those organizations that rise to the top, connect them with that, and have a way forward they could form these types of entities to bring those dollars to our communities and development. And I would like to work on a project like that to help get that going, because it's vitally important, because we keep coming down here talking about the same thing, and that's not moving the needle. That's not moving us forward and making this happen. So we got to have structures and avenues and tools in place to do that. So let's work on that, and I would love to get with you all to make that happen.
we'd be deeply supportive.
Now, my last question, hold on one second. The general fund, the debt service fund, the unassigned fund balance, I think it's a general fund that speaks to our credit rating, is that correct? Or that has to be at a certain level?
The general fund is the primary driver, but it really looks across our universe of fund balance. It really, that's what I meant about the bond rating agencies taking a much broader view. They're looking at everything from what MLG&W does to our basically our current operating funds, when I call operating funds. It'd be like sewer and stormwater, which are separate funds to the general fund. So it even considers our component units as part of our overall debt structure. So everything that operates and is associated with the city of Memphis is considered when they look at the aggregate bond rating. So yes, general fund is the primary driver, as it is for all aspects of government, but MLG&W's health and how it's financed and its operating fund balances even matters, all considered.
So one affects the other?
Yes, ma'am.
Is your department the department that is responsible for having the forecast of all of them and kind of helping to manage that and make sure that it doesn't adversely impact our credit rating, or being able to look ahead to see, okay, this is happening and that might affect our credit rating? Because I'm very, like I've shared with you, and it's very important to me, and I've even shared with you, Mayor, that it's very important that we keep a great credit rating and keep our interest rates down, and all of that, from insurance to everything else. But my question was, is your department the department that's responsible for the forecast in all of those areas and how they impact the other?
Well, we don't necessarily have the luxury of being able to forecast all that, but we are responsible for aggregating and reporting it.
When you say luxury,
when I say forecasting, I don't have the ability to gather information, say from a component unit, and forecast their performance because I don't have all of the data. But I do aggregate their financials into what we call our annual comprehensive financial report. So I do aggregate it and report it out, and that is our department responsibility. So from that standpoint, I do advise the mayor and the COO and others on where our debt structures are and how these transactions may affect our future debt structure. But it's more of a based on our past history and looking forward to say either this or that may have a material impact. Like if he was to come and say, hey, I want to buy this $1 billion something or other, I would say, well, that'd be a little dicey. But if it's
but if MLG&W does that, they're still going to impact us, right?
Well, if they have the rate increase and the things that benefit them in that regard, then they may be able to, given their structure.
So is there opportunity for collaboration, like to form some type of collaboration between all those entities that impact our debt service, Mayor, to where I know we can't necessarily direct what they do, they have boards and different things, but a collaboration on what the vision is so that we can ward off anything that could be adverse?
So what I just wanted to mention is, if you recall or look at the agenda, one of the items that's specifically stated on the agenda is to talk about our bond issue and our bond status, and that was in the budget committee. In our quarterly, we'll make sure that you all are apprised of this so that when LG&W or any component comes before you, you know that.
Absolutely.
So again, you're going to get a quarterly update from us as we collect the information. We will work together to make sure that we understand what happens prior to the execution. But to your point, we don't want to stop good work from being done if it's needed. But you will have that information. You'll be armed quarterly, and we'll be there to answer any questions that you may have. Let's say LG&W does come to you all with
purchase
urgent,
and all that. That's
urgent
not
expenditure.
Because we're not going to keep on raising the rate, but they might come to us for some money. We'll be informed, because I wasn't cognizant. I'm sure I've heard it or whatever over the 5 years, but I wasn't cognizant that what they do directly affects our rating, and whoever else is in that overview, that the state looks at. We need to do the same for those, entities as well. So quarterly when you come, if we could have that information, like you said, so we can say, well, wait a minute, if we do this, how is that going to affect this and that? Because it all works together, apparently, and it impacts our credit rating, and we have to have a very healthy credit rating. So I appreciate that. And if you don't have the bandwidth for it, that's something that's important, and that's something we need to know as a council to consider creating that. We talked about like I mentioned this morning, about the metrics, about the formulas, as well as the grants, and as well as, so now this. So all of those things are checks and balances to help us stay above a good credit rating. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. The last one I have in the queue is Councilwoman Walker, birthday girl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there's this phrase, make America great again. I've just been here just under 9 months. So what's that, 3 years and a little over 3 months. I want to work to make Super 8 great again, unapologetically. And then we have Accelerate Memphis. I want to accelerate Super District 8. I attended the community meeting for the Winchester Corridor last week. It was really good. And I'm just looking forward to whatever that is going to yield for that area of my district as well as the city. G-Work is doing some amazing work. I am a community partner with them. And pilots, payment in lieu of taxes. How about this one? Payment in lieu of talent. Because there are people who need support, individuals, businesses, entities, but they will never qualify for a pilot. And I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is there not being something in place of that. But I know that there are things out there and there's assistance. But speaking to the comments from Cooper Sutton and from Councilwoman Logan, it's still, I just want us to be mindful that we got a city that's like this. It's like this. And I'm out here, my friend, the late Vernon Nash, who was probably the best journalist that this city ever had since Ida B. Wells. And he said that Black elected officials were basically social workers. And I receive that, I accept that, I own that, and I'm okay with that. But I still want to do the other work as well, and not just do the social work. I'm out here with Elmer's glue, and I need some Gorilla Glue. And there are entities out here, like I said, that are doing things, so I don't want anyone to think that I'm suggesting, or I don't know what's going on, because there are some great things going on, but oh my goodness, we just need to do more. We just need to do more. So, but once again, payment in lieu of talent. Thank you. Wait, one more thing. I was trying to find it in my notes here. Okay, Director Person, you said the Center City revenue that they did entities within the parkways. And so does this entity, like an individual can reach out directly to the Edge Board for things, for programming, for things in individual or business? Is this entity accessible to everyday people, or you have to be go ahead.
Yes, to answer your question, yes, the entity, the overarching entity is Downtown Memphis Commission, and they have a host of programs and initiatives for anyone that's opening businesses or wants to do something in that downtown geography. CCRFC is what they call an industrial development board, so they only have a couple of powers. They can issue debt like they would do in this instance, or they can do a pilot or a TIF. They don't have the same level of programs like the Downtown Memphis Commission does. So DMC takes revenues from CCRFC and puts them into the community. So the loans and the grants and the things that DMC does is funded by those pilots and programs that come from CCRFC.
And it has to be within the parkways.
Correct.
So is that via an ordinance or some bylaws or?
Yes, I'll just jump in here. Again, my exposure to a lot of these boards is from my work on the county side with assisting Mayor Harris in his appointments to these boards. So I have to review a lot of those ordinances and bylaws and things like EDGE and CRA, CCFRC are joint boards, jointly appointed, jointly approved. And they often have in their bylaws their extent of their powers, so the areas within which they operate, as well as requirements for membership. So if you want to be on the board, sometimes you have to have an economics background or an attorney. You know, you have to have so many people, and so many people from the city, so many people from outside of the city, et cetera. So all of that is available, and I'm sure that our legal department can get you copies of those, of the various boards. They're also online. I know the city of Memphis has a listing, general descriptions of the board and their purpose and their current membership online. I'll just go ahead and say the county's website's not as up to date. I'll take that. No, we got to work on it. Not my department. But anyway, there are resources you can find online to get more details. But I think this is a good point. And one of the reasons I wanted to level set today is sometimes, especially those of us who are new, we come in here and we don't really have all the information. As something as simple as like, what is this board? Who is on this board? How do I talk to this board? And so I think that's something as we consider, our next year and we have our retreat either alone or with our council members, that we have some level setting on some of these things, because this is a lot of money and we need to make sure that we understand all the inner workings and how to reach out. You know, Dr. Massey's here all the time. We love her. We know EDGE. We may not know.
Awesome.
We may not know every other actor out there, but it is good for us as council members. You know what they say when you assume. So I wanted to start with not assuming today that everybody had the same base of knowledge that I had, and I think that's a great point going forward that we should work that into future meetings.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Somebody. Oh, hold on one second. I'm going to let the mayor speak first, and then I'll come back to, I have two more ladies down here.
Well, I just wanted to speak to the general spirit of the comment that you made. It also speaks to what Councilwoman Cooper Sutton mentioned. I want you all to know that I'm deeply committed, this administration is deeply committed to uplifting all of Memphis. We're talking about specific projects, and I know later we'll talk about the Sheraton and that project. But these are things that are taking place in downtown, which, as Councilwoman Logan said, it is the living room for our whole city. And there are things that are tied to those investments. There are things in the case of the Sheraton. We're talking about hotel, motel taxes that support our convention center and our FedEx Forum. In the case of 100 North Main, it's a building that had been vacant for 14 years, has not been contributing anything to our tax base, and now we have a local development team that we committed dollars to that we're trying to replace those dollars for. But what this replacement does do is it allows us to get to the goals that you all have, because we're on the same team, and I have the exact same goal. So the proposal that you will later see is something that is very creative in this city government type work. We want to take the dollars from Accelerate Memphis and begin to acquire long-standing vacant properties so we can bring them back to life. When you go into these neighborhoods that have seen this level of depression, economic depression, the biggest challenge is property control. You can't bring back the neighborhood if you don't have control of the actual properties. And so by replacing the $10 million from Accelerate Memphis with these bonds, we now have $10 million that can go into a blight acquisition fund. So properties, I'll just say the Winchester corridor is a target because we know that there are some I don't want to say specific ones, but there are some large properties that have been vacant for a very long time that I worked on during my time in housing and community development that are targets. And there are properties like that all across this city. And unless government steps in and gets it under control, it will stay in that condition. We've seen a very significant win in Binghamton with Tillman Cove. The city acquired that property back in 2018, and it took a while. But if you drive by that street now, you now see high quality, affordable housing replacing what was long-standing blight. And we need those types of wins all over the community. And you may argue whether it's affordable, but technically it is affordable based on the standards of affordability. And if we want to deepen our investment to reduce the cost of the housing, then you can make it even more affordable. But until you have control of the property, we don't have a say.
Okay, I've got you in the queue, but I'm going to go to Councilwoman White, who has not had a chance to speak, and then quickly Ms. Cooper Sutton and Logan, because I want to try to end this committee on time since we started early. Councilwoman White.
Thank you. A lot of good questions that I've been hearing, and usually I ask questions, but in this instance, I want to say this out loud to make sure that we move in the right direction intentionally. And I say that, and you all probably have heard me say before, you have to monitor and adjust. And we have a lot of different entities that provide pilots, TIFs, and I don't know, and I know I haven't seen, and this is something I've been working to collect, and I would love it if anybody has collected this and can provide it to me, is I would love to see our pilots, our TIFs that we've done over the years, and see and actually do an analysis as to how we've benefited from those. Because the idea behind the pilot in terms of economic development, the purpose of that is to do exactly what you just said, Mayor. It's ultimately to revitalize the areas around it. It's for the purposes of job creation, infrastructure creation, creating a stable economy, increase property taxes because you now have a thriving city that people want to be a part of. And historically, and I always try to stay away from saying what we've seen happen, but I have to mention it in this instance because it goes towards my point of monitoring and adjusting. What we've seen is that we see these projects and we say, we need to invest in this and we can't let this fail because it's going to be important to the community. It's going to be important to the revitalization of the city. But then we never get from point A to point B. We make the investment, but then we don't see the latter intentionality of keeping up with the investment. I think in government, we're one of the only places that we don't keep our eye on what our return is. And so in this instance, I just want to say to you, to the administration, to us, and I've taken on the responsibility of making sure I understand how all of our housing and development works and our projects and these pilots and these TIFs, because people complain about them, but we have to thoroughly understand them in order to figure out how do we make these things actually serve their purpose? How do we make these initiatives, these incentives actually do what it is that we want them to do, which is actually help the whole city to provide equal opportunity throughout the city. And so I would just say at this point, and I'm offering myself to assist in us figuring out how do we collect that data? How do we start monitoring that data so that we can start pivoting and adjusting so that it can actually serve its purpose? Because when we get these, what I generally hear, and even when I was on the campaign trail, I had to keep explaining to people the importance of economic development. But what I soon learned is that there's a gap between the incentive and the actual result that we say people are supposed to see. And I can give you, I'm not going to go into that. I was going to give you an example, but I'm not going to do that. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. Your points are well taken. Again, I have two more council people in the queue, and we have 4 minutes till I'm supposed to turn this over to Councilwoman Easter Thomas. So, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
I wanted to say this about affordable housing. I hate the term because when you talked about the Tillman, I had a couple people that were so excited about moving into Tillman new apartments that you all built instead of affordable housing. But what you didn't say to them, and the caveat behind it, was the credit score. The credit score played such a horrible. Most African American, brown people that look like me, don't have good credit scores. And they were not able to move into those apartments because you all use the word affordable housing. And so to us, brown people that look like me, poor people, think when you say affordable, wow, my income, I'm excited. I can start somewhere brand new. This is really nice. I can get out this slum that I'm living in. But then their credit score comes up and they can't get in it. And then the disappointment and the trauma and the stress of finding it starts all over again. So affordable housing, that's a bunch of bull. Because on the back end, you have a credit that you run their poor credit. And they will never, ever, ever. The people that I know that fill out the applications, they don't qualify. And they're just, their hope. Their hope. When I see their eyes and they call me and I get all these emails that I'm inundated with and I'm trying to pray and I'm trying to figure out what can we do different. And most of you all have been in these positions long time ago, could have done something different. But I'm going to close and say this. What I've learned about Memphis, the 30 plus years that I've been here, Black folks, we've mastered winning campaigns. But we ain't mastered our authority and ability, and we don't have enough money in our pockets to carry the weight that needs to be carried. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. And let me say, I'm really appreciating the ability to dialogue around areas of improvement and gaps. You all do an amazing job. We're in a unique place. A great place to bring about change for our city. I know we have been noted as being the largest African American city in America and have been praised for that. And I want to, I know that we're going to make that count for people that live here, all of us collectively. So I want to say that and continue to move. We're just very passionate about it, as you know, and it comes out in these meetings, but we're all committed to working together to make a difference. And like I said, it's just unfortunately now during the transition or the onboarding of a new mayor, and some of us are new, we were finding out a lot of things that we didn't know, and we're right-sizing it in the public. And so I think we're doing a great job of maintaining decorum as well as unity. So I wanted to put that there just for me. The last two questions I wanted to, statement was to build on what Councilwoman said, in that if we could add on when we develop these projects, if we could add into or bake into the development that maintenance piece as a part of the offering for that, then I think that would help. And we've talked about that. I know I talked to Chief Adams about it, because as it relates to, say, I'll use Raleigh, because that's the Raleigh one in our community. It's wonderful. Everyone loved it. But as we began to use it, we started noticing some things that we didn't think that were not thought about. But having a way to add those in, I think, is going to be critical for the community to see the, the full result of it, or the full impact, positive impact for the community. So as we said, if we could build in the maintenance program or for all of those investments, then that would pretty much cover. And then, like she said, adjust, create an adjustment period, maybe 3 or 5 years afterwards, where you have community input on, now you've had a chance to use this, what do we need? How do we need to change it? And have some funding to be able to do that. I think that would be very important, which I thought the small area designs or money or funding would do that. The second thing was, I was under the impression that all of the Accelerate dollars had been accounted for already, but I heard today that there were some additional y'all found some additional Accelerate money, or what? Would you please
I think,
clear that up?
Councilwoman, what I said was $10 million that we're having to put out in this bond was originally in Accelerate Memphis as a GO bond. The GO bonds can't be used for this project with 100 North Main. So that now means there is $10 million in Accelerate Memphis.
Doing with that 10 million?
Well, we can have that conversation another day.
Okay, all right.
I indulged the Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Logan getting back in. So I'm going to do the same for Councilwoman White because she says she has two quick questions. You're hurting my heart. It's 11:31.
I know, I'm so sorry. But these are actually two questions directly related to this. One, in terms of AutoZone and the renovations. What's the status of the team? Like, do we know how much longer they're here? Is there a pending contract? If so, how long is that contract for?
I think it's in 2031, 2032, somewhere around that time frame that our current agreement goes towards. The important thing about this investment is that it allows us to bring the stadium up to MLB standards. The only way the team can leave right now is if they're playing in a stadium that is not up to MLB standards. And there are some specific things that have to be done, like where they do their practice batting, they have to make it a little, the ceiling height different. There are some things like that this $5 million will go towards to ensure that they are in a facility that meets those standards.
And then going back to my statement earlier, specifically for this 100 North Main project, it's $10 million that's going to that project, right?
Correct.
Specifically, what is our anticipated return from that $10 million?
Well, it's a $260 million project, and I don't know the property tax calculation off the top of my head, but even with a pilot, there's going to be taxes that are generated over and beyond what we're receiving right now, which is zero.
Thank you. I think the public needed to hear that and understand that.
I agree. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, I see no other speakers in the queue. Oh, Councilman Canale?
Madam Chair, may I request that we send this downstairs in 1 week with no recommendation?
That sounds fantastic to me. Is there, can we do that without objection? No objection. Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Sorry, I was in the queue and got out the queue, and now I'm getting back in the queue. Thank you, Chair. Quick question before we do that. It's not to the motion. Since this is all-encompassing 100 North Main and AutoZone, has there been an MWBE, not in the bond stuff, well, not bonds, whatever we're doing, not with that, not the finance part, but with the actual renovations to be made on AutoZone? Is that a stipulation that's been included or discussed? Is there a number we can know to be comfortable with before we go ahead and approve this? Or not approve, I don't know what y'all doing.
Holding.
Go
ahead.
So in consideration for this construction, there has been a goal. I don't recall the specific number, but there has been a goal that's been assigned. Our OBDC office has reviewed this this project, and so with respect to that, I'll get that back to you and make sure that we report it before next council meeting.
Okay, but that's what Canal just said, we are.
Yeah, we're going to send it down in 1 week without a recommendation. And I didn't receive an injection on that, so I believe that's what's going to happen. And that does give you time to get your
the
question
NWBE
answered.
for the renovations for
And if you could send that via email so that it can be shared with all council, I think that'd be great.
I will.
Okay. With that, I see no other business before this committee. This meeting
Good morning, City of Memphis and colleagues. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee at 11:35 a.m. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Canali. Chair Dr. Easter Thomas.
Present. Colleagues, we have one item on the committee agenda. Appointment to the Police Advisory and Review Committee, Ms. Erskine McCray. Can I get a motion? Well, is that person here? Okay. I'm sorry. Mr. Erskine McCray. Motion by Canali.
Second.
Second by Swearingen Washington. Mr. McCray, if you'd like to give your name and address for the record and any words you'd like to share.
Good morning. My name is Erskine McCray. I reside at 7386 Cotton Grove Lane. I have been in law enforcement for the past 34 years. I've served this country and this city as a policeman, as well as 201 Poplar and the Shelby County Correctional Center. I currently work at the Federal Bureau of Prisons. I've been there for 18 years, retiring in the next 2.
Thank you, Mr. McCray. Do I have any colleagues with any questions or comments? Okay. Mr. McCray, I'll give to you a question that my colleague, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, posed to the last appointee 2 weeks ago, just about your thoughts around what are you looking forward to bringing to this newly formed committee that we may have not seen in our club in the past, and that you're looking forward to being able to doing with your new colleagues on the board.
I like to bring my experience as well as the understanding of what this board is generated for, and that's listening to our public, listening to our citizens, and giving them the answers that they need from the police department.
Well, thank you, sir. Seeing no more comments and questions from my colleagues, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Right. Seeing that the ayes have it, Mr. McCarthy, this will go down in 2 weeks? 1 week. Lucky you. It'll go down in 1 week at our City Council 3:30 meeting next week. All right. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other business for this committee, this committee is adjourned.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Committee meeting for the Memphis City Council. Today is Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. Ashley, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Canali. And Chair Spinoza.
Here, we're ahead of schedule, but I would be remiss. We broke a streak at the last committee meeting, so I'm going to start us off with just wishing a happy birthday to Councilwoman Pearl Walker.
On Thursday.
Thank you.
On Thursday. We've referenced it in every committee meeting, and I wanted to make sure we did that for the record. Item number 1, there's 2 items on the agenda. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda
for September 24th, 2024, as we do every meeting. All council districts. Just a discussion. We don't need a motion in a second. President McGowan.
Yes, sir. I will get right to it. So Doug McGowan, Memphis Light Gas and Water, 220 South Main. The first item we have tonight is card payment processing services. It's a contract for $2.7 million. Sounds like a lot of money, but this is the transaction fees that we pay to credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, and Discover. It's a 0.005% based on $550 million of transactions that our customers conduct on credit cards. What this allows us to do is for our customers to continue to pay by credit card should they choose to do so. It also includes fees for them the transaction fees that are required for debit card transactions. So this allows our customers to pay in the most flexible way possible. And that's what this is for a second and final annual renewal of this contract. Takes us through the end of December. The next is electronic board agenda solution. You'll recognize the name for this. This is Granicus, same system that you use here at City Hall. This allows us to do video streaming of our meetings as well as preparation of the agenda, the minutes, and resolutions for you all to consider. It's a $41,000 contract. Sole source, Granicus has been our provider for a number of years, as it has been for the city. The next item is a network upgrade and enhancement. This is transitioning away from the old copper wire phone system and to the new voice over internet protocol system. This is approximately 1,500 different pieces of network gear that will change the phone over to voice over internet protocol and away from the copper fiber. So this goes for our netter center, our call center, our dispatch, and all of the phones that we have across the MLGW enterprise. The next item also is titled Network Upgrade, but this is our intranet. This is the system that we use to process all of our business services inside the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water organization. The essential business functions from tracking all of the data to sharing information and contracts. Everything that our employees do is on the MLGW intranet. And this replaces about 30 giant pieces of equipment that are part of that network. When I say giant, they handle a lot of data. They're not necessarily physically large, but they handle a lot of data on the Cisco hardware. Keeps our organization moving. The next is steel utility service body trucks. If you've seen a truck that looks like a pickup and has a big square cab on the back, or you've seen a large truck that has a square utility body, these are the bodies that we put on top of the chassis. And so this is about 14 of those utility service body trucks that we are buying to replace outdated ones that have long outlived their service life. They will be retired and auctioned off. You'll see, if you go down, I believe it's MLK, you can see some of the chassis trucks sitting there waiting for these bodies to be put on. Next is backhoe tractor loaders. This replaces tractor loaders and backhoes that have been long since outlived their useful service life. They will be auctioned off, and we'll buy 3 brand new backhoes for our utility workers to use as they are working replacing utilities that have failed. The next is meter vaults for $1.12 million. This is through Universal Scaffold. This is 100% MBE local business. This is very large concrete meter vaults for water meters. This is about, I think, about 70 meter vaults that we are putting in throughout the service territory when we do very large construction projects, and we'll use these over the next 3 years. So it's for our water distribution. And the last is mobile sweeping and cleaning. This is a contract with a company that provides specialized services. They clean all of our laydown yards, our driveways, our very large warehouses. It keeps the debris to a minimum, keeps it from blowing out into the neighborhood, keeps the safe and healthful workplace for our employees. So it's just a mobile cleaning contract, just like you would have a contract for cleaning the inside. This cleans the outside of all of our facilities. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take any questions you have about the consent agenda.
Thank you, President McGowan. Any questions, comments?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Walker.
Could you go back to, I think it was slide number 3.
Here we go. Oops, one more.
Okay, well, the one that was before that.
I think this is just the summary slide. So the credit cards, the board agenda,
So it's talking about the
network.
the
Oh, that was the
processing
credit.
fee.
Yeah, it's the credit cards. That's right. Yes, it's a transactional fee of 0.005% that we pay to credit card companies to have the privilege for our customers to be able to use Visa, MasterCard, American Express, and or any debit cards through their bank. There's a fee that we have to pay in order for them to accept that form of payment.
Okay, so does MLGW absorb that fee, or is it passed on to the ratepayers?
Let me ask a question. Dana, do we know how that? So it's absorbed by us and not passed on to our ratepayers.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and let the record show Councilwoman Easter Thomas joined us. All right, no other questions. We'll move on to item number 2. And thank you, President McGowan. Item number 2, reliability update.
Yes, sir.
No motions or anything needed for that.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to take a little bit of time to talk about, this is a myriad of things I'm going to talk about, and some of it's germane to what's happened over the last 10 days, but some of it is about the investments that we made and the results we're seeing. So I'm going to start right away. The roadmap to reliability for our electric system, this is what I've been talking about, is very simple. It's vegetation management to minimize the impact from severe weather. It's replacing outdated infrastructure, and we're going to talk a little bit about that today. That's transformers, circuit breakers, and other distribution system equipment. And then as we're going to see some show and tell today, we're also installing new animal mitigation as we put these new parts in.
And let's keep it clean. We don't want any O.J. Simpson. If the
keep it
glove
clean.
don't fit,
That's right.
we must acquit. Let's not screw anything up.
Yes, sir. We're also going to modernize the grid, putting new distribution automation switches in, and a system that will automatically reroute power around those outages. So I give that as context for what we've been doing. The first thing is tree trimming, and I show you this map. This is our entire service area. Red means it hasn't been cut in 3 years. Green means it was cut in 3 years. And this is what I brought to you last budget season when I said we need to be more aggressive with tree trimming. So I'll just cut to the punchline. This is where we are at the end of this year. You all asked me what it's going to take to get back on a 3-year cycle. I told us we had to be very aggressive. We set a goal of about 1,400 miles last year. That was from from September 1st to August 31st, and we actually cut 1,645 miles. We asked our tree trimming contractors to please bring some extra crews. They started with 90 crews and about 300 people. We now have 135 crews and 477 people doing this work. So we far exceeded the goal last year, which I think is reason to celebrate and good news. But let me tell you where we're going to be at the end of next year. This next slide, everything in green and blue will be where we'll be at September 1st of next year. You'll see that as the majority of our entire service territory. So you asked me not to take 3 years to get on a 3-year cycle. We're going to take 2 years and a few months to get on a 3-year cycle. So we're moving ahead. You're seeing the outcome of that. So it's not just replacing, or not just trimming trees, it's also replacing outdated infrastructure. The key component of our infrastructure is our substations. That's where we take the very high voltage, and we have roughly 60 of these substations around our service territory, very high voltage, and lower it down from 161,000 volts to 23,000 or 12,000. The parts that do that are transformers, and then the parts that protect the system are the circuit breakers. The age of those over time, since we hadn't replaced them, had been getting older and older, making them more subject to failing. So for those of you who were around when we did the Way Forward plan back in 2020, we set a goal of 5 years of replacements, 20 transformers and 60 circuit breakers. You'll see that we've done all of the transformers, 100% of our goal. We did 91 against a goal of 60 circuit breakers, so we are 152% complete. We also know that wood poles needed to be replaced. We had a target of 2,600, and we replaced 3,098 so far, so well above our goal. You'll see underground cable replacement. That is also important for areas that are served by underground. We are slightly behind. I will tell you that the last 3 years we have exceeded our annual goal. The first 2 years were the COVID years. We did not have the materials or the supplies to begin the work, so we only got about half of it done in those first 2 years, and so we've been catching up. At the end of this year, you'll see that number back in the green, and we'll be approximating about 90-some% of that completed, despite having 2 years of a slow start. So tree trimming, replacing outdated infrastructure, This is what I'd like you to see for reliability. I'm not going to go into every one of these metrics for you, but suffice to say, these 7 key metrics are how we measure electric reliability. And all of them are improving year over year. All of them are better than they were each of the last 2 years. And about half of them are the best performance we've had in the last 6 years. None of them are at the goal that we want to be at, but we are moving in the right direction. So in just a little over 2 years' time, we have made significant strides in improving our reliability. We're not going to quit until we get there. But you'll say, McGowan, you've had some recent outages. Why don't you tell me about those? If you're doing so well, tell me about the outages you've recently had. There are 4 leading causes of outages: weather, vehicles, equipment failures, and animals. And we experienced all of these in the last 10 days. So let's talk about weather. Tropical Storm Francine came through Thursday a few weeks ago, had record rainfall of 4.2 inches in one day, wind gusts of 57 miles an hour, and basically caused trees to fall and take our infrastructure out. We had about 24,000 people out all across the service territory, and then we restored most customers by isolating the outage and switching. See if my video works. If you look at the video, you'll see what you're seeing in kind of slow motion here is an entire tree falling on a double circuit. So
is that like the actual?
This is the actual tree falling. Our crews saw this. Let me go back up, see if I can replay again. But this is, our crews were on the scene to restore a small outage. And as they were there, this entire tree, because of the saturated ground, just fell on that circuit and took out a significant number of customers. So, there's no amount of tree trimming that's going to prevent that tree from falling, but this is what happens when the ground is saturated and the wind is still blowing. So that happened all over the service territory. This is another example. This is at the north end of Mud Island. The left picture you see there, you see the poles and the wires on the ground. A full tree fell across that cut out area and pulled all the poles and wires down. On the right is another full tree that actually fell and stopped just short of our gas gate station. Thankfully, it didn't hit the gas gate station. But the blue chart on the right just shows we were doing just fine when the storm started hitting us. And then you saw about 7 o'clock at night, we had a spike up to about 24,000 people out. And then our team worked relentlessly over the next day and a half to get everybody back restored. Some pretty arduous conditions given the size of the trees and the depth of the terrain out there. Just a side note, that left picture that's at the north end of Mud Island, they had to have a bulldozer pull our trucks down into that gully so they could get access to it. That's how rugged the terrain was. Okay, the second cause of outages is vehicles striking poles and equipment. As soon as our slide comes up there. On Thursday, last Thursday, about 5 p.m., about 7,000 customers in the Germantown area were out of power. Why? This tree truck, this is not one of MLGW's tree trimming crews. It was a different tree trimming crew working in the area. Struck those wires, pulled that pole, and pulled those wires down. So I called the mayor of Germantown, let him know you have about 7,000 customers out. He said, yep, I'm aware. We see the truck out there. So the vehicle pulled that pole down. We restored power by rerouting it to as many people as we could, and our crews got them back on pretty quickly. The next is equipment failure. Not sure why it's not synced here. What do you want me to do?
Let the record show Councilman Ford and Councilwoman Logan joined us. Canales in the queue.
Okay.
Everyone get excited.
There was I'll go see if we get back to that. All right, that was the vehicle. Yeah, it's coming. It's just on my screen. Okay, so the next is an equipment failure. If you were paying attention to the news on Sunday night, about 8 o'clock, a bunch of customers in Collierville went out, and that was at a substation. Substation tripped off. We determined, our team went out there, and Wayne's here to talk to us about it, but that's a lightning arrestor that the arrow's pointing to, and that lightning arrestor failed, causing the substation to trip off. Our team had to go out and determine what caused that. Was there any damage to the transformer or the circuit breaker? Make that repair, route power safely around to other customers, and they got that repaired and everybody back on relatively quickly. And the last is, and the moment you've all been waiting for, is what happened last Friday. At about 7:31 in the morning, about 10,000 customers were knocked offline in East Memphis. A lot of schools. It was perfect time for everybody going to work, going to school. All the traffic signals were out. About 7:55, we had restored about 7,000 customers. By 8:10, we had 3,000 customers. For 8:15, we had everybody back on. What you'll see here is the pictures on the right are actually the circuit breaker. You'll see some melted materials there. What you see on the left is a silhouette of the cause of the problem, which is a squirrel, which decided to get into that circuit breaker despite us having animal mitigation devices on this. And so that leads me to my next point here. Since it's recent and current, animal mitigation. Well, how do we keep animals out? And I have a team here of Ryan, and they have some show and tell. We'd like to bring that forward and just set it up here if you guys would like to look at this. But on the screen, you'll see a transformer. And what we have are these clamshells. Yeah, go ahead and pass them around. You'll see clamshells that go around the critical components, that if an animal was to touch that critical component and touch something that would ground it, it would cause that circuit breaker or that transformer to trip off. Yeah. This is animal mitigation. These go around critical components. I'll show you where these go. Well, they could probably eat through it if they wanted to, but then nothing's foolproof, right? So that's what this slows them down. It tries to prevent them from being in there, but this goes around, like if you see the picture up here. This plexiglass circle keeps them from climbing up, and then the red thing keeps them from climbing in. In this case, what happened with the squirrel was it looked something like this, and the squirrel found the opening, crawled inside the hole, and blew the transformer, or blew the circuit breaker. So, yes, ma'am. We had an appropriate service for him down at the shop.
We've got Councilman Ford and Canale bid on the funeral
right.
services.
They did pro bono work.
For the squirrel.
But as I said, it was not
competitive bid process.
I saw on TikTok it was repurposed as roadkill.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was not an open casket. And so this is a switch animal mitigation. So this is a critical part of what we do to protect our infrastructure. It sounds, silly sometimes, but you have to do this because animals will find a way in there, and they do cause significant outages. It's not just us. This is a common problem across the electric industry. So moving to just a few other things. I know you were talking about bonds this morning. I wanted to share a little good news for you all. We just issued, as you know, $200 million of bonds so that we can do more electric system upgrades. Very good news. We were oversubscribed with those bonds. And we actually got a credit rating increase. So all of our credit ratings at the top are very high. They're in the high grade or prime. We are currently rated AA2 and AA by Fitch for our electric, which is a 2-notch upgrade for our electric division, which is good news for all of us. That means the cost of money is less when we borrow money. So we're very happy about that bond issuance. The next is workforce. People want to work at MLGW. People have the opportunity to move up. About half of the jobs that we filled are internal, and people are moving up in the organization. About half are from external. 2 years ago, we filled 299 jobs. Last year, we filled 511, and this year we're on pace to fill 659 jobs. So our recruiting team is doing an outstanding job of filling jobs. And one of the ways that we're doing that is because we're reaching all the way down into the middle schools and high schools. The picture you see here is from this summer. We had a utility worker at automotive boot camp. We had 31 kids that graduated. This gives them a leg up when they graduate high school. They're ready to come to work at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Last year we did utility worker. This year utility worker and automotive worker. Next summer we're going to do utility worker, automotive worker, customer service agent. So we're going to continue to expand this program. It is absolutely inspirational to watch these young people see what they can be, and they want to come to work at Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. But we don't stop there. In the summertime, we have interns and co-ops. This is the cohort that just finished, and they were given on-the-spot job offers. Several of them because they're ready to graduate, and they're working at MLGW now. So we're building a pipeline of people who want to come and work at Memphis Light Gas and Water. And last, I'll talk a little bit about supplier diversity. This is as of the end of June. We have a 29% MWBE participation, and you'll see that's $71 million of money we're spending with local companies here in MWBEs, and then another 27 for locally owned small businesses. So $98 million through June, 39% total participation in diversity spending from MLGW. So we're going to continue to move in that very positive direction there, and we've significantly increased our spend, and our percentage has stayed very high. So that's just a very top-level view. I wanted to leave you with some, we are making progress at Memphis Light Gas and Water on all fronts, from employees to hiring to spending to contracting to our credit rating, and our reliability is continuing to improve. So subject to your questions, sir, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, President McGowan. All right, two people in the queue. First, Councilman Canale, and then Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Canale.
No, you're not.
We've
Thank
got
you, Mr.
Warren.
Chairman.
Warren will go third.
And Walker.
And Walker fourth. Wow. Okay.
President McGowan, how often do we recuperate any expenses when a tree company or a wild driver take down our utilities?
We have a rate on that? I don't know the rate, but we can get you that number. We have a claims department that does both sides of that. They will help customers who have a claim for MLGW, and then they will also, if we know a vehicle has struck and caused damage to our infrastructure, our claims department will work with their insurance to get us repaid if they have it. So I can get you the exact number, but we have an entire department dedicated to that, making sure that we cover customers who are impacted and that we recover as many costs as we can.
Thanks, sir.
Good. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon. I had a question about earlier today, I had a question about the bond rating. Earlier today, we were discussing what impacts our credit rating as a city, and found out that your expenditures and health is a part of what's viewed. So you received excellent credit rating, but I also heard, did you say that you all issued some bonds?
Yes, you all approved us issuing $200 million, a total of $200 million of bonds, $180 million of new money, and $20 million of refunding.
So what we asked was so that we will be able to know how what you do impacts what our credit rating is, so that there is a collaboration between all of the entities that affect our credit rating. So if you want to issue some bonds or you do something, how is that going to impact what we do before we vote? Just wanted to share that, and to make certain that everybody understands that that's a part of us being responsible, because I didn't know, my colleagues may have known that wasn't, because we would just pass your things thinking it's independent of that credit rating. So just wanted to note that. And then the second one was, I know you said that you hired 500 jobs that were filled. How many of those were promotions?
About half. It's about 50%. So in 2022, about half of those were internal. 2023, about half were internal. So last year, we ended the year after retirements and transitions, about 80 net new employees. This year, just so far this year, we have 120 net new employees just from that hiring. So about half are internal, about half are external. Because what we're trying to do is grow the organization to fill all the vacancies, and you can't do that unless you hire externally. But there's lots of opportunity for promotion in the company, and we're staying right about a 50-50 split of promotions and external hires.
So how often do you all, well, let me ask this question first. How does that impact the need for workers laterally? Not necessarily promotion. There's a number that you need to come in to the organization to do the work, to get the work done, make sure you got enough people on the ground, that type of thing. And then there's also looking at it from what you said, promotions. Where are we on getting enough people entering MLGNW?
Well, that's exactly why we have this number increasing, because we have to have people to do the work. So we have to have engineers, we have to have linemen, utility workers.
Correct.
This spans every one of those, and we look at critical hard to fills. That's why we put into place recruitment incentives for line workers, a sign-on bonus, a retention bonus, a referral bonus, similar to what the city has for police and fire. So we have that for those critical things. We had automotive mechanics, and we had line workers. I'll give an example. Last year, we had critical shortages in our automotive mechanics because of the programs and hiring. We now have nearly all of those automotive mechanic positions filled. We are making progress on the line worker positions as well, because we raised the pay, we made it competitive with everybody, and gave some incentives. So those are the frontline folks that you're talking about bringing in, and that is key to our ability to do the work, as is entry-level engineering positions for people who design the system.
So can you, when y'all come, can you separate those out?
Yeah, sure.
If you could just let us see the frontline positions that are needed, the number of those that are needed, and then the entry-level professional jobs and that type of thing. And then finally, how many were promoted in categories, like, those types of things. Because I know it's very critical, like you said, to have those frontline workers to do the actual work. And I would like to see it broken down so we can have an understanding of the makeup in terms of executive and frontline.
Oh, sure. There's a lot behind this. So this is just a very top level. We're happy to do that.
Okay.
And some of these are not always promotions. Sometimes somebody just wants to work in another area. They'll go from electric to gas to water. But yeah, we can provide all that
Just to
information.
give us a kind of snapshot of what it looks like. And the last one is on the back, the minority. What makes up the category of minority?
We follow the same rules as the city does for a minority. So you have to be, this is certified minority spend. You have to be certified by the city, the county, by MMBC, BBA, any of the certifying categories. So it can be male or female, as long as you fit into one of the groups that is categorized as a minority. So it's African American, Asian American, Indian American. I won't get all of them, Hispanic American, but it's the same categories as the city measures by.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Did you want us to have that on the agenda for next time? The
Yes.
information? Okay, cool.
Yes,
We'll put
please
that
do.
on the agenda.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Councilwoman Walker and then Councilwoman Warren. And then, and Cooper Sutton, for the record, is here and she wants to speak as well. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President McGowan, you made reference to the graduation with the students at Southwest, and I did attend that reception, and it was very nice, and I was able to engage with some of the students. This is where they received the checks, the stipend or whatever. Yeah. So you said Southwest, was that at all campuses or one particular campus?
We use the Macon campus for this because that's where they do our utility worker and linemen. They have the equipment there. They actually have a pole climbing farm behind Southwest, which have utility poles, and they are actually equipped at the Macon campus to do the utility worker training there. So they have all of the equipment, the harnesses, the leg braces, and then they have the pole climbing equipment. They also have some of the testing equipment inside to do the basic electric fundamentals. So that's where that course is taught.
Okay, are there any plans to get it at another campus in addition?
Well, we think it's more efficient to have it all at one location, but we did expand it last year when we started the utility worker program. Somebody will have to help me out. We only had one high school, and that was Whitehaven High School, and they came to participate. This year we had 4 high schools participating, and next year we expect to expand it to more. So we work out transportation and get the young people to where we are. Based on their interest, we work through the high school principals to find the kids who are most likely to be interested in this, and we set up transportation. We provide them a paycheck. We give them food, and then we provide them the training.
Okay, that's great. Are you accepting additional high schools?
Yes, next year we'll have more high schools because we're going to grow the program. So like I said, we started with 1 the very first year. This year we expanded to 4, and next year I will include some other high schools as well.
So are you reaching out to all the high schools, or if there's a high school in particular that would like to be considered, should they reach out to you?
Sure, they can reach out to us. I would suggest they also reach out to Memphis Shelby County Schools because we're working with the administration there.
And let them know.
Because they're asking their principals to be involved to help us select the students, yes.
Okay, thank you for that.
It's definitely a partnership.
Okay, thank you. With respect to the tree trimming for residential, and I know what you presented wasn't necessarily dealing with that, but with respect to residential, does the tree have to literally be touching the line or a pole, or
No.
just a certain number of feet away?
If it's a single, if it's a single line, it's 10 feet is the distance away from that we will trim back to. If it is triple circuit, then that's going to be 15 feet away. So we trim back, you take the center line of the power line easement and you go 15 feet from that, and that's how far back we trim.
Okay, and is there a such thing as if you all identify a tree as dead, then you don't touch it?
No, there's not, we don't, there's several things. If the tree is in that 10 to 15 feet and when we trim it, it's going to kill it, the homeowner has the opportunity to ask us to remove it so that we don't kill it. If a tree is dead and in that 15 feet, then our tree trimmers are going to take it down. If it's in the middle of your yard and not within that 10 to 15 feet, then that's going to be the homeowner's responsibility to take that down, because we don't have the right to go onto your property and remove a tree. This is something that I mentioned to you when we, probably a year ago, we'll have to work together on a dangerous tree ordinance and how do we do that so that we don't, I heard you talking this morning about tagging things that are on the street. So, we want to be careful about how aggressively we tag trees in somebody's yard and then they're on the clock to have it removed, but that's certainly a hazard. And that's a challenge for everybody.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to follow up with you.
Sure, that'd be great.
About that as it relates to the ordinance part. And so lastly, the 2025, the TBA 2025 draft IRP came out yesterday. Did you have any thoughts or comments on that?
I haven't had a chance to review the entirety of it to make any meaningful comments on that just yet, but we will certainly have an opinion for you.
Okay, that's fine. And finally, in the fall of 22, going into the early summer of last year, I was on that part of that utility of the future information exchange, and I just wanted to share that for the record. And it was individuals from different areas of the community, and it was head of utilities like yourself, community stakeholders, just a variety of people. We had an environmental attorney, and it was good. It was very interesting, and just wanted to share that. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Got Councilwoman Warren, then Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, is there a way somehow you could get with the city administration and possibly partner with them in your training programs so we can begin to develop a pipeline of employees into our government bodies? Have you brainstormed, think about that? And I'm just putting that up.
Sure.
No answer now, but I think it's something that we definitely need. Y'all are really getting success with this, and if we could piggyback on it somehow, it would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
We'll
you,
definitely talk
Councilman.
about that.
That's a great idea. Yeah, you'll talk about that, bring something back. All right, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. I thank you for your presentation, and thank you for always responding whenever I have to come to you. I shouldn't have to come to you, but I do. I wanted to make sure before I asked this question to make sure that you had not discussed it. And I see there are some slides talk about the recent outages and the different locations these outages were. I got a text message behind the Raleigh area, behind Memphis Police Department on Austin P. Were you aware of that they had an outage as well?
Well,
I think they were out maybe about 4 hours. Were you aware of that?
Well, I'm aware of most of the outages we have. These were specific to just highlighting that in the last 10 days, here's an example of a vehicle outage, an equipment outage, an animal outage, and a storm outage. And I don't know which day you were speaking of, ma'am,
I think this was September the 19th,
Okay.
or September the 18th. Is that the storm time? No.
That was the 12th, I believe. So
Yeah, the 12th through the 14th.
Right.
And so I got a text message that said right behind the Raleigh area, behind the Memphis Police Department on Austin P, that they did not have any power for about 4 hours. And so I, told them that I will address it and ask, were you aware? Was the team aware? And what prompted this or what caused this? Because there was no high wind, there was no bad weather. that day,
Mm-hmm.
from my knowledge. And so when they reached out to me, I couldn't give an answer. And I told them, when you come to committee, I'm sure you would find out. And once you find out, we could give an answer what happened.
We will, and and we had the same question. Friday morning, why is power out in East Memphis on Poplar Corridor? Well, there is no bad weather. It's a blue sky day. Well, the squirrel got in there. We'll find out what the issue is. If you can, one thing I would ask is if they can give me kind of an address, because we'll have to go back and recreate. And our team has a record of all this. And the one answer I could tell them is absolutely we know about it, because if their power came back on, that didn't just happen. Our team was out there investigating it. We get a report immediately. Just to refresh how this happens, when an outage occurs, our team gets a notification that it occurs. They immediately dispatch they'll dispatch a troubleshooter who is trained to go out and detect what he thinks the cause is. Is there a tree on a limb? Is there an outage at a substation? And then he will redirect that information back to our dispatch, who will then dispatch the appropriate repair personnel. Does he have to send substation people? Does he have to send line workers, tree trimmers, vegetation management to take care of it? And so using this as an example, in the Collierville example, when that lightning arrestor went out, it was about 2 hours to get everybody back on. First thing they had to do was make sure that it was safe to reroute power, that there was nothing else going on. Second, they had to isolate what the problem was, and in the dark, they had to make sure that they're safe too, and they climb around and figure out what's happening. They identified that piece, reroute power to as many people as possible, make the repair, and then the power comes back on. So sometimes it's difficult to determine what the cause is, and then when you find the cause, you have to actually make the repair. So that's what all I was trying to do today was highlight, not that these are the only outages we've had, but there's several things that can happen besides weather that people will say, why is the power out? It's a tree that'll fall down, just a whole tree, a truck that'll hit a pole, a squirrel in this case that got in there, or sometimes those breakers just fail because they're old, and that's why we're replacing them before they fail.
Okay, and then I have just one more question.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a request that I would like to have. Maybe since the increase has taken place and is now in effect, I would like a dollar number on how much we've collected so far, what it looks like with the increase. Could we get that? Could I get that,
Sure,
please?
we have that.
I would like to have that.
Yep.
Thank you. I yield
You
the
bet.
floor.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. All kidding aside, thank you all. Great job last week. Thanks for the improvements. No more questions, comments? Meeting is adjourned. Welcome to the Memphis City Council. Nope, we're good. We're good. Memphis City Council Housing and Community Development Committee. Today is Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. I'll call the roll. Councilwoman Green? Present. All right. And Councilwoman Spadosa is here. All right, we've got one item on the agenda. I'm going to read it for the record. Item number 1, a resolution amending and appropriating pilot proceeds from the Health, Educational, and Housing Facility Board of the City of Memphis, Tennessee, up to but not to exceed $1.5 million chargeable to the FY 2025 budget by appropriating funds to the Division of Housing and Community Development Affordable Housing Program account. Sponsored by all council districts, or sponsored by the administration, obviously impacting all of this. So the floor is yours. Actually, I need a motion in a second. Motion's been made. I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank y'all both so much. Good afternoon. Ashley Cash, Housing and Community Development Director, 170 North Main. And let's see, I've got a really short 3-slide presentation here. Okay. Whoops. Oh dear. Yeah. Here we go. So our request today is for our upcoming FY25. We have not received these funds, but annually we receive funds through the Health, Education, Housing, and Facility Board. That board issues pilots for multifamily housing that's at 60% or lower of the area median income, and then HCD by resolution receives a fee of that. So we receive 0.3%. Our fees are split with the Health, Education, Housing Facility Board. We call it Health Ed Board. This resolution was established in 2002. This is something that we do all the time. Those funds are to be used for affordable housing and different development initiatives. When there is an MHA pilot that is approved by the Health Ed Board, MHA receives half of that portion. And so here are just an example of some projects that we have done over the past year. It is it's a grant opportunity, or if there's a development project that we want to support, then we are able to use the funds in that way. But essentially, we're just trying to accept the funds, and then as the year goes on, Health Ed Board will communicate with HCD when they have approved pilots, and that fee transfer process will happen. I'll just read a couple of these. So Center for Transforming Communities. Around community engagement, we did emergency assistance to Travelodge. They do some services for the city around addressing homelessness, Collins Chapel, the recuperative care facility, we put $100,000 into some building improvements. We did an HVAC system at New Chicago Community Center, which is a private senior affordable housing development. We've done some safety improvements, historic stuff, and so on. And so these are some of the past projects. Last year, we collected around $1 million, but we would need to transmit about 300 of that to MHA per the discussion that I just had. And that may be my presentation, but I am happy to respond to any questions. Hey, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you. Let the record show Councilwoman Cooper Sutton is present, and she would like to make a comment. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
What I would like, I don't know if it lines it's in your wheelhouse. How much money or funding do we have for house repairs? And what can we specifically repair? I've gotten a lot of emails needing a lot of work and repairs to a lot of people in my community homes, especially elderly, like roofing. I don't know if roofing. Someone asked for I don't know if you can get me to the right place for resources, a ramp when they're handicapped for disability. Looking for like ramps for disability, and it's everywhere they call, they're being turned down. So I don't know if that's in your wheelhouse and you can kind of help me navigate that.
It is.
And try to find out where we can start, and so I can get them. Do we need an application? Come out and just do an estimate of what can and what cannot be done. Somebody even asked about some windows, and they're mostly elderly and disabled who's asking these questions. These homes are very old and need some love, some tender loving care.
Yeah, and so that is a great question. I'd love to talk a little bit more with you and go into detail. It would be hard for me to say off the top of my head exactly how much we have for home repair. That is absolutely in our wheelhouse. Through ARPA funds, we had about $9.8 million in home repair, which is great, but it still is barely a dent. I mean, we're still receiving calls similar to you about people looking for services. So all that money has been deployed, but we do have some ongoing programs. We work with Habitat for Humanity, their Aging in Place program. We work with LISC. LISC has a senior home repair program that is grant funded, so they provide grants to seniors, but they also have a low interest loan home repair program for people who aren't seniors who may be able to qualify for that. So that would be a great option. We also have an Aging in Place program where we've got about $300,000. These are our typical allocations that we provide out. So $300,000 for Aging in Place. And then we have, this is where it gets a little complicated, weatherization and lead remediation. We've got about $1 million for weatherization, $5 million over 4 years for lead, but there are only certain things that you can do. So we try to point people in the right direction to make sure that they are getting the needs met that they have. We have also recently applied for a Healthy Homes grant. We'll know in December. And what that will do is if you're, say you're a recipient of lead remediation, you may be able to get some other things done that the lead grant normally wouldn't qualify for to make your home healthy and sufficient. We've applied for some housing funding through TVA, also around this home repair program. So we've got some irons in the fire on that, but we also have some existing resources. But it's definitely a moving target. You can always reach out to me or direct them to us or our office, and we'll get them connected with the right group. But it sounds like these individuals' list would probably be the best option for them. And then the ramp you can just send to me directly. Habitat for Humanity does ramps, but they have a specific program, but we can maybe try to work something different out.
So yeah, and then the next question is, in the community that I serve and the qualifications, it's so hard for them to find the resources. And just trying to figure out a way that maybe we can look at, just trying to make it more accessible to them. Because most of the ones that I'm talking to, oh, baby, I don't know how to use that internet.
Right, absolutely.
And so I thank you for that, but we need to try to make it more accessible for our seniors and for those that do not have that advancement as using the new technology.
Okay.
And so I'll reach out to you about the ramp because I've had several calls about a ramp for disabled and disability.
Okay.
And trying to, because this is a kind of new onset for the family. And they just don't know where to start and where to begin. And so thank you. So I'll reach out to you with that information.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. And maybe bring that back to committee and share that. Yeah, I'd love to. I was in a community meeting yesterday, and I was at a table with a bunch of great people doing a bunch of great things in Binghamton, and it was amazing how a lot of people were doing so much duplicate work and then doing things that not everybody even knew about. And it's like, and it just happens because everybody gets busy. So, yeah, bring that back to us, and maybe walk through that scenario. I'd love to see that.
Thank you.
By the way, I'm just filling in for Councilwoman Chairman Logan. All right, thank you, Director Cash. And let the record show Councilwoman White is here. Any questions or comments regarding this? Motion's been made, properly seconded. Yep, the motion's been made, properly seconded. So we'll send this downstairs with a positive recommendation. No objections to that? Okay, this will go ahead downstairs with a positive recommendation. Any other items for this committee? All right, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
If you're in the back, go ahead and come to the front. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is September 24th, and it is now 1:25 p.m., and I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Keaton, will you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Present.
Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton.
Present.
And Chair White.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Keaton. Item number 1 is a resolution approving the use of $219,142.34 in compound interest earned on the proceeds of Accelerate Memphis bonds to fund the radio system upgrade project PD 04025, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. May I have a motion and a second? We have a motion by Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington and a second by Councilman Carlisle. Is there anyone from the administration to speak on this item? Where did they go?
Unless they're not here yet. Yeah, they were just in here. This is. It could be. Yeah,
Let's see.
Come back. We'll revisit that.
Yeah.
We'll go back to. Does fire have anything? Fires in here? Oh, that's cool. Oh.
Yeah. It's fine, Chief. We started a few minutes early.
Item number 1.
So we're doing item number 1, a resolution approving the use of $1,219,142.34 in compound interest earned on the proceeds of Accelerate Memphis bonds to fund the radio system upgrade project PD 04025, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes.
Hey, Don. C.J. Davis, 170 North Main Street.
Don Crow, 170 North Main, Memphis Police Department.
Okay, so this is to really close out an old project. This project started probably, I'll let you help, maybe 7 years
Started
ago?
in 2017. This is the city and countywide radio upgrade. And so the Memphis Police Department took leadership of that program, but it provided radios for all divisions of city government and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department. It was a joint project. COVID got the project a little behind, but this is going to be the money for the last invoice to close out the contract.
And that project was really just to upgrade radios for the county, for emergency response for the county and for the city. Everybody is sort of in the metropolitan area is benefiting from the project, but we pretty much took the lion's share of the expense. It just took years to change towers out, a lot of infrastructure work, but we're at the end of it now.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Councilwoman Green, you're acknowledged.
I'm not sure if you all can answer this, or we might have to have finance come in, but we spoke earlier in budget about the variance of what we thought the project would cost and then what we're ending up paying. And this looks like we're using some sort of found money, from the Accelerate Memphis bonds, the earned interest on those. So I'm wondering if this is a significant variance from what we expected. It sounds like it went on for many years. I know the cost of everything's gone up. If this is, what we budgeted versus what we're ending up spending, do you see where I'm going?
I see exactly where you're going. I asked some of the same questions as I looked at some of the previous invoices, just so that we could see how we move from one original amount, and I can't, what was the original amount? Do you remember?
The entire contract was $57 million, and so we were within contract, within budget on it. It was a matter of allocating the budget, allocating the money to the contract and the budget.
And then there were some change orders that took place during this contract too, which increased the amount from the original $57 million. The change orders were for various reasons. During COVID, there was a stall, there were increases, in costs of different types of labor and product during that period, which wasn't anticipated. But to close out the project itself, the last balance for Motorola was this amount. I think it was $1.2 million.
Do we know what the final total was of the project? So it's originally was 57.
Still 57 million. It was within the original budget and contract.
Yeah, so I guess this is where it may be that we need an answer from finance, not from you all, is if it was budgeted for 57 and we end up paying 57, why are we having to use Accelerate Memphis interest to pay the last 1.2? Like it seems like it should have already been in the police's budget. And I don't know where the administration or finance is. So.
I mean, that, Chairwoman, I'll make a comment.
Yes, Councilman Espinosa.
Thanks.
I'm trying to send
Appreciate
a text
that.
to see if we can get somebody down here
Okay,
from
cool.
finance.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that'll be good to know, I think, Councilwoman Green, but I also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what we owe this, right? I mean, this is like an agreement that is old. So I would think, I mean, topical here, just hearing this, quite frankly, for the first time today, I feel like we should pay it. And, you know.
No, definitely agreed. I'm just
Trying to understand the logic between
Chief
Accelerate,
Adams, maybe you can help us here. Maybe not. I don't know.
The door into work, you go.
Right. Welcome. We're so glad you joined us. We're talking about Resolution 1, which is the 1.2 plus million interest on Accelerate Memphis bonds that is going to go to pay for the finishing off of the radio upgrade, which evidently began in 2017 with a budget of 57 million, and we're finishing with a budget of 57 million. My question was, if it was budgeted for 57 million, why are we using Accelerate Memphis interest funds to pay for this? Why aren't we using police budget funds? The seat just keeps getting hotter and hotter.
So, yeah. So Chief Person is going to give you the definitive answer. What I will do is kind of kick it off. So Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. So with respect to this particular project, police historically took the radios as it took ownership of the particular project and took ownership of the radios, installation, service, etc. With that being said, the upgrade that we were supposed to have was historically budgeted in police's fund. Over the years, and it was actually budgeted through CIP. So over the years, we have gone into some cost overruns, but then most importantly, there are some additional costs associated with this. If I'm not mistaken, this $1.2 million will complete the entire amount for the project itself, but not the operations, correct?
Right. Yeah, we went over that, but that's why I asked for the starting and the ending amount, because they said the starting was 57 and the ending's 57.
Right.
So if we knew the starting, this is going back to what we were talking about earlier in the variance, right? And so I understand sometimes things cost more, it takes longer time, et cetera, et cetera. And there's unexpected cost and money has to be moved. But in this case, it seems like we budgeted 57, it's going to cost 57, and yet we're dipping into a different fund to pay for it. Does everybody, are we all on the same page now?
We all on the same page now.
And so my question is why?
Okay. So the additional cost, I cannot speak to, and I think that police can articulate to the different costs. But I can say this with respect to the identified funds right now, we did take the interest proceeds to pay this off and not eliminate or not defund a particular project. So I think that's our goal with respect to funding this $1.2 million gap. As to the additional cost, I think they can tell you a little bit more about the additional cost.
Well, earlier they answered cost started at 57, ended at 57. So budget was 57, it's ending at 57. So that's where the rub is for me is I mean, it is possible that maybe you had something in your budget and you moved it to something else. Like, again, it's.
There were, and the only thing I could see from this project was there was an invoice that was sent. This invoice was literally sent in the previous administration. I'm just gonna put it out there. And we were, and we were told that the invoice was gonna be taken care of. And because when I get an invoice, I wanna get it paid. And didn't realize that the invoice was not paid. So we started getting calls about this last invoice. But examining the invoice, it looked like there had been some upgrades during the project that were outside of the original amount. Some change orders, and anytime you see a change order, most of the time that's changing the cost of or the work that was originally planned.
That's why I asked that very specific question, which is where we started and where we ended. And the answer from Deputy Chief Crow was 57 and 57. Because that would explain it to me. We had additional cost. We needed an extra 1.2. I would absolutely, and this seems like a good place to pull it from. But if the budget was 57 and the end cost is 57, you should have this 1.2 in your budget already. Right? I mean, okay, again, I'm trying to be a good steward of the, I'm not trying to accuse anybody of anything up here, current administration, prior administration, but we have to be really good stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. And $1.2 million, if we saw it laying on the street, would not be nothing. And so if we already had it budgeted in there, if it got moved to some other purpose within the police budget, fine. But again, usually $1 million things in the police budget get brought before us. And I don't see that's happened here. If it was in the budget, then we should just take it out of that bucket and pay this and leave this Accelerate Memphis for Accelerate Memphis projects. I'm not trying to be difficult here, but it feels like if we started at 57 million, we're ending at 57 million. You already had the budget for it. Why are we dipping into Accelerate Memphis interest funds?
Councilwoman Walter Person, CFO 125 North Main. We're going to have to go back and just verify a lot of that. A lot of these transactions occurred even before I really before I assumed the role, but a lot of these go back
definitely before
sometime.
me.
Yeah, they go back before you too. So we'll have to go back and do a little bit deeper dive. I can speak to the fact that the expense has been around well over a year. The contractor is threatening to cut police off.
Yeah, we don't want that.
And so what I'm saying is, in terms of the specific questions you're asking, we're going to have to do some more research to address that.
I appreciate that. This is similar to some conversations we had during budget season where it's like, we've got to do this now or else. And so we're back in that exact same conversation. And when I dig like this deep to say, hey, where did this $1.2 million go? We don't really have an answer. And so I know, there's probably other people in the queue. I would like to be able, I know this is same night minutes, but it's just 1 week. I would like to be able to put it on the agenda for next week and maybe you guys be able to come back to us because I know there were multiple times during the budget hearings that Councilman Espinosa was able to actually find the funding. So if we could find it without having to use this, that would be great. You may come back in a week and say, we can't find it, we got to pay it. But that would be my request is that it not be same night minutes so we can get this answered properly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
I do have one item. I know that there is an outstanding bill, so we'll have to make sure that we communicate this with the vendor to ensure that we don't have service interruption. But your request and your comments are reasonable, and we'll make sure that we provide that.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Green. And that's what we've been saying since the beginning. And from my understanding, if I heard you correctly, this has been going on since 2017. So this is way before any of our time. I think, Chief Person, you and I have talked about some other things that we're finding, and you're having to do some deep dives on some lost money that, or money just appearing and needing and not sure where it's coming from. What is the deadline for this contract? That's the question, because I heard that this is outstanding.
This bill is seriously outstanding.
Okay, that's it. I pay bills on time. I hate outstanding bills. When you say seriously outstanding, and I did hear, I just want to make sure to repeat that they're saying they're going to cut you off. Did I hear you say that?
That is correct. And as mentioned before, this bill itself and the arrangement was one that many of us in the police department was not, aware of this existing bill. However, this bill was submitted to the previous administration, and the department was told that it was taken care of and that they would take care of it. If we had known this bill still existed, we would have been working through the budget process to make sure that we presented a budget that requested additional funds.
And would have
we didn't
included
realize it
this.
until we started getting telephone calls.
Okay. So this is my ask as the council. I would like for you all to go back and to look at every bill from this previous administration that we keep running up against every time we come in here with these surprises of needing funding. I think your accounting guy's here. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Eason.
Mr.
He's
Eason?
familiar. Yes. Eason, yes.
Mr. Eason, my ask is I want you all to go through it like a fine-tooth comb to find out anything that's outstanding from the previous administration. We need no more surprises. We know that this is an urgency. I know Councilwoman Green is asking for a week, and you're saying this is seriously delinquent. Am I correct? And there's a possibility that they may not do this? Is this going to affect Shelby County? So I'm just trying to find the urgency in getting this done.
Don Crow, let me go back a little bit. This project
Yes.
is not just for the Memphis Police Department. This project is for the Memphis Police Department, Fire Department, Animal Services, Public Works, Solid Waste, all divisions of city government, and the Shelby County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
And so this project was split at a 51-49%, city paying 51%, Shelby County paying 49%.
So we're the holdup on our end.
And the original project was we paid all the invoices and then Shelby County reimbursed
Reimburse you?
Yes.
So would this be reimbursed, this extra?
Yeah, I don't know that I know the answer to that.
Okay, so you don't know the answer to that. That's all I'm asking. But we need to. So, to my colleague, and I hear what you're saying. We cannot continue to do business like this with surprises. And that is becoming a pet peeve of mine as well. We ask at the beginning of the year, and our ask is still the same, and we're 9 months in. And so we want to be respected with our requests and our ask. So I ask, go and see with a fine-tooth comb what the previous, because every time we come up here, it's the previous, and we're having to deal with that. Please go look with a fine-tooth comb and find out what is it. Because we just got a resolution that quarterly reports will be done, because we don't want any surprises for FY26. Am I correct, team? We don't want any more surprises. So, Councilwoman Green, I know you want extended to a week. Is a week sufficient enough, or do we need to take care of this bill? Because I don't want, this affects across the city.
My understanding is the vendors called me and told me that pretty much on a daily basis, they are threatening to discontinue service, but I definitely understand your point. I myself had many of the same questions and raised a lot of the same questions, and for nothing other than the fact that there is an urgency is brought before you. However, we will go back and challenge the vendor who's probably also watching these proceedings to find out as much as we can to get that information back.
So what I'd like you to do is ask, and if they can't, we need to pay this, because it affects just not only them, it affects the entire city. And more than one entity of government, as far as emergency-wise, this needs to be paid. But this has to stop.
And it's understood, again, much like the issue that you had raised with me, these things come up and some of them, proceed, maybe even some people at the day of even entering adulthood. I mean, these things go back decades on occasion.
Yes, we're dealing
And
with
I'm
the
not
issue
saying
from
this particular
1999.
issue
Yes.
goes back that far, but it requires a certain amount of forensics, and sometimes vendors don't do that. They just say, "Hey, we contracted with the city. I don't care who you are, give us our money," and that's the position we're putting in. But I definitely understand your point, and we will follow up.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Green. I hope that's okay. We can.
So if I can just kind of, we really need this money. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I would like to say and propose that we just go ahead and pay this.
Yeah.
We cannot afford for our sheriff department, police department, fire department to not be able to communicate. It's too much at stake. They can find out that information and moving forward, making sure that they're providing any outstanding debts, but we can't afford to take this type of chance. I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and pay this bill, which is $1,219,142.34 for the radio system upgrade project.
Well, thank you, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Before we do a second on that motion, we had Councilman Warren in the queue, so I wanted to allow him just a minute to say what he was going to say.
Yes, ma'am. My thing may be off the topic a little bit, but I guess it's got to do with spending, so I guess it's not. At this point, 2 months into the budget, it looks like we spent about 26% of our overtime in fire and 32% of our overtime budget in police, based on some numbers that people sent me. And I'm wondering if you could bring back to us next time the percentage of overtime that has been spent so far in the year, based on us being, we'll be a quarter way through the year. So let's see what it is at the end of 3 months and tell us that at our next meeting.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, would you restate your motion?
I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and approve the $1,219,142.34 for the radio system upgrade project.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Can I offer a friendly amendment?
Yes, you may.
If we are able in the next week or two to discover that these funds are already in the police budget, they reimburse these back into the Accelerate Memphis Fund.
I totally agree. That I have no problem with that. That's one of the reasons that we've been challenging it, much like you.
That's fine.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
And so that's actually for the friendly amendment. And so now we're going to take a vote on the actual motion to pay the bill with the friendly amendment. All those in favor? Any of those opposed? There's a request for same night minutes on this one. You all still ayes on that? I should have said that first. Okay. And so the ayes have it. So we'll move this down to our meeting this afternoon at 3:30 for same night minutes.
Chair,
Thank you all.
thank you. Can we make sure that when we come back next week that we get a report on this particular issue?
We will.
This may be a good moment earlier when we were talking about monitoring and adjusting. Is there, for instance, on a project like this, where not in terms of a total budget, but is there a spreadsheet or something that says this is this 2017 project, this is all that we've spent on it, in one place where you can see it?
Yes, ma'am. Chairman, we have, this is a CIP project, and there are some CIP historical documents that we can go and we can aggregate that information from the past CIP documents to see in aggregate what has been spent.
From a practical standpoint, is it practical for us to start doing that when we have these types of projects where it's not something we have to accumulate? Is there a way to have all the expenditures for a particular project in one place? Is that something that we can do?
As a matter of fact, we have been moving toward that direction. This year, we've implemented a new program that allows for us to actually earmark GO bond expenditures, especially with year markers so that we know that we track these expenditures within each subsequent year. So, for instance, there's a 3-year window to spend GO bond funding. So if it's a project such as the radio tower project, it will be funded with bonds and a project number that has a year marker. So at the end of year 3, if those funds haven't been expended, then they'll be repatriated, and that division will be forced to discuss why they haven't used their money in a timely manner. So we are in the process of moving toward that end. We've had a lot of turnover in the past. I'm actually in the process of trying to replace my CIP manager now, who has issued a resignation. So
Okay.
just as a point of reference, a lot of those kind of things happen, but we are in the process of building out some of that structure to try to get to a better place.
Thank you. And then, Chief, I would ask kind of something similar, not the same question, but just with the same thought. If there's some way from within to keep up with just, hey, this is the project we're working on. Because I guess in my mind, otherwise, I don't know how do we keep up with what we're owed, when we're owed it, if we actually even owe the invoice. I'm sure you all did the due diligence to look and say, hey, this is services that we received, but I would imagine that it's difficult to keep up with, reimbursements and how much has been paid and what should be coming in if we don't know exactly how much we've expended on the project.
Absolutely. And just like today's capital projects, we work off of a spreadsheet to show the percentage of what has been done and keeping up with all of our current projects. This was one that spanned over several years with several different, entities that were beneficiaries of it, payments, reimbursements. And so what we'd have to do and what we plan to do is get with our finance manager to really look at every last one of the invoices so that we can see if it in fact does add up to be $57 million, or if in fact some of the change orders, and I don't believe the change order invoice that I saw was the only one. It was probably some other change orders, because it typically is with large projects like that. So we'll be looking at every last one of the invoices from 2017 to present to see, how.
Thank you. And ensure that we get the rebursement that we're entitled to as well. Thank you.
Absolutely.
We're moving on to item number 2.
Quick comment, please, if you don't mind. If you don't mind. I'm sorry, I thought I was
Go
in the
ahead.
queue. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just a quick heads up next time on this type of stuff. I don't think any of us, as far as the public goes, they hear us going back and forth about these types of items. I mean, this was a total surprise. I thought we were coming in here today. Jerry, Councilwoman Green asked a simple question, and here we are 30 minutes later with, I have a lot more questions that I'm not going to ask because we're going to figure it out, but just frustrating. Essentially, y'all were not aware of this bill at all until after we passed the budget, correct?
That's correct.
That's what I've heard.
It was a surprise.
Just to confirm that.
So,
and real quick, so that's fact one, and then fact two is that we figured out that we owe it, and it's not in the police budget currently. So now we're taking
with
money
the administration.
work with the administration and taking money. And like, if we could have had this discussion one-on-one before we got in here today, we could have all explained it together. And that's abnormal, but normal when you discover these things. So I just want the people at home, I joke and say the millions watching around the world, but like this was all avoidable. Just a conversation beforehand. That's all I would humbly ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Espinosa. We're going to move on to item number 2, which is a resolution appropriating $150,000 for CIP project number FS02032, EMA sirens funded by GEO bonds, all council districts sponsored by the administration. Request for same 9 minutes. May I have a motion and a second? I have a motion by Councilwoman Warren and a second by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington. Who's presenting on this item? Good afternoon.
There we go. How's that? Good afternoon, Council.
Good.
Gina Sweat, your Fire Chief, 2670 Avery. And with me is Deputy Chief Angie Sullivan, Chief of EMS, and is also over OEM, and she'll be presenting on this case.
Good afternoon, council members. This is a reoccurring cost for the replacement of any damaged or antiquated EMA sirens throughout the city. We have 105 sirens that cover the city of Memphis that alert us to severe weather. And through that replacement process, we have tried to replace some of the antiquated sirens, or if they're damaged, like in an accident, if a car hits a pole and they're knocked down, they have to be replaced, and this is part of that expenditure.
Thank you. Any council members in the queue? Yes, Councilwoman, oh my gosh, Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. But I have a picture to show you, and let's see if we can find out what we can do with this. You see that little gadget there? You know what that is? I hear we're short and we need some more. Were you aware of that? What is it? It is a carbon.
Full gas monitor.
It smells for,
Yeah, it's a carbon monoxide
Yeah,
monitor.
so someone sent this to me and asked if I could bring this to your attention. There's more needed, they're short, and said they're really kind of old or outdated. But are you aware of that?
I am aware that sometimes we have ones that are damaged, or my request to you, Councilwoman, to make sure that the person that sent you this has reported it or requested that there's a problem.
It was anonymously sent to me, so.
Yeah, so definitely do all of our safety equipment and stuff. As you know, we replace it probably more regular than some departments, but this is definitely something we can look at. Like I said, we do have the members that sometimes damage them or break them or lose them that have to be replaced. So this will be one of those things that I'll go back and ask some questions and look about.
Well, let's make sure that our firefighters have what they need when they show up at the houses in people's homes and they're doing their job.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Appreciate it. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Any other colleagues in the queue? Of what? Oh, I don't know. I'm sure that's something that you all can probably talk about.
They are assigned to all the companies that actually need them now. So if there's been any damage or loss, we'll just have to check the report and see if that's been noted. And then we'll obviously get them what they need to do their job. This is one of those very important things that helps us understand when they should be able to take their SCBA mask off after a fire. And so this is a piece of safety equipment. So if there's a company riding around that doesn't have the proper safety equipment, that is their duty to report that to us and make sure that we are aware of it. So we will definitely be, as a matter of fact, I got people behind me that's probably already sending some text out right now.
Yeah, I heard they were reported and nothing has been done.
Yeah.
So just make sure that everything is properly on these fire trucks when they arrive to these homes, and make sure that that whatever the request is needed, because this is very important, that it is supplied.
Yes, ma'am. Employee
appreciate
safety is first and foremost. We will take inventory. We will make sure that they have what they need. We'll make sure that the employees feel comfortable with reporting it as well, so that once it's reported, Chief Sweat will have an opportunity to address.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, all those in favor? Aye. Any of those opposed? This item goes down to full council, 3:30 today for same night minutes. Thank you. Item number 3 is City of Memphis Fleet Inventory Update, all council districts, requested by Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Spinoza, you may be recognized.
Thank you, Councilwoman, Chairwoman White. Excited to get an update today from Antonio, Director Adams.
Okay. Yes, sir. So right now, under the COO's office, I commissioned an inventory of the fleet. The group who is conducting the fleet has provided one update with regard to the police's inventory. They're doing an analysis of what should be what fleet we should have an inventory actually to what is out there as well. So they're putting together this analysis. I'll have something written by next week so that we can be able to provide this to you all to have a more robust conversation. Again, this is police. Second phase will be fire. Third would be solid waste. I'm taking my larger divisions first, and then we'll go to the other divisions.
Thank you, Antonio. Just for the fellow council members, item number 4, he referenced it, and I'm not trying to jump ahead of the chairwoman, is the prioritization of fleet service repairs for Memphis Police and Fire, because that's what the context of all this really is around, is us. And we've had meetings, and Eric, I appreciate you, sir. We've talked, spoke again today. So this is a priority for the council and for all of us, public safety. Again, the rumors that we hear about, and not even necessarily rumors, about cars broken down, not enough cars for Alpha Shift, Bravo Shift, Charlie Shift. It's all about public safety. So this is us working with you to make sure we have a good plan in place, and all of us working together to make sure we have a good plan in place and we're doing this the right way. So that's the context. Thank you. Can't wait for the update.
Thank you so much, Councilman Spinoza. Is that the completion of the update? Yes. Okay, are there any colleagues with any questions, comments? Chairman Smiley?
For the rest of the presenters, the word of the day is brevity. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 4, which Councilman Spinoza just mentioned, is a resolution to prioritize fleet services repairs for Memphis Police and Fire Department vehicles, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman Green. Can I get a second? Moved by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, seconded by Councilman Smiley. Go ahead, you wanna go ahead? All right.
All right, Melvin Jameson, Interim Director, General Services, and
I'm Mayor Connor. I'm the Fleet Administrator of Fleet Services.
all right, so we're gonna start this off with just talking about our service delivery model, some things that we can do to improve on getting repairs and prioritizing fleet emergency response vehicles. So one thing we've done already is we have hired 136 out of 40 in our complemented fleet, meaning that those hard to fill mechanic positions that were hard to fill months ago, we have now got those people on board, and they are helping us to accomplish our goals of achieving the 90% goal of fleet emergency response vehicles on the road. Second, increase in shop business hours.
Director Jameson, I apologize. I did not mean to interrupt you. I think there's a little bit of confusion because I think, are you giving the update or?
He's given a full fleet update, which we were prepared to provide, given the fact that we do need to move forward in the agenda and time. We can speak to the proposed resolution, but that was more of a full update of the state of fleet repairs.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go ahead towards the resolution, and then what we'll do is we'll make sure that we get that information, because I think the resolution is still going to be the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So with respect to the resolution, as I understand, we worked and reviewed the resolution that is proposed by Councilman Spinoza and Councilwoman Green. What they propose to do is any proceeds from, accidents, insurance proceeds will be then reallocated to the fleet fund, specifically in police and or fire, and this is for any loss.
You're one ahead of us. We're still on 4.
Okay.
I mean, we can talk about it all at once. I don't want to tell the chair how to.
I'm sorry.
Run her committee.
So the first one was to prioritize fleet service repairs. And then item number 5 is what you were just speaking about, Chief Adams. So is there anything additional about prioritizing fleet service repairs?
Pretty straightforward. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think it will be a robust conversation. So if time is of the essence, I would ask that we bring that back to you, because that's what Director Jameson was getting into. I'm sorry. And I misread that. That's on me.
Where's the sponsor to this?
Well, I'm one of the co-sponsors, I think we do want to see the numbers and the spreadsheet that you talked about. And I echo what Councilman Spinoza said, which is it's just a priority. You know, we're getting calls that, for example, the Appling precinct only has 9 cars that are supposed to run 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. That's not enough. We know that's not enough. That precinct's huge. So, and that's just one precinct. So that's where our focus is trying in this moment where everyone is talking about public safety, making sure that our officers on the front line have what they need, and that's cars to go out and solve these crimes. So we have put in 2 specific resolutions. One is prioritization of the repairs, and the other is what you were getting to, which is when there are wrecks. Memphis, there's a lot of wrecks. Not all of them are our fault. Some of them are someone else's fault, and sometimes those people have insurance. And so as it stands right now, when the insurance payments come back, they go into the general fund, and we would like to see them go into the police budget for purchase or of new vehicles. So that's what the 2 resolutions are. If I'm fine to hold it for another week because we're coming back in another week, but I know that we've had conversations in the background, and we didn't put it on the last agenda. We did bring it to this agenda. If we are going to continue to say and act like that we need to have a pandemic level response to crime, we can't keep pushing this down the road. We need to have this conversation. So if we need to hold the discussion and hold the 2 resolutions, I don't want to speak for Councilman Spinoza. I'm fine to hold it to next week, but I want to have the actual information in our hands by next week.
Is that doable, administration?
Yes, I mean,
Okay.
I think.
And I know you were prepared to present
Yes,
today,
we are.
and we appreciate
We'll
you.
get the information to you.
Thank you. Okay, so Spinoza, Councilman Spinoza, you okay with us holding this till next week? Okay, seeing that there's no objection, we're going to move items number 4 and number 5 to our next committee meeting on next Tuesday.
It is 2:08, and I call the executive session of the Memphis City Council to order. If you're having conversations in this room, please exit. If not, Sergeant Owens will be acting early. All right, we have 4 items on the agenda, and the chair is going to exercise discretion. Is going to make it 5. All right, Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilman Carlisle is present. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, thank you, members. We have, as I said, 4 items on the agenda. I'm going to make it 5. We have a new rule. We're not going to start committee meetings prior to 8 o'clock. We have staff and folks who present who have some familiar responsibilities, and we need to make sure we're paying respect to the folks who have to. And as it relates to presentations, We're not gonna have more presentations or discussions. We're not gonna have more than 3. So because of the new rule set by this chair, there are some people who got punted, because we just doing too much at times. But I do want to note this. We punted someone. They punted a particular organization. They paid someone's hotel room and opportunity to come and present for this body out of Dr. Warren's committee. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours. DNA, come on down. Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I believe this morning we had a presentation from Mr. Price and the Downtown Association. If you could come forward, you've got 5 to 10 minutes for this presentation. Keep it brief so we can be informed. Thank you very much. Name and address for the record.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Thank you for doing this, Mr. Chair.
When I make random rules, you gotta accommodate people.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Warren, and thank you, Chairman and City Council, for hearing us. Jared Price, 648 Poplar Avenue, and I'm joined by Mr. Ryan Marsh as well.
Ryan Marsh, live downtown and a business owner downtown as well.
And we're here to discuss about the Mud Island Amphitheater, something that's gotten a lot of attention, a lot of media attention, a lot of momentum going behind it. We recently, did we get the PowerPoint going? Is it?
You may want to switch tables.
Okay, so as you guys know, we about a month ago or two, we had a huge community engagement event where we engaged the community, collected live data from what the community would like to see happen to our beloved Mud Island Amphitheater. We had over 100 people show up, from state leaders to county leaders to city council and commissioners, and it was an overwhelming response. So this movement is basically based on that data that we're doing and live feedback one-on-one with the community. It was very well attended, and we wanted to share some of the data with you. This is kind of what we asked the audience. So they scanned a QR code. We collected their live responses. This is what they see as the Mud Island Amphitheater as it is now. Some of the adjectives they used to describe it: abandoned, sad, landmark, majestic. And we've provided a paper copy of that as well. So some of the best bands, they were able to provide feedback about what their favorite bands were that they saw there. But here's some of the most important data. The Barcays, yes, Councilman Walker. Right, reliving her full life. One of the things we realized is that the monorail is going to be a huge expense. So we asked people, would not having the monorail, we're going to go from left to right, would not having the monorail stop you from visiting the concert venue? 95% replied no, it would not. So that is something that we can do at a later date if the council so decided to so be it. Should the Memphis City Council and the government prioritize it as an urgent restoration project, given the pain that our downtown economy is facing right now? 89% said yes. Would you like to attend a pop-up concert series if there was to be a success in planning one? This is going to be similar to the same kind of pop-up event that we have seen all throughout the city. Tennessee Brewery had pop-up events before it was renovated or before it was repaired. The Crosstown Concourse had pop-up events before it was renovated or repaired, and 96% of those people said absolutely. Do you want to see the monorail replaced? Of course, they said yes. And then the last question is given that the managing entity, Memphis River Parks, does not have management experience with concert venues, do you support removing the amphitheater from underneath the umbrella of Memphis River Park Partnership? 93% said yes, they would like to see this happen. The biggest thing we're hearing right now is this venue unstable? And one of the things Councilwoman Yolanda Cooper Sutton said to us that I heard last time is we need partnerships between community organizations and city council. So we wanted to not only just come asking for help, but also to deliver some help to the council. Step up to the plate and say, look, we're here in this with you. So we forked out the bill and paid for an engineering study of the Mud Island Amphitheater. And the engineer, we got out of Memphis. We went to out-of-state engineer, came in from Little Rock, and said, no, this is not unstable. This structure has typical settling of any major concrete structure. A copy of that letter has been provided to all of you guys, and the main portion of it says it is in their opinion that the overall structure seems to be reasonably sound and poses no immediate threat to its integrity. With that being said, this is our plan. This is our ask of the City Council. The DNA would like to partner to do a temporary activation in the space for a 3 to 4 day concert series. This is in alignment with the Downtown Memphis Commission's vision for activating vacant spaces, and a partnership has already been discussed with the DMC. The purpose is simply to activate the space and to bring more people downtown, especially when our downtown businesses are hurting and need it most. We would use these events to raise money for what we collected to be, from the live data, the number one priority, which is new seating. So we're not only just trying to say, council, we need money and we need to save this. We're trying to create innovative ways to actually raise the money and help be a partner in this restoration and reactivation. And to speak just about that, Mr. Ryan here wants to say a few words about what it would mean to the South Main, because he's on the South Main Association.
Got 5 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. So I can speak to it in a way that's appealing to City Council and to the city as a whole.
We talk dollar cents, brother. Talk dollar cents.
I opened, and oversaw the Moxie Hotel, and I also ran the Hugh Hotel. So I saw the budget for 15 years on both properties. And I saw the difference in what this was activating downtown and the tax revenue it generated for hotels and hospitality specifically, and then what it looked like afterwards. And there's a 30% dip. So that means more money in the pockets of the taxpayer, the people downtown, the people running the businesses downtown, and then the revenue we raise obviously could be reinvested back into the city.
That being said, this particular pop-up, what we're asking the City Council is permission to activate a public park right now that is owned by the City of Memphis, and in partnership with South Main Association, if they wish to be involved, but also the DMC, which we've already kind of had prelude discussions with. We want to raise money, have this pop-up concert series to raise money for the new seating. It would activate porta potties, food trucks. It would feature local entertainers. It would be at no cost to the city. So I know that's a big caveat. What's it going to cost? It's not going to cost the city a dime. We just need permission to do the activation and to have it. And we would also need to do the same thing that we've seen done at the Tennessee Brewery, at the Crosstown Concourse. You get it ready, make sure your tripping hazards are addressed, no immediate poses of threat to hazards or anything like that. And again, that would be covered by the cost of the Downtown Neighborhood Association in partnership with other organizations in downtown. We would like to try to do something in November before it gets too cold. A nice, cool November night for a concert would be nice. Other than that, that is pretty much what we have.
So
and we
thank you. I know
questions.
we have some council members eager to opine on this.
I just want to
go ahead, Doc.
Let me follow up. I assume that when we do this, people will be utilizing the monorail walkway to go across. So we need to make sure that that's accessible and safe.
Yes. Memphis River Parks did do a good job getting it cleaned up and fixed up, so it is operational right now.
Okay, that's good. And I have other council members that have questions, and you have 3 minutes left in your
All
time.
right, so a couple things. One, when we were talking about partnerships and using city-owned asset, I think it's advisable, as we take this under consideration, pull in our chief legal officer so that we don't find ourselves in a situation that we need our lawyers on the back end rather on the front end. I prefer to use them at the beginning prior to the end. So that's one thing. Let's making sure, I guess Attorney Owens is going to get with Chief Gibson to make sure we're following all the appropriate steps. That's one thing. I know we have a couple council members in the queue. Brevity, because if it goes too long, I'm going to act like I don't see anybody. I'm just going to the next item. Okay, and I'm going to make sure we do a good job of hooking you up with the appropriate people in the city, like Director Walker and Chief Gibson. All right, I have no idea who's in the queue first. Okay, y'all don't care. See? Oh, never mind. Brooke knows. Logan was in the queue first.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief
Then
Hyman,
Walker.
for being attentive. Anyway, I want to know about insurance, like who would be responsible for those types of things, safety and security, the money that's raised, where does it go? Who owns the money? And who determines the programming? Those
So,
four questions.
great questions. Liability insurance for any activation event, especially like the same events like Memphis has done across the city, is covered by that organization. So the DNA would be responsible for providing a liability insurance for that. As far as programming and stuff, this would be something that we would work with community partners like the Downtown Memphis Commission, the DNA, and we would work with like Milton Howery, who has wonderful experience, hosting events and getting lineups for music and stuff like that. We just have such an array of talent in downtown that can help really put together a diverse, wonderful music mix of talent and overseeing that as well.
So DMC would determine the programming?
DNA and DMC is a partnership. We would form a committee that was actually a joint committee with the DNA and the
what's
DMC.
DNA?
Downtown Neighborhood Association.
Okay, all right. No, that's your group.
Yeah,
okay.
that's us.
All right, and the money that's raised, you said it's gonna go for the seating, but we haven't determined the seating yet for the new, or whatever we're gonna do over there. So where does the money go?
So the seating is actually,
escrow?
yeah, basically an escrow. So what we actually have done is another piece of homework that we've already done, because we believe bringing answers, not just ask. We want to make sure that we are doing what is appropriate with the funds. We actually have already gotten a bid on new seating for the Mud Island Amphitheater, which is where we got the $750,000 to $850,000 mention in the PowerPoint.
All right, Councilwoman, I hate to cut you off. We got some other.
We don't have to vote on this, right?
Oh, no, this is something
this is just presentation that you want us to think about. Okay.
Think about.
All right, we can
but
ask
we do need to get them and connected with legal, so we
And
can
we're
make
now
sure the
at
city's
10
protected.
minutes.
I know we got Councilwoman Walker, brevity.
But he didn't answer the fourth one.
You want to get with him offline, please?
He didn't, sir.
Want to give him offline, please? Said talk with him offline.
Okay, I will. That last question about the safety and security, I'll get with you after.
Okay, cool. And matter of fact, that question's coming, so if you could, send the councilwoman a response.
I got you.
I definitely appreciate that. Councilwoman Walker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the fundraising aspect, so have you crunched the numbers to the point as to what percentage of your profit is going to go toward the seating, the new seating?
We haven't yet. We came here to put this idea into the public eye and to in front of you guys, letting you know that we want to do it. Once we actually get the right wheels in motion and get the permission to do so, we will start figuring out how much is going to be expenses and how much is going to be profit to go toward that particular cause.
So once you get your budget, can you submit that to us, please?
Absolutely.
So
Thank
this
you.
is what I'm gonna do in interest of time. Sometimes I don't know when council's gonna be eager to ask questions. What I would like the council to do, I don't see nobody. So it's gonna be Brooke. Brooke's gonna designate someone. So Ms. Hyman, get your questions, particularly as it relates to these activations to Clay. Ms. Hyman already delegated responsibility. Sign of a good leader. Get your questions to Clay, and then over the next couple of days, we're gonna get that to DNA pretty quickly so they can answer those questions, and then from there we get them hooked up with our chief legal officer and our attorney, Alan and Brianna over there. Is that good for everybody? Yeah. All right, so actually, really good job. I never know what you're gonna say.
I know, right? Thank you,
Good
Council.
job, good job, y'all. Y'all came and did the work. All right. Thank you, Dr. Warren. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to add this to the executive session. All right, now back to our number one. I don't even know if I want to talk about that one first. I'll skip straight to number two, then we're going to go to number three. Item number two, an ordinance to amend ordinance 5910 to rename the Lincoln Park Pavilion in honor of Hazel Moore as Hazel Moore Pavilion in the City of Memphis, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Swain Washington. There's a request to add on for first reading. Long story short, the first time we did it, everything was done correctly except for the location. The location was wrong. Here, we already proved this. What we're doing is moving to the location to the actual location. I don't know how we made a mistake. Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Warren. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the P&L
May all be added as co-sponsors.
Dr. Warren, everybody's a co-sponsor. All right. P&L chair to the ayes have with everyone's a co-sponsor. Great job, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Item number three. Resolution requesting the Memphis City Revenue Finance Corporation to issue its Economic Development Revenue Bond in principal amount not to exceed $30 million and to loan the proceeds thereof to the City of Memphis, Tennessee for the purpose of funding a portion of the project and for the other purposes set forth herein, consenting to the terms regarding the issuance and sale and delivery of the Economic Development Revenue Bond, authorizing the City of Memphis to accept such borrowing from the Memphis City Center City Revenue Finance Corporation for the purposes of setting forth herein, authorizing the preparation, execution, and delivery of a trust indenture, a loan agreement, a bond purchase documents with respect to the finance, and authorizing certain other matters and all necessary actions with respect to the foregoing District 7, Sub-District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Gotcha. Moved by a lot of y'all. Councilman Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Logan, and Councilman Carlisle. The floor is yours, good sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As required by our city's charter and our rules, I have to make a disclosure of potential financial conflict, and will be recusing myself from the discussion and vote on anything related to items 4 and 5 and their assignment to the agenda going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. It's been appropriately moved and seconded. With that, I will turn it over to Mayor Young. I know number 3 is a resolution. Had a 3 and 4. Our companion had a conversation with the mayor. The mayor understands that the council is eager to hear more about this project and learn about its viability and value to the city of Memphis. However, he understands there are some concerns about the timelessness of it. So he's requested, I don't make any decisions without understanding where this body is. He's requesting, instead of this being a resolution, if everyone's okay with this being a discussion item and it comes back for the council at the next council meeting, which is in 1 week, with same 9 minutes. Is everyone okay with that? It doesn't seem like anyone has a problem with this only being a discussion item as opposed to a resolution. So now this is officially a discussion item. It will come back before the executive session next council meeting with same 9 minutes. And with that, turn over to the Honorable Mayor of Memphis, Paul Young.
All right, thank you, Chair, and thank you all for allowing us to have this discussion. I definitely appreciate the time, and I do understand, as the Chair noted, there was a bit of concern and questions around this item and the timeliness of it and the urgency around it, and I hope that this discussion will give some context for that, as well as answer concerns that you all have, and anything that we can't answer today, certainly we'll be working hard over this next week to make sure we get those answers for you. So I just want to start with a little bit of context as we get into the presentation and just level set. All right, why? Why is this a big deal? And I want you to know that this is bigger than just a hotel. This is a convention center hotel that is attached to a $200 million investment that the city made over the past few years. And it has been in a state, as you'll see through some of the slides, where it hasn't been at its greatest capacity and its greatest use. It's a 600-room hotel, which puts it amongst the top in terms of the number of hotel rooms. About 200 of them have been consistently offline. We have had some of our large users that come to the city, like Kojic, like some of the businesses like St. Jude and AutoZone that use the facility, that have had significant complaints. So much so that earlier this year, when I met with Kojic, their number one concern with whether to leave it here was upgrading the status of that building and that facility. And we are in a position right now where the hotel is slated to be auctioned off if it is not acquired. And as we think about the long-term viability of our downtown and as our city as a whole, I believe that that's something that we cannot afford, to have the largest hotel and the one that's attached to our investment go dark and have no activity. That would not be a great thing for our community. And we think that this is an approach that is creative and one that stands to reap benefits for our community long term. So just a little bit on how we got here, and then I'll go through the presentation as quickly as possible. The ownership group put the hotel up for sale in February of this year, 2024. They marketed it locally and abroad on different websites and put it in the universe. There were 2 responses that I know of that were credible. They selected one that had an option to purchase. That team was made up of Tyrone Burrows, Carolyn Hardy, Charles Winton, and Chance Carlisle. And that is the team that we had early discussions with as they were going through the process of trying to acquire that hotel based on all of their pro formas and all of the work they were doing. Unfortunately, they were not able to finalize the deal. This took place in roughly August of this year. And so since that time, with us knowing that the clock is ticking for them to begin an auction process, we began working to figure out if there was a way that the city could step in. When the deal was being proposed under the previous group that was looking to purchase, they had a creative scenario that we have not seen done, at least locally, where a nonprofit entity, at the time we were talking to a group called Provident, and Provident has been involved with projects in the state of Tennessee around Neyland Stadium in Knoxville. They've done hotel, convention center deals in Texas and many housing deals across the country. And they have a structure where they establish a nonprofit entity that serves as the ownership for the actual real estate, in this case, the hotel. The city would backstop, well, so first they would buy the hotel from the city, and the city would backstop the debt, just like we had talked about in previous hotel deals. But the difference is that under this structure, when that net profit, net revenue at the end of the year for each year as the hotel is moving forward, the net revenue would actually come back to the city. That's unlike the other deals that we were proposed where a private entity owns it, we do a backstop, the net revenue goes to the owner. Under this scenario, we get to participate in the upside as well as participate in the risk. That's a model that we haven't seen. But in order to get to that model, there has to be someone that comes in and acquires the hotel and begins the work to get to that nonprofit model. What we're proposing today is that we be the entity that go in to acquire it. We contract with the group that had the previous agreement to buy the property. They manage the property over the 2-year period. We enter into the agreement with the nonprofit. The nonprofit purchases the hotel, reimburses the city, and the project gets developed. That's it in a short term that all of these slides will tell you. So I'm going to flip through it quickly, but I wanted to just give you some of that groundwork as we began this discussion. And I talked a little bit about this, but I don't want to gloss over this. Downtown is literally our billboard, and I trust me, I'm the community development guy. I want to work in every neighborhood in this community and in this city. But we also have to ensure that our downtown is strong, because that is what everyone sees. As we go to do economic development and recruitment to people to our city, downtown is the place that's the billboard. As they come for conventions, downtown is the place that they're going to see. And if we don't have a place for them to stay, it has a negative impact on our economy. And I'll flip through this because you all get it. We need the current conditions aren't conducive for growth. We know it's a 600-room hotel that has been underperforming. We know that for our convention center, we need about 1,500 high-quality rooms based on studies. And as I mentioned, the hotel is currently in a state where it's needed off the books by December 31st. And that's the pressure for time. This ownership group wants to get this hotel off the books by December 31st. And so without us moving forward, the process will begin for it to be auctioned off, where we have no control as to who the highest bidder may be, whether it's a storage unit or a lower quality hotel that we wouldn't want attached to our convention center. These are just some data points. Looking at a peak point of 2017 for the hotel, looking at the occupancy rate, as you can see, it was 67%, now it's around 50%. In 2017, it was generating about $651,000 in hotel motel tax collections. Now it's around $500,000. You can look at the overall revenue generated, $19.5 million down to $14.8 million. And so you see that the hotel has not
been performing at the same level that it used to. One point around hotel motel taxes that I want to stress. This is the source that funds the debt for our convention center and the FedEx Forum. This is vitally important. Another reason that we cannot afford to have the hotel go dark, because we need hotel motel taxes to support our other efforts around tourism. This is another slide that just shows you the trend based on those hotel motel taxes that I was just referring to and showing you where we are year to date. Looking at the occupancy rates, as you can see, it was closed. That's comparing the Sheraton to downtown overall hotel occupancy. As you can see, it has not been keeping pace with other hotels in the downtown area. These are just some quotes that we included, and certainly you can read them at your leisure when we provide this to you, but you see comments from AutoZone, Rick Shadiak, president of ALSEC St. Jude, talking about the importance of this hotel to their efforts and all of the things that they do. The Convention Center Commission, Shandell Ryan from DMC, who oversees downtown. But the last one is one I want to call attention to, Ms. B.J. Chester Tamayo. If you know her, you know she's very opinionated from Alcinius, but this is deeply important to her business. This is a small business that is based on tourism, and the success of this whole hotel and that whole area directly connects to the success of her business. And so this is just showing you how a stronger Sheraton could look. And then I want to get to some of the things that we've already talked about. We are trying to find an innovative solution to this challenge. We're issuing what we call 501c3 bonds, which means that once these bonds are issued, the hotel would actually be held by a subsidiary of DMC to hold it so that it is an actual nonprofit, which allows us to finance it using lower cost debt. And it was not, as we talked about earlier with 100 North Main and AutoZone Park, it is something that our debt capacity can handle. I do want to be clear about this because I'm sure that there are citizens that are concerned, how can you do this and not other things? These are not general operating dollars that are used for other purposes that are being used to fund this $22 million. Well, the debt capacity, yes, that's coming from non-ad valorem taxes, but this is not the same thing as pulling $22 million from the general fund, where we're using, operating dollars to cover this gap. We're using capital debt to fund this acquisition. And we want to use this nonprofit model to ultimately make money on the back end and support all of downtown efforts. I'm going to flip through this, and I know you guys are itching to ask some questions, and so I'm assuming that most of these things will be answering some of those questions. I will touch on this last slide. Just what is the path forward? Should you say yes when you vote? And as we stated, today is discussion, so there's no ask for a vote today, but we will be asking next week. So assuming you say yes, the hotel would be purchased by the city using those 501c3 bonds. It would take about a month and a half to get to the actual bond issuance. The city would hold the hotel for up to 2 years as a city asset, and we would have a local operator, which would be that same team that I referenced, Carolyn Hardy, Tyrone Burrows, Charles Winton, and Chase Carlisle team. I don't know, the Carlisle Corporation as a part of that management group that would work on our behalf. And then we would sell the hotel at market rate. And this is an important point. Market rate means that we sell the hotel at the appraised value. So we're purchasing it for $22 million right now, which is, we believe the appraised value to be somewhere around the 40 mark, which is where they were marketing the property, $40 million. Those proceeds from the sale can be used to extinguish the debt, so what we incur to buy it, and to foster more tourism-related development. The nonprofit partner would retain a local developer and make the upgrades and return the property to the city at no cost at the end of the bond term. So as they are financing it using those tax exempt bonds, they have a responsibility to transfer the property back to us at the end of the life of that development. And again, this is something that has happened in other communities. We're not making it up. It's not our model. It's one that we've learned about that we believe would be very appropriate in this context. So I'll stop there and I'll open it up for any questions that you all might have.
All right, I know there's a lot of council members with things to say on their names. But first, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Logan and be sure to.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mayor Young, for the presentation. And I do appreciate that this is only a discussion since we just basically got the information. And I appreciate the thought of being creative or thinking out of the box on, how we can make revenue. My number one thing or thing that I want to discuss is the fact that we are a majority African-American community, and we want to, I know I've heard you say, and I know we do, want to see the process or things that we do bring wealth to an opportunity to local developers, local businesses, and the like. So when we talk about the hotel industry, I'm not sure how many hotels we have in Memphis, but I know, we have quite a few. As of right now, we only have one Black-owned hotel. I think that out of all the hotels that we do have, that having one downtown would be great. And so for a majority African-American community, and I would think the developers would also say, out of all the hotels that we do have, having one downtown that's really nice would be great for the largest African-American city in Memphis, and it would be a draw. So I want to know, why is it that we did not, or what did we do to reach out to, once we found out this was going up for sale, or that there were some issues? I want us to really begin to think on how we can build Black wealth, not disparaging on anybody else, any other ethnicity, because 70% of all hotels are owned by Indian Americans and only 2% by Black Americans. And so I think that is very important for our community, for the industry, for distribution. We have most of all of those conventions, or a large portion of the conventions that come here that need these are African-American conventions. And I think it would be great for us to begin to think about how we can spread the wealth and build those developers. There is a Black-owned hotel here in the city. I did introduce you all to them, so everybody would know that we have one. And I know that they didn't know, and they have 31 investors, and they also have they just opened up a hotel in Lake Charles that's a Wyndham. So they have a very nice, brand, as well as they're part of the National Association of Black Hotel Owners, Operators, and Developers. So they have a network of a lot of wealthy African Americans who purchased hotels. One was interested in, anybody would be interested in downtown, a hotel that is a convention center hotel downtown in the city of Memphis, home of blues and all the rest. And Church of God in Christ Convention. So they own a Hilton. So we have capacity. I just want us to begin to think about those things when we're reaching out. We tend to stay local, and that's good too. We can, and even the ones that are local could partner with some of their investors or outside, but I really would like for us to think about that. And I don't know if we thought about those types of things for this project. I know it feels desperate, it feels like we're kind of desperate, and I know we might be able to slow it down with us purchasing it. We might be able to slow down and do the RFP a little bit broader than what we have done, and kind of market it to some of those entities. But just wanted to make sure that we are doing everything we can to open it up, because one thing I did want to point out, the Black-owned hotel that's here in Memphis have partnered with the only HBCU here in Memphis, and that's number one on. They offer internships to students. They teach them inventory, financial, supply chain management. They teach them Six Sigma and general hotel operations. They do a lot of things for the community. They do things for the community in which they're in. I'm not sure how much of that is done when we bring other people in, if they're intentional about doing things like this. So just want to get your feedback on the approach that we took and where we are. Can we rethink that before we close off on this deal?
Yeah, so first let me say I definitely appreciate your passion for it, and I share that passion. When I was at Housing and Community Development, the project that was just approved at Liberty Park, we have Norm Jenkins and James Macklin that'll be doing that project, and that was in part because of the commitment that we had to ensure that we were giving minorities an opportunity to invest in these major projects. In this instance, it's one that really started before we got involved, and these players that are involved right now are involved because they had already started the process. And when Mr. Burrows and Carolyn Hardy reached out to me when they first put the contract under contract, when they got it under contract, I was super excited because of exactly what you just said. It means something to have significant African-American ownership in a development that is skyline defining for our city. And so I wanted that. Unfortunately, it fell apart, but they had already invested significant dollars. They have collateral appraisals and other things that, because they had done that work, we were able to piggyback on things that they had already done. And so us being involved and including them as a part of the team for operations and the future development allows them to still achieve that goal. And I think that the process that you are anticipating or that you would like to see certainly would be great if we didn't have those other mitigating factors where we have a development team that has already made significant expenses and they responded to a RFP that was broadly distributed to our community and abroad.
And I respect that. It's kind of like the Raleigh deal when the RFP went out and we didn't have, that's what I was saying about that developer who started out, and then you said, and I want us to think about that process because it's kind of similar. They had started out with it, and now you're saying that Carolyn and them started out with it. They answered the RFP and came about. I'm not saying take it away from them, of course, but if I know you said that it was going to open back up. They're just going to be the managers. They're going to be the managers of that, but then you're going to open it up for bid. And that's one of the things that I was speaking of, being intentional about going after hotel owners that are African American. Even if we don't have it here, we can open it up nationally as well, making certain that organizations like the one I mentioned know about it too, and being intentional about doing that all the time.
Yeah, I think it's different in that the owner of the hotel will be the city over the first 2-year period, and then the nonprofit. That's the owner. So the ownership incentive for having an African American owner is different, because what the African American led team would do in this instance is be the developer. And what I'm saying is that the potential developers that have already made investments that got us to this point, which is why they are included in that role as of today. Can they expand their team and grow it? Certainly. And those are certainly things that we can have discussions with them about.
Okay, I'll yield back and circle back.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. I guess we'll make note that you may want to circle back. Dr. Warren, I think you're next in the queue.
Thank you. So I wanted to make sure that I could sort of get this to where I understand it's a business deal. The reason that we're doing this is because if we don't do it in January, this goes on the block. And someone can auction it. It'll be auctioned off by the person that owns it.
Not in January, though. It will
in December.
By December.
By December.
So the pressure that we have been under is it takes them about 45 days to start that process.
Okay.
And so in order for them to be able to auction it off by December 31st, they really need to start in October.
Okay, so if we're able to move on this at our first meeting in October and decide we want to do this, then they won't put it up for auction, because it's, as I remember this hotel, the problem that we've had with it have been out-of-town owners. And, you know, it's not really big in their portfolio. They haven't invested in it, and they've been really hard to deal with in our last administration when we were dealing with them. And I'm seeing people that are around, maybe Councilman Ford, you can correct me if this is, but okay, that's what I thought. And so having this under our control, okay, where we as a city can determine the direction of this hotel, how good a hotel it is, and who's running it is important. And somehow we're going to be able to get money at a lower rate because a nonprofit is going to be owning it. How are we having any sort of influence on the nonprofit that's going to be owning it as it moves forward? That's my question, first question.
So we will have seats on the nonprofit, and then there will be a subset of the nonprofit that will drive the, I forget the title for it, but it's like a committee of it, that advisory board or committee of the board that will actually drive the decision-making, for which we will have seats as well.
Okay, and who will determine who is on this nonprofit board?
The city.
Okay, and what percentage of that nonprofit board is going to be African-American?
Whatever we decide. I mean,
okay,
I don't know.
I think as we're looking at trying to figure out how we begin to bring in, you know, a longer thinking group that looks more like us as a city, that may be one place that we can do it. So as we move forward, I'd like to maybe see that happen. I guess the other question I have is, after the 2 years, okay, they're going to sell this hotel to someone. Is that correct? Am I reading that right? Another nonprofit partner, or we sell it to that nonprofit?
Correct.
It's the same nonprofit that we're developing is going to buy it, or any nonprofit that wants to set up and bid for it?
So right now, the city is going to buy it with the Center City Development Corporation under DMC.
Okay.
I'm just counting that all us.
Okay.
We buy it.
We buy it.
And we hold it for 2 years, and then we sell it to the newly formed
that we help develop,
that we help put together.
Okay.
And that is the entity that will own it long term.
And they're going to have it, and they'll have it until the bonds are
matured.
And that's going to be what, 10 years, 20 years?
Likely 20 to 30.
20 to 30. And at 20 or 30 years, they're going to give that back to us. Is that right?
Correct. It reverts to us because we would backstop the debt. And the way that I've tried to kind of structure the conversation is, this is the first step, is to acquire it. The first step is acquisition. And then this body, we will collectively determine the next steps with the nonprofit.
Okay, so in my mind, this has been the anchor that's been holding our convention center down and not letting us sail. And if there's a way we can be the one that raises the anchor and controls which way the ship's sailing, it makes some sense for us to do this. My major concern is there's another huge anchor that's about 2 blocks away from that. And we're not in control of it, but we need to be working with our county partners. We need to be taking 201 Poplar, and we need to be putting it and demolishing it and moving it somewhere other than downtown. Because as long as we have 201 Poplar sitting 2 blocks from our convention center, we're going to have a real tough time connecting South Memphis and Mid-Memphis to up to North Memphis as a commercial entity and making it viable. So I know it sounds crazy, but I don't think it really is. We know that the place is beyond, it's not functioning. The cells don't lock. It's dangerous to be in there. And now's the time to partner, in my mind, with this deal, thinking that this is a community all downtown, and we got to get rid of that 201 Poplar to make this successful too. So I'm backing you in this, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a smart deal. I think we should do it, and we can make the people who buy this look like us, and our percentage of African Americans, as we are the predominantly largest African American city in the country, and we should be able to continue to help build African American wealth.
Thank you, Doc. I know there was some mention of Center City and downtown. Memphis Commission asked, I'm about to call you Chief Ryan. I have no idea what your title is. CEO, President, Chief Ryan, to kind of just talk about, I guess, the structure of DMC, Center City, and the relationship.
Of course, and if I can, I'll just use CCDC to just to be shorter. And Shandell Ryan, Downtown Memphis Commission. President and CEO. What we're looking to do is for this entity to hold the hotel for a time period as determined.
And the entity is?
It would be, we would be looking at doing a subsidiary of the CCDC board. Yes.
Okay.
To hold the hotel for this time period while they're working through the logistics of the overall renovation.
I just want some clarification so that when we talk about this, we know exactly where it's going to go. We have other council members in the queue. Michael and Easter Thomas. Dr. Michael and Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I remember before COVID, slightly, we had another approach about a possible Lowe's coming, and we were super, super excited. And then COVID happened, and then we had to get, stuff together to save lives and keep people safe. So now revisiting, and then the Sheraton came back and said that they would renovate, and we got excited again. And yeah, Councilman Warren, that exact face, that didn't happen. So now we're here for another option. So we're excited again to be able to put some money and effort in our convention center hotel, one of the biggest ones downtown. Or it's the biggest one downtown? Yep, the biggest hotel downtown. And so that definitely matters. Just a few questions on the path. Out of the 5 steps, which ones in particular need council action or approval or authorization?
I'll ask our chief legal attorney to answer.
Okay, so the current ask, the issuance of the bonds, the acceptance of funds from surcharge revenue from the CCRFC for the purposes, and it's in the resolution of providing the earnest money for the deal. Next meeting, ideally, once we iron out the details of the partnership with us and the CCDC, a resolution recognizing that they'll hold the hotel for the city during that 2-year period before it's transferred to the nonprofit partner. And beyond that, I don't think anything else will require council approval. When we sell. When we sell, I was thinking about in the immediate.
Well, no, the whole path, 1 through 5, which ones are we to be included?
The whole path, okay. I was talking about immediately in this meeting and the next. Then down the road, the sale to the nonprofit partner would have to be approved by council. There is a piece in the current contract where, because the city can't, there are certain liabilities the city legally cannot absorb. And because of that, our local partners are acquiring those liabilities for us, if that makes sense. So we're acquiring the property, certain liabilities they're acquiring as part of the contract. So to effectuate that, we are proposing to provide a ground lease that will come out once the deal is being finalized, and that will require council approval also. But that's for the purposes of, we can't hold liquor licenses. We can't provide certain indemnifications pursuant to state law. And so because of that, we had to have a private entity that could hold those liabilities for us.
And you said that ground lease is at which point?
The ground lease is hoping that the council approves the issuance of the bonds for the purchase. Once that part is effectuated and we are able to provide the funding for the earnest money, and we sign this purchase and sales agreement, at the next meeting, I would say in the next 2 weeks, we'd be working on a ground lease with our local partner to present to council very shortly.
That we would approve?
Yes, ideally, yes.
Okay. Another question, just to be sure that, if anybody asks me, I can clearly state what's going on. For the 2 years that the city will hold the hotel,
Are all the dates and all of that are gonna be included on the ground lease for that? Of when the city is gonna give up ownership, when they're gonna sell it?
Well, you mean so we will have a letter
Or
of
is it just or is it just said that it'll just be 2 years or less, or are those actual dates gonna be included on the lease that we're to approve?
I think the expectation is it'll be 2 years or less, but as far as the lease terms are concerned, there will be an agreement between the CCDC ideally as the holding entity and the nonprofit, and that will be an agreement between those two parties with respect to the timeline. So the ground lease, that's sort of a limited function, if that makes sense.
Okay. And then lastly, Chair, because I know we need to move on. You mentioned that those who were previously included, the 4-person team or the 4-part team, had significant expenses. What expenses did they have? And then when they are included in as being the holder of the hotel after CCDC buys it, what are the specific duties of each of those team members and the exact payouts that they'll have?
Now, I can't give you the exact payouts because I don't know the answer to that
Or
part, but
percentages.
I don't know that either. I don't know that part. But I'll tell you about the expenses that I know of. One, there was earnest money that was put in to the tune of at least $1 million. There was expenses for appraisals and things of that nature. There also is the flag, the cost for having a flag for the hotel that has also been incurred. That's, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands, but it was 100,000 or so. And so those are the expenses that we know of. In terms of their roles moving forward.
Well, do you have the amounts for the expenses and who paid what in each percentage?
We can certainly get those. We can definitely get those. Because I don't want to speak, inaccurately around what people have spent. And then in terms of their roles moving forward, certainly there's a management piece where they will manage it. And I don't know their division of duties along that aspect. I suspect Carlisle, which has probably the deepest experience in hotels, will play a significant role on that side. And then after the nonprofit acquires it, they hire a developer. That developer would be this same team. That is where the team actually is able to generate money, revenue. And I don't know the specific split of their team, and that's something that we can get for you.
So the minority portion of the team doesn't come in until the portion is not included in the management?
I don't want to speak for them, but my understanding is they are a part of the team, and their role in that aspect of management is not as heavy on that side. However, pre-development, there is the identifying of the architecture team, the engineering team, the people that are going to be working to develop this project. And that's where the minority members, to my understanding, are going to be focusing their efforts to ensure that we have high levels of minority participation. And then on the development side, they will participate as developers as well.
Can I request that before we next week, as we meet next week, can we all, just share it with everybody. Can we all get a document that outlines what their significant expenditures were, who paid what percentage and what, so that we can also understand that for if money has to be repaid back, who gets what? And then also an outline of specific duties and what percentages that they're going to be expected to do within this lease after it's purchased by the CCDC, and how that's outlined and where each part of the team comes in. I think that's just important to understand for me. If essentially we as a city are going to take part in owning it or buying it, then I think we need to know how everything is particularly divided out. But I think we definitely, and probably before Tuesday, if y'all can send in an email, since they've already started on, they probably already got it in their Google Drive somewhere. If we can go ahead and get an outline of who specifically is doing what, who has done what, who's expected to do what, and really like not just getting broad titles, but the actual names of folks' companies and where they're located. And
Gotcha.
if they're NWBE or not.
We can do that.
Did y'all get that? Oh, the request we waiting on? Okay. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Easter Thomas. The other person with a doctorate, Jerry Green.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with a general request, both of the administration and of the chair. This is economic development. I am the chair of the Economic Development Committee. I would appreciate when it comes back, if it comes back to the relevant committee. I understand you're here, Mayor, but you were here in the Economic Development Committee. So I know that you can appear in front of that committee. There are certain procedures and protocols that we go through as chairs, and I would like to continue to be the gatekeeper of those issues. The second request is when we get information, everybody up here works part-time, allegedly. And it takes us a lot of time to go through our books and, for both the committee and for council. And this is not a small deal or a small amount of money or a small consideration for us. And I personally got an email at 6:40 last night with materials in it, and then a follow-up before 7 a.m. today from your administration. I would appreciate, I understand we're only going to have a week between now and the next council meeting, but as the requests have come in and the things that we have asked, please do not wait to the last minute, because if you push it off, we're going to push it off. That's the short answer of it, because we've got to do our homework. This is our job up here. I would like to say there are many things that we agree on. Mayor, I do believe that we have to have a strong downtown. I'm not sure that this is what I think would make our downtown the strongest. I think having a safe downtown, a downtown safe of gun violence, would be important. I think having functional public transportation would make us have a strong downtown. I think assistance like for our homeless population that we talked about today, families, rooms for 60 families, that makes our downtown strong. And I think all of those things, just like this, would take heroic efforts to try to solve. And I have to ask, with our limited resources and with our limited time, is this the best use of both? And if it isn't, then should we be prioritizing differently? I've said over and over again that I think budgets are moral documents. You show me yours, I'll show you what you care about. We are dealing in a reality right now, for example, with MATA, where they are in such a deep hole. I'm not certain how we're going to climb out of it. And when I have constituents asking me about that, and we're turning around and saying we're going to buy a hotel, it's hard to explain. And I say that when we're only a few months out from budget, where we raise taxes significantly. And I have had multiple constituents at multiple meetings say, but what did we get for it? What's the thing? On the county side, we talk about Region 1, we talk about 2 new public high schools. It's harder to point to what the tax increase got. I understand the level of debt that we were at. I understand that we were trying to increase some stuff in public works or in solid waste, but it's not very tangible. What is tangible is a hotel downtown. And it is hard for us to say that what we're going to rebuild, making our city better on, is this project. So I agree with you that we do want to participate in what could be an upside, what could be a good deal. Frankly, looking at
This, though, it's hard to see what the upside is. The current trend is down. I want Memphians and people who visit us to see the upside of Memphis. But it is hard right now for me to go back to my constituents and explain this deal in particular, especially when there's so many unknowns still out there. Like, I'll just take the nonprofit board piece, right? Just that one piece. Who's going to be on it? How many seats are we going to have? What's the makeup going to be? Are we going to have a percentage of, women and African Americans? Are we going to have people who have hotel experience or attorneys? Like, that one piece is so vital because they're going to be central to this whole deal, and we don't have any details around it. And you're asking us to trust you and to trust this administration with a $30 million risk on a failing hotel. I mean, let's be clear, what we're talking about right now is a failing hotel. I don't want to see it fail further. But I have to go back and talk to the people who are voting for me about what's important to them. And what's important to them is a thriving downtown, but that means a safe downtown. That means a downtown where the homeless population is taken care of. That means a downtown where they can get back and forth on their trolley. You know what I mean? And I can't give them any of that right now. And instead, you want us to vote for this. So I'm asking for your help, I guess, right now to sell this to the people out there, because right now I can't.
Not today.
Oh, not today.
Not today.
Don't respond?
311, but definitely respond. I felt it.
I won't give a long response.
Okay.
But what I'll say is that, I definitely understand. I have to answer to those same constituents. Every one of your constituents are my constituents as well. And what I try to articulate, and it can feel like a complex puzzle, but we are at a tipping point in our city right now. And we can go up or down. And things have been not trending in the right direction in our community because of many of the things that you pointed out. And we're at a tipping point where we could acquire this hotel, make the investments, and have a great upside, or we could watch it continue to go down further and further, just like you just mentioned. And if it goes down further and further and eventually offline, then we begin to put things like the debt that we're already committed to repay for the FedEx Forum and the Convention Center. It puts that at risk, and it puts the future of our downtown economy at risk. And those are the things that drive jobs for the whole community. Those are the things that are going to allow us to get future economic growth in our city. And so it is definitely complex, and it's frustrating. We're working hard to find solutions for MATA, and we're hopeful that we will find a solution. We're working hard to mitigate blight, but this is very, very critical to our success as a whole community.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the response. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to go to the rest of the council members. Dr. Green, you all right? Okay, Dr. Green is okay then. I guess I'm just going to give you an honorary doctorate since we get those out. Dr. Cooper said.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Dr. Green took one of my questions that I was really concerned about. Is this 501c3? Memphis has your developers that you've already have. You named 3, I think 4. Am I right? Carlisle's, Hardy, Barrow, Charles Winston?
Yes.
Okay. How many of them are experienced in hotels?
I don't know the depth of the experience that Hardy and Burroughs and Winton have. I know that they are very renowned businessmen and business people and entrepreneurs in our city that were looking to make that investment, but I don't know their depth of experience in hotels. I know that Carlisle obviously has some with Hyatt.
Okay. Some. Was there anyone else that we could have? The thing, and I'm trying to listen to the Holy Spirit, because what I've just heard and what has been presented is a lot of gaps. I'm talking about some gaps. And we're going to have to sell this to the people. And I know our downtown area is very, very important. I understand that. However, I read everything that we get, and I concur with Dr. Green. I got this at 6:47. I'm sleepy right now because I was trying to read every bit of it. The resolution and the why behind it, and so when I go to I'm gonna stop because I'm not an person. I yield the floor.
All right, thank you. I gave you an honorary doctor. You're going to keep it today. Dr. Kubasen, thank you. Councilwoman Walker, the floor is yours. My apologies, since I'm giving out honorary doctorates today. Dr. Walker.
I don't want to be a doctor.
I retract.
I'm going to be Attorney Walker.
Okay, yeah. The law school is Smiley. We passed those out too. All right.
Thank you all for coming today. Thank you for this. I will be supporting this. I'm excited. I'm happy. It's bittersweet because there are some gaps, some unanswered questions. And my main concern is and like I said, with the supercomputer, we don't need any more bad deals. We have a history of bad deals. And some of them are recent. But this needs to be a good deal for Memphis going into perpetuity. I mean, I don't know. These words are good enough. A good deal. It needs to be a good deal. And a good deal means that it's going to be something that's beneficial to the city and its citizens and our tax base and yada, yada, yada. And I know we're under the gun here with this timetable, but we need to try to get as much information as possible. So those of us who are voting for this, hopefully it'll be at least 7, that we will be voting comfortably because we've received adequate information that we're feeling good about this vote. And my phone is blowing up, so I'm just going to share something quickly, Mr. Chair, and then I'm going to move on. For number 2, as a city asset, can you speak to what this is going to be as a city asset? Can you share a few specifics or any numbers or projections about this being a city asset?
So it'll be a property that the city owns. And, I think one of the important elements of this is that based on, and this is kind of Tanera's area, but based on what I understand of the law, it can't be a money-making asset. And so we're not operating it over this 2-year period to try to make significant sums of money. We're operating it to keep it afloat while we prep it for future development. And so it will likely operate around the same level that it is right now in the short term until we start the redevelopment process.
So when you say redevelopment, are you speaking to upgrades in the room? So the aesthetics and everything, all that's going to be the same for the next 2 years?
Correct.
Ooh,
I mean, there will be cleanup, fix-up stuff, the things that the current ownership has not been doing, but over and beyond that, it won't be any significant upgrades until...
And I didn't mean to cut across you. I'm so sick of these owners and these out-of-town owners. I have an apartment complex, y'all, in my district, and the people just bailed They have just bailed. People been living there, not paying rent. The portal to pay the rent has been closed for a few months, and they don't. Somebody may show up one day and just evict them. They're paying utilities, but they're not. I know it's 19 after, but they're not paying rent, and I'm concerned about how the lack of ethics and integrity and accountability, the way people are doing business, these corporations, they just bailed out on the complex. It's not full. Somebody's here, vacant, here, vacant, and this is just, it's just ridiculous. It's unbelievable. But to the part, this is, and I'm gonna be done with this, about the assets, and thank you for that. And I believe I cut across you. Sorry about that, but I'm just in a space right now. A partnership doesn't mean that all parties bring the exact same thing to the table. One partner may bring the experience, the other brings the money, but one can operate without the other. From a political standpoint, a partner may bring the money, but the other may bring the relationships to get the votes and has no money. But again, one can't get things passed without the other. So in this instance, if all one needs to do is disclose, then why not make all of us partners and we just disclose? If this is not about any profits, assets, just maintaining it until it can be sold, I think all of us should be made partners.
Absolutely not. I ain't in it.
But in conclusion, and that's a judgment. That's not data. Bad idea. That's not data. But we're not here. We didn't seek these offices for personal gain, financial gain, and it just seems like back to number 2, an asset. If there's not going to be any assets generated for the city, then I just think that we all could be partners, and if all we got to do is disclose. So I think my point has been made. I will be supporting this, and I will have some other questions, and I yield the floor. A good deal for Memphis. One Memphis.
Absolutely one Memphis. All right, we're going to go to, it's 3:21. I'm going to entertain 2 more council members, and then we're going to keep it moving. All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, for circling back for my brevity. But I just want to say this. Again, I thank you again for letting this be a discussion. In closing, I know that we're not in position to operate a hotel. We don't know what's coming down the pike. We're on the edge, and to take on a whole hotel is not what we want to do for long term. In my mind, I would like to see us really be intentional about, if we purchase it, immediately it may be better for us to find someone who can purchase it and add the money in. Whoever spends the money, pay them back. Give them their money back and put that into the cost of the hotel. Let somebody buy it who has hotel experience. Like, it's some Black-owned hotels in Miami, Dunn's Josephine Hotel, some Hilton Habana. They are gorgeous, and it's like nothing we've seen in Memphis. I would like to see us broaden our horizon and bring in some really nice talent who can manage a hotel, pay for the hotel, hire some people here, invest in the community, and be a flagship for our convention center like none other. So I don't know what research we have done about looking at hotels and operators and who can fund it, but I think it's very important for us moving forward, for the younger people, for the professionals, for anybody who want to stay down there, to bring something to Memphis that's never been here before. And out of the 25 hotels we have something totally different. So put in the price of the sale however much we need to pay back who put in, not taking away from Mr. Burroughs, them, and the other one. Maybe they can, and making sure they have a part in it as well, but move forward. So, I'm going to be talking to you about that offline, and maybe bring something next time as well, some pictures of some opportunities for us to be different. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
I mean, you gave a mini sermon. It's okay. All right. Dr. Warren said he was going to be brief.
I'll be real brief.
And then Dr. Ford said he was going to be brief too.
Okay.
All right.
I don't think that we need to turn over control of the asset next to our convention center to someone that we can't have direct control over. This puts us in control of a nonprofit, and it gives the hotel back to us at the end of 20 years or whatever the bond period is. So as much as it would be good to have somebody coming in from outside that may be African American, I would prefer to keep this local and keep control of it, because we've already had out-of-town people who supposedly were really good, and we don't need more out-of-town people taking care of this. So I understand the sentiment, but I really don't think that's what we want at this time. And for that reason, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. No, you want a rebuttal? So, say the rebuttal for next week. Rebut him next week. Dr. Warren, be prepared for the rebuttal. All right, take us home, Councilman Ford.
Okay, I'll take y'all home. I told you 30 seconds. Thank all y'all council women, men. You got no women. I always bring them women, doctors, all the rest. Best thing ever is if we're going to buy something, it'll be ours. We've been giving too many things away. Okay? Once we purchase this, hey, mayor's administration and the council, we got to do this one together. Let's make it, hey, where everybody can say, look what the council did together along with the administration. I think this is a very good deal. Everything that everybody said, that's what we got to take back. We got 1 week to kind of work it out and see what everybody and what we need. So everybody needs to, hey, flood your office, okay? Yeah, with everything where we can all be part of to make it work. It will work. We don't want to eyesore back up there and you can't put any brand up there, okay? That's the problem with the city of Memphis. Give y'all a good typical example, and I'm gonna go. Hey, Church of God in Christ, do not let them leave again. Do not let them leave again. And they're thinking about it. You know, it was mentioned that we gave Church of God in Christ just a little piece of money, $300,000. Hell, that's one plate. We didn't give them anything. Okay? We do not need them to leave again. One other thing. When they left here, King Furs left Main Street. They stayed all that time with nothing on Main Street. But King Furs stayed because they knew when the Church of God in Christ came here, they sold every fur it was. And they had to go and get some more because that's why. But when they left, they left. Let's not be foolish again. And hey, this is something we need to work together. And I think this is a good deal. And hey, and like I said, we're going to still get the revenues from it, and we can sell it back. And I think everybody be happy, and all of us look good. I really do believe all of us look good. Well, all y'all women look good anyway. But hey, but I think, but let's do it together, and we got a week to do it, y'all. I'm through.
All right, so real quick, Mayor, please correct me if I'm wrong. 3 and 4 are connected, so that's going to be come back next meeting as well. And then, and it's gonna come back to Economic Development Committee. Councilwoman Dr. Green, you had no idea what I just said. It's okay. I love you though. 3 and 4 are gonna go to Economic Development Committee because you're passing the speech today. As it relates to item number 1, discussion of the fiscal consent agenda, refer to your packets. Sorry, hope you read. That brings us to our add-on items, add-ons and our holds. Item 4 has been withdrawn, and item 8 will be held until November 5th, 2020.
Number 12. We don't meet on 5th.
Hold on one second.
Oh, there you go.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks, Josh.
All right, we got it together. So item 8 will be held until November 5th, 2024. 12, I keep saying that it's wrong date. It's okay, November 12th. Add on items 42 through 47. 42, a resolution to accept additional grant funds in the amount of $2,633,550 from TDOT for surface transportation block grant Harbor Avenue repaving project number PW04118, District 6, Super District 8. Council members, please lower your voices. I can't even hear myself read. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. This request for saying 9 minutes. A resolution approving that ground lease for 777 Firestone, also known as former Menezes High School, parcel ID number 03905000001, Memphis, Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee 38103, District 7, Super District 8, request for saying 9 minutes. Item number 44, resolution approving for the use of $219,142.34 in compound interest earned on proceeds of Accelerate Memphis Bonds to fund the radio system upgrade project PD04025. All council is sponsored by the administration. There's request for saying 9 minutes. Item number 45, resolution appropriate $150,000 for CIP project number FS02032. EMA sirens funded by GO bonds. All council is sponsored by the administration. Request for saying 9 minutes. 46, an ordinance to amend ordinance 5910 to rename the Lincoln Park Pavilion in honor of Hazel Moore as the Hazel Moore Pavilion in the city of Memphis, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by all of the council members. Request to add on for first reading. Resolution approving an honor street name change on Airways Boulevard from Saratoga Avenue to Supreme Avenue for Primrose. This how you say his name? Absolutely not. 8 Ball and MJG from Lamar Avenue to Airways Boulevard from District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the council members who represent Super District 8. There's a request to add on consent agenda with the same 9 minutes and Councilman Ford. The same 9 minutes let me slow down. To the the legendary and the miraculous 8 Ball MJG, please forgive me for saying your names wrong. Blame Brooke Hyman. All right, now, the same 9 minute items are 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 42, 43, 44, 45, and 47. Does any other committee have any